Don't be scared. I'm the super sweet monster with the super sweet new cereal, Count Chocula.
Biffle, here's the super sweet new cereal, Frankenberry.
But I've got chocolate sweeties for monstrous chocolate flavor.
Well, I got berry-flavored sweeties for monstrous strawberry flavor.
Count Chocula.
Frankenberry.
Hi.
Frankenberry.
Count Chocula.
Someone's come for a nutritious breakfast.
What?
Hello, my name is Boo. Let me finish. Booberry. My ghostly good blueberry-flavored cereal, Booberry, is part of this complete breakfast.
Boo to you, Boo-berry. Frankenberry's got strawberry-flavored marshmallows.
Count Chocula's got chocolate marshmallows.
But I've got blueberry-flavored marshmallows.
Frankenberry.
Count Chocula.
And Booberry.
The following program is brought to you in living color on NBC.
Hey, what time is it?
It's Podblast time! That's right, it's Podblast time, but I'm not going to drink your blood.
No, we're going to talk about monsters. How are you? This is your weird, informative, and hopefully fun time capsule of memories of days gone by as we forge ahead together in the game of life, like the Milton Bradley board game Life. This is your nostalgia show with a bite. Welcome, I'm your host, Chance Bartels, no relation to Chance the Rapper. As Steve Harvey says at the beginning of Family Feud each and every time he hosts it,
We've got a good one for you today.
and I think I really do. And we're going to play some trivia later, some monster trivia. This is going to be an ongoing series as we approach Halloween. This is part one. I can only go live for an hour or so because I want to watch I have plans to watch a Pittsburgh Steelers game. As we're live, don't want to date the show, and we usually don't talk sports on your friendly Podblast. And I owe you guys an apology. I shook it off. I had some technical problems. You know, I am the worst about being on time, and I'm trying to get better about that. I wasn't even going to do a show. I was supposed to do this Friday night, but I got a cold. But anyway, this show is all about pop culture history. It's an interactive lecture. And I want to bring you into the conversation. I want to know what your favorite TV or movie monster is. This is like an exploratory part one so that I can compile images down the line for part two based on what you like in terms of monsters. I'm going to focus on television monsters primarily in part one of this little series of the best movie and TV monsters of all time. So, oh my gosh, I didn't send a couple people the link to join. I'll have to do that later, but I don't have many clips, so I got to figure out how to do this while I'm a one-man band. You want to meet the staff, you're looking at it. You want to look at the show's producer, you're looking at him. The show's writer, the show's director, the show's host, the research team. It's me. So it's hard. I'm the phone screener. You know, it's hard to do this by yourself, but I do the best I can. I might have one of the founding fathers of the Nostalgic Podblast later, but I got to send them the link. All right. So let's, I guess, get started here with, acknowledging people that are watching live in the chat. let me pull up
You
this
have a
for
good
you.
day today, friends. I did. Wait.
I had a Superman day.
You had a Superman day. Well, I'm glad to hear that.
Spider-Man day.
Good. I'm glad to hear that. Well, you know what? Wait. You know what time it is? It's time for me to see the friends at home in the magic mirror. Romper bumper, stomper boo. Tell me, do. Magic mirror, tell me today, did all my friends have fun at play? All my friends had fun today. I see David's having a special day today, and Olivia Joy had a special day on Sunday, and I see Robin had a special day yesterday, and Dana's having a special day today, and so is Reginald and Edward John and Margaret, and I see Justin and Megan and Courtney and Brick and Mark and Rachel and Sheila and Caroline are all having special days, and Cicely and Ashley and Matthew and Jose, and I see Bonnie and Anthony and Joe had special days yesterday, and so did Tammy and Brandon and Gregory, and of course, friends, you know I see you, and I'll see you again.
I want to say hey to K Moon, and he was so patient. He's been waiting since when the show was supposed to start, which was about 49 minutes ago. So I want to thank him for his loyalty and his patience. I want to thank one of my angels, Keebler, Danger, No Sugar Coating Truth is her YouTube channel, one of her YouTube channels, and she's in Texas State. I want to say hey to her. I call her Keebs. And hey to the Daily Beast. Appreciate y'all being there. Watching. So we're going to talk about monsters. So I really would love to know what your favorite monsters are, and then we'll get to some trivia. So I'm going to play a clip as we get started, and I hope this one will be okay with the bot gods. I have this on videotape. It's from 1977. It's Halloween with the Addams Family. I bought this on VHS many years ago for $7.99 on sale from $10. And all of the original cast returned to reprise their roles for the first time in color in this special. And they all looked pretty good. Especially Lisa Loring as Wednesday Addams. She was, a teenager, or if not, I think she might have been 20 years old. I should have researched that. But let's look at a little clip from that special. And then I will try to send out the link to those. Hey, there's Snark and Sass in Arkansas State saying, take a chance on me. She loves putting that up like the ABBA song. And Jerry Dobson's out there from Nostalgia World watching on Facebook Live. And he says, drives in the room with the Monster Mobile. Hey, there's WQEE. This guy runs a radio station in Noonan, Georgia. And those are the call letters, WQEE, the key. Another great job, Chance, he says. Well, I just got started, so I appreciate it. K Moonen said about that VHS tape, still sealed. Nice. I've never seen an episode of the Addams Family in my life. He's never seen an Addams Family. Wow. I'm trying to think where it would be airing it. I don't think it's running. Do you get Me TV or Antenna TV? Any of those free over-the-air channels, either via friendly streaming? There's the tape. Actually, I opened it from the bottom. I was just saying last night on the Saturday night stream, if I were unscrupulous, I would seal this thing right back up and sell it as if it's sealed. Nobody'd be the wiser. Just put a little hunk of plastic with one of those little melting gizmos. No, I would open them from the bottom, most of my VHS tapes that you see behind me. Like, I'll show you another example. Here's a Speed Racer, opened the same way. Look how expensive these VHS tapes were back then. $10. And all you'd get were 2 half-hour episodes. My gosh. There's a security tag. It would buzz if you walked out without paying. They had to deactivate it, just like with clothing. So these days, the way smash and grabs are, people are like, the heck with the tags. I'm just leaving with these blue jeans with a whole stack of them. And nobody does anything. Now, WQEE, the key, identified his name, Ryan O'Neill. I knew that. I should have mentioned your name, Ryan O'Neill. He's an on-air personality as well as the station general manager of WQEE in Noonan, Georgia. Happy to see you out there, my brother. I am going to now play a clip from Halloween with the Addams Family. It's 1:51 seconds long, so that I can hopefully do some things behind the scenes. And I hope the stream doesn't go down. I'm not so sure if I should do this or not. Let me quickly do something. I'm going to play the clip right now for everybody. Halloween with the Addams Family, 1977. Look how pretty Lisa Loring was, as I almost said Lynn Loring. That's Roy Thinnis's wife. I always get those two names confused. Lynn Loring was Roy Thinnis, star The Invader's wife. Lisa Loring was the original Wednesday Addams. And of course, the Addams Family was based on a newspaper strip or a series in a magazine. Was it the Saturday Evening Post? Help me out. I'm going by memory. Was it the Washington? No, it was the Saturday Evening Post. I think I'll look that up. But here is finally a clip from the opening of Halloween with the new Addams Family.
Well, Tish, the hour of parting is near.
Look, they're French. Stop the car. Uncle Paul just rattled his chains. No fair, no fair.
What a lovely thing to say.
It's cozy.
They couldn't even use the original Vic Mizzy theme to the Addams Family, so they had to do a variation of it. So how about that? I thought that was kind of cool, and it was neat to see the cast and their makeup and color. And of course, the Munsters were in color from the get-go. The original pilot was in color, and then you had Munster Go Home, 1966 theatrical release, kind of like Batman did in that same year. The Batman the movie with Adam West, Burt Ward, and you had Lee Merriweather as Catwoman because Julie Newmar was unavailable, and she had first played Catwoman in season 1 of the original Batman in a 2-part episode, which were filmed at the same time and aired the next night. Back in the first couple seasons, it was a 2-night-a-week event to watch Batman. The New Yorker magazine, thank you, Snark and Sass, launched the Addams Family. Yeah, Charles Addams cartoons. Very cool. Now, Joe Gutfeld is watching in New York State. He says his favorite monster is Dracula. That brings up an interesting point. I was talking to my dad yesterday. I visited my parents. I always play Scrabble once a week with my mom. And he never wants to play, but we were talking. I said, Dad, what is your favorite monster? And he said, to me, like, Dracula's not a monster. I go, what do you mean? He goes, well, it's a man that became a creature. Just like, you know, the Mummy, Frankenstein, the Invisible Man. To him, he said, this is a quote from my father. He said, to me, a monster is something that's larger than life, that's giant. I go, like Godzilla. He goes, exactly. That's just my interpretation. And I thought that was an interesting spin. I know most of you probably disagree with that. You're probably like, of course Dracula's a monster. But I get that. And he said zombies are the same thing. Those are human beings that were altered. I think that's pretty monstrous, but Joe Gutfeld also says, I like the Munsters. Yeah, I do too. Here's a comic book. I've shown this several times. I'll show it again because not everyone can see everything I do. In color, there's Fred Gwynn, of course, Herman Munster. One of many Munster's Gold Key comic books, K. Moon, and I'm sure you've seen this when I've showed this cover. It's part of my little set dressing in my home studio in the background. I'll probably replace it after Halloween 2024 season ends, but there it is right now. Got a little glare. He loved, just the story is he hated that makeup. Tom Williams, he's a big Munsters fan. Let me send that link. I never did. let me send the link to the fellas in case they want to jump on the panel. Let's see here. One moment. All right. Oh, God, I hate it. Seems like an eternity when I'm turning away from the audience and my shtick to do something behind the scenes. But let me send it to Al Hardyface. He can't do it by text for some reason. I don't know why. All right, there we go. Link to join in case he wants to join, if he's out there watching. I wasn't going to do a show today, but I'm just now starting to feel better. Okay, and the topic is monsters. Favorite movie and TV monsters of yours? Let me just send this to Tom now. I emailed it to Al Hardy if you're out there watching. Link to join. Tom is working at the Weather Channel. He's a director at the Weather Channel, so he probably can't join. I think he said he's on duty till 8 p.m. as we're live at 7 p.m., so another hour. I'm hoping to wrap within an hour. I want this to be a quickie. That's what she said. I'll put like to join. No, it's link to join. All right, there we go. Cool. Ooh, and I'm getting all sorts of crazy texts. All right, let's get back on topic. Back to the show. Kay Moonen says, I agree with your dad. I can't see vampires as monsters. To me, a monster is something like Godzilla, and he used the original Japanese name. Gozira, of course, you know, they use those cool symbols, Japanese, Chinese, the Far East. You know, it's so interesting how different their language is in terms of print and the spoken word. Keebler, Danger, No Sugar Coating Truth commented, you went early, Goofy, and then I had issues loading a video. No, I didn't. Your time zone, maybe. Sometimes the time zones and the notifications are wrong. I said I was going to go at 6 p.m. Eastern time because I couldn't do it Friday because my voice, I had a cold. I'm over it now. And it's 7 p.m., so I was late. I was late as sin. I was late. Now, let's look at some pictures and talk about some monsters. I'm going to focus mainly on TV. But, you know, you got to go to the classic movie monsters, whether you consider them monsters or not. And the first one that comes to mind to me, here we go. Look at that. Look at that nice collage of the Universal monsters. I said to Dad, don't you think Creature from the Black Lagoon's a monster? And he says, nope. He goes, to me, it's a giant. And I said, okay. He mentioned the Blob. He goes, I think the Blob is a good monster. I thought that was an awesome example, actually. Here's a little movie collage. It's kind of hard to see if you're watching on your phone. If you're watching on a TV, maybe you can see it a little bit better. Let me change the camera shot so you can see my goofy face off to the side. There. Hey. So there's a nice collage of movie monsters for you. Now, last night on Brainbender's Banter's weekly Saturday night pop culture-a-thon, a lady named TD, she's a real attractive lady. She was wearing a skeleton shirt, and it reminded me of this. And here's an image from the Three Stooges Spook Louder from 1943. I told her about it, but I'm like, you don't have the mask, but your top looks like the Three Stooges goon that's dressed as a skeleton. The Three Stooges thug. So anyway, in case she's out there, that's the image I was wanting to compare her to her top two. But let's talk about these movie monsters, the beginning. Let's go to the very beginning. And of course, we all think about this guy, Frankenstein. Right? And that would be Boris Karloff with another monster, an animated monster. I mean, there's so many monsters. There's video game monsters. There's comic book monsters. There's big screen monsters. There's television monsters. Monsters. Cartoon monsters. I mean, this is going to be an epic series of the best monsters of all time in terms of fiction, in terms of pop culture history. But I love this show he hosted also called Thriller. It was an anthology like The Twilight Zone and The Outer Limits. We'll talk about that in a minute. But there he is. And there he is in a makeup chair. How about that? Doesn't that look interesting? Looks like he was in pretty good shape. He looks pretty ripped there. He's not like the Wolf Boy in the Twilight movies ripped, but close enough. But look at those two makeup men applying the cranium makeup and the blood and the bolts in his neck and all that stuff. So that is a good movie monster, of course. And there's some other movie monster artwork. I don't know about Tim Curry there from Rocky Horror Picture Show, but whatever. I see Feldman up above him and Gene Wilder. And, there's the Bride of Frankenstein. And then there's Herman and Lily Munster, bottom left. And then there's Frankenberry to the right. I have a box of Boo Berry that was given to me by someone very special to me. Look at that. There is the family-sized Boo Berry. And the only reason I got this is not my favorite. Count Chocula's my favorite. Is that I'm Boo 1 and she's Boo 2. We're the Boos. That's why I got Boo Berry. The Boos. Not Boos like B-O-O-Z-E. No, it'd B-O-O-S. Hey, Boo. Like that kind of Boo. So getting back to the monsters and the movie monsters and all that jazz. King Kong's a good giant monster. There he is grabbing. It's actually a mechanical hand, of course. It's not Rick Baker, who was a makeup man who played King Kong in that costume in that film. That's the mechanical hand that kept malfunctioning, just like the shark in Jaws that really confounded director Steven Spielberg. It broke down many times. It's very, very historically noted about the problems with the shark. Same thing with the giant King Kong hand. You didn't see the giant King Kong, mechanical Kong, except for in one shot where he's got a crown, where he's been captured, and they're doing a red carpet event in New York City. And of course, he breaks loose and he stomps on this dude. I like 1976 King Kong. Tom and Al would disagree. I respect that opinion. They love the Fay Wray original that starred Fay Wray. But just because I'm Gen X, I like the King Kong version. I like the music in it. The stars, it was one of the first movies that Jeff Bridges did. And he had that big beard, big nasty beard. And he looked like a hippie. But there were some elements to that movie that certainly could have been done better. But the long version is much better. NBC had the rights to air King Kong, and I remember in 1986 they had a primetime event. I have it on VHS tape, and they had all these extended scenes like they would do with movies like First Blood, Superman the movie, Superman 2. You'd have all of these cutting room floor scenes restored for the network premiere, and they usually would get great ratings, and they'd run it again a few months or even a couple of years later. They did it with Superman 3. I could go on. ABC was the best network to show movies with deleted scenes. And I just love the long version of 1976 King Kong. So that's a good movie monster. Of course, Michael Myers that's William Shatner's likeness. I know everybody knows that, but Al Hardy, if you're watching, you were wrong. He tried to shame me and said, that's not a Captain Kirk. That's not William Shatner mask. I said, look it up, buddy. Really is. And here's some other. Now I've got to ask you this. Do you think the Klingons are movie monsters? In the old classic Star Trek TV show, they didn't have the prosthetic makeup technology to make them look like they did starting with Star Trek The Motion Picture. And that's Mark Leonard on the far left of the screen as the Klingon. And he's the only actor to play a Romulan, a Vulcan, and a Klingon in the original Star Trek universe of movies and television shows. So what do you think? Do you think that the Klingons are monsters? Now, we're not sticking to the rule of my dad's rule, a monster must be larger than life. We're going to throw that out the window. That was just his opinion. We already covered that. Let's just say a monster could be any size. It could be a little Xanty misfit, which we'll talk about later. Here's another good, the Wolfman. The Howling was a really good horror movie. And I always got that confused with Wolfen. Wolfen was the one where there was this infrared shot where you saw like the wolf's point of view stalking humans to eat. And they would see the body heat of a human being. It was really cool. But The Howling had Dee Wallace Stone, who later was the mom in E.T. And she played an anchor woman, and it was a great shot at the end where she becomes a werewolf live on the air when she's trying to do a news broadcast. All right, so there's just a few movie monsters. We're going to talk about TV. So to do that, I'm going to go back to The Twilight Zone. That's where I'm going to start talking about movie monsters. I know there were some, TV monsters. I know there were some before that, but look at this collage. You've even got Bill Mumy as the kid with the power. It's a Good Life. I think he was a monster. See, any size, could be big, small. There are some Twilight Zone monsters for you and some images. Richard Keel. Richard Keel played a monster with a huge misshapen head, to quote Captain Christopher Pike in Star Trek The Cage Pilot. And he, of course, later would be Jaws. Not the shark, but the dude with the steel teeth in the James Bond movies, The Spy Who Loved Me and Moonraker. But he was in the Twilight Zone years before that in 1961, filmed in 1961. It's a cookbook. To Serve Man, season 3 episode of the Twilight Zone. You can barely see him. It's real small. But and there's William Shatner off to the left side from Nick of Time. He did 2 episodes of that. And, of course, Nightmare at 20,000 feet on the plane. But he also played a superstitious guy in season 2 of the Twilight Zone, Eye of the Beholder. And remember how they had a different theme to Twilight Zone? The musical theme in season 1 was different than the that was debuted in season 2 of Twilight Zone. But let me show you. I love these Twilight Zone monsters from Eye of the Beholder, about an alternate universe where beauty is repugnant and grotesqueness is considered gorgeous. And a woman is having plastic surgery to correct herself. She was born basically a mutant. And the irony, of course, is that she's beautiful. And who played her? Future Ellie Mae. The actress who would play Ellie Mae 2 seasons later, starting in fall of 62. Eye of the Beholder aired in 1960 and was filmed in 1960. Ellie Mae Clampett. They dubbed over her voice, though. But I love those pig-like monsters from Eye of the Beholder season 2 of the Twilight Zone. What's your favorite monster from the Twilight Zone? There were so many. Donna Douglas. I was trying to think of the actress's name. It came to mind. Thank goodness I didn't have to look that up. That'd be bad. I mean, then I might want to get screened for Alzheimer's if I couldn't remember Donna Douglas's name off the top of my head. Good Lord. So those are cool monsters. Let me scan the comments here. Danny Staten's watching in South Carolina. Says, The Howland is my favorite werewolf movie of all time. Joe Gutfeld in New York State. Going to have trivia later. I know there's a lot of good sports going on, so it was real risky doing a show tonight if I wanted to have anyone out there watching live. But, hey, I love the replay team. The replay crew are incredible, and I'm really grateful to those that watch after we're live. Joe Gutfeld said, my mother's favorite monsters were the Mummy and the Wolfman. Very cool. Kay Moonen said, Darth Vader is just a man who's half machine that wears a black cape. There you go. David Kolf watching on Facebook Live says, the Munsters. That's his favorite TV monsters, the characters in the Munsters. Kay Moonen says, the way I see it, if they're humanoid, they're not monsters. They're either a mutation, a freak, or a creation of man. Yeah, and that reminds me of a movie, Humanoids from the Deep. That was a really cool B movie by Roger Corman. I love that movie. Joe Gutfeld said, how about Jason? He's supernatural. I certainly consider a mass murderer a monster. Absolutely. And then came in and said about Michael Myers. Michael Myers is more psycho than monster, correct, but he apparently can't be killed. At the end of Halloween 2, I consider that the end of Michael Myers. He's blown up. He's dead. And they didn't bring him back until Halloween 4, of course. A lot of you disagree. I know Shane B did with me last night on Brainbender's Banter Simul stream, but I love the character in Halloween 3. Cockrum, the psycho who worshipped evil, who wanted to take out all the children of the earth. He's the worst monster of all. Kay Moonen says, Chance, don't know if you collect figures, but a company called Jada Toys made figures of the cereal mascots. Very cool. So like Count Chocula, Boo Berry, Frankenberry, and all the rest. Are you feeling better? Yes, I am. Thank you. I'm over my cold. Kay Moonen also said when it comes to comic book monsters, that would be one long episode. There would be a lot to talk about. Yeah, Morbius is one good one. And actually, I like the movie Morbius. I'm a sucker for a movie that takes place on a ship, a submarine or a ship underwater. Joe Gutfeld says the Dodgers will win tonight. He's a Mets fan. Yep, it's in L.A. You never know. They might force a Game 7, a decisive Game 7. We'll see. Jerry Dobson said, several years ago for Halloween, I went as Uncle Fester and carried Thing Witch was my hand in a box? Okay, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense unless I'm misreading it. I'm going to read this verbatim. Several years ago for Halloween, went as Uncle Fester and carried Thing, which was my hand in a box. I got you, witch. W-H-I-C-H. You spelled it witch like the Wicked Witch.
My little pretty.
Yeah, I got you. Okay, cool. So your hand was in a box. That's pretty creative. You got a photo? Hey, send me on Facebook private message a photo if you have one. I'd love to put it on the screen. Not right now. You can now. And before I sign off, I will try to put it on the screen if you have it handy. No big deal if you don't. I have to leave her early. Yeah, no. Well, have fun. Yeah, that's cool. I am on a rare night because I was sick on Friday. I'm on Sunday like I used to be in the beginning of the Nostalgic Podblast days. But yeah, I'm gonna have to conflict with old Crash Pondo Ponds reading comments on the screen and doing trivia. I'm sorry about that. K Moonin says, you do what you do. I'm gonna do what I do. K Moonin says, I agree with your dad. I can't see vampires as monsters. To me, yeah, I read that one. Do you like the Blob? Yeah, I like the Blob, Joe Gutfeld. I do. And then let's see here. Make sure I didn't look. All right. Oh. So now I can call you Booberry. Yeah, well, yeah, you can. Just don't call me your Huckleberry. Came in and said, oh, yeah, I already read that one. And I think we're about caught up. Joe Gutfeld said in New York State, in the metropolitan area of New York, by the way. He says he lives near the Mets City Field. I like the Invaders episode of The Twilight Zone, correct, and that had Agnes Moorehead 2 years before she would play Endora on Bewitched. She did not have a single line in that episode, and she played a giant alien, correct. And then some astronauts landed at her homestead, and they're innocent, but she she battled their ship with an axe and disabled it. Joe Gutfeld also said, my first Halloween costume was Spider-Man. And Keebler said, I've never seen the Blob. All right, now let's get back to some more images. So Twilight Zone is a whole episode in itself of the Nostalgic Podblast. And I did one, with Al and Tom. It was way back in 2020 during the pandemic. It was The Outer Limits and the Twilight Zone. We did it was just an hour and a half long, and we talked about our favorite episodes. And so I'm going to redo that topic. So let's talk about The Outer Limits. Look at these images of monsters. This was Vanguard Television for ABC TV. It debuted in September 1963 in the ABC television network on Monday night. Originally, it was on Monday nights on that network. And you had Janos Prohaska. I always thought it was Janos Prochaka, but he was the guy inside most of the monster outfits on crutches many times, like in The Architects of Fear, which is the 5th episode, filmed one of the many that Robert Culp acted in, who was in The Greatest American Hero down the line as an FBI agent. Or was it CIA? I think it was CIA. But he played a guy who unfortunately drew the wrong kind of lot that you don't want to win. And he's in a boardroom and he draws the right to be a man-made monster. And the goal was to unify the human beings on the earth and give them a common enemy, a space alien to be afraid of and to fight. And that's The Architects of Fear. But of course, something goes wrong. And he learns his wife is pregnant. That's the ironic twist. So he's already been injected. You can't stop this process once it starts to become a monster in this episode of The Architects of Fear. So he's injected. I can't play a clip. You know who owns The Outer Limits now? Amazon Prime. Amazon owns it when they bought MGM, a lot of the MGM properties of television shows and films. If you try to play at Outer Limits, your stream will go down instantly. But yeah, he found out, oh my God, I'm going to be a dad for the first time. And the actress who played his wife was named Geraldine Brooks. I always thought she was a terrible actress, an overactor for sure. And she did an Outer Limits with William Shatner in season 2 of The Outer Limits, titled Cold Hands, Warm Heart, where Shatner is becoming unhinged because he sees what I call a pine cone monster when he's doing a simulated space flight. And all of a sudden, he's freezing. He's turning up the heat. His wife's like, what the hell? I'm burning up in here. And he's turning up the heat. He's got sweaters on, turtlenecks, the whole 9 yards. And he just keeps absorbing. It was kind of like a Space 1999 episode, Force of Life, that starred, of all people, Ian McShane, with the same affliction. needing to get as much energy as possible. But anyway, Geraldine Brooks, she is just a terrible actress. And they had this thing. She knew that he was the monster because before he became a monster, they did this thing, Mark Against Evil, like a little lovey-dovey couple thing. He put his mark like on her forehead, Mark Against Evil, and then she'd do it to him. And then the monster, of course, man, these redneck hunters shoot the monster, kill it. And I don't think that's in the episode. I'm just being a ham. But they kill him, and right when he's about to die, the monster, and it's Janos in the costume, goes like that, and she goes,
Oh my God, it's him, it's my husband, I know. You madman, you did that to my monster.
and what does she say? She goes,
You didn't think.
wait, well, we didn't think. She goes, you
Didn't think.
or something. I mean, she's just overactor, man, overactor. Here's some more monsters from the Outer Limits on the back of a home video release. Some were very effective, some weren't. The Zanti Misfit monster, that's one of Al Hardy's favorites, is in the top right corner. It was like a little spider with a humanoid face, and that was early stop motion animation for television. It had been done in films by Ray Harryhausen years before 1963. But it was an effective effect in the Outer Limits. Here's some more Outer Limits monsters. Outer Limits lasted 2 seasons, by the way, really a season and a half, a full first season, and then it got canceled in the middle of its second season by ABC in favor of a show we'll talk about in a little bit, Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea, which had already debuted when season 2 of the Outer Limits debuted, but both shows were very expensive. And, there were trends with the public. There was a monster trend going on, hence you had the Addams Family and the Munsters launching within days of each other. The Addams Family on ABC, the Munsters on CBS. Monsters were hot, but then the networks always are a little late or a little early to react. They're late to join a trend, or they're early to cut it off when there's still interest. So the Outer Limits got canceled, but monsters were still hot, as did the Munsters and the Addams Family. Here's the Addams Family. At the end of the 1965 season, 64-65, all the shows were off the air. The Outer Limits, the Munsters. No, I'm sorry. At the end of the 1965 to 66 season, those shows were all off the air. Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea, which contained a lot of monsters, continued on. And it's only the first season of Voyage was in black and white, by the way, the 64-65 season. It debuted in color in 65-66 on CBS. But look at these cool collector cards. These are originals, and I love that they were colorized. But I think they look cool colorized, and it shows some various monsters. At the bottom center, that's Warren Oates. Lighten up, Francis, from Stripes. But there he was. I call that the fried egg monster. And whenever they have a solar eclipse, I would put that card up as a joke. I'm like, oh, I forgot not to stare into the sun, and I show his face, them fried eyes, fried egg eyes. So let's analyze some of these monsters. Upper left corner, Simon Oakland, a classic Shakespearean actor, played that creature, and that creature also appeared in Star Trek in The Cage, the first pilot of Star Trek, which starred Jeffrey Hunter as Captain Christopher Pike. They go to Talos 4, and it's population has mind powers and telepathy, and they collect different species from different planets, and they hope that they breed. So they capture Captain Christopher Pike to pregnate another human survivor of a crash on their planet from 18 years previous. Anyway, but in one of the cages is this bird monster, not played by Simon Oakland, but it was the same makeup. It had a beak. Sometimes it didn't have a beak, but it had a beak. And another Outer Limits monster appeared in the cage as well. The monster from Fun and Games, which was the one where, if anyone who knows the original Star Trek, you remember when Captain Pike, and it was in the cage, parts 1 and 2, the only two-parter of the original Star Trek was the first pilot, re-edited with new scenes filmed. So anyway, Captain Christopher Pike tries to escape, and he gets a hold of one of the Telosians. The Telosians were played by women, by the way. Gene Roddenberry thought they looked more alien that way, and they did. But they're supposed to be men, like their voices are male voices, but it was female actresses underneath all that makeup. And he grabs Meg Willie's character playing the keeper, the leader, and starts like strangling this character. And he goes, you stop that illusion or I'll twist your head off. And she turns into this monster from the Outer Limits in that scene, if you know what I'm talking about. But they showed that monster in the cage at the very beginning of the Cage pilot as well. It was in that scene twice in that episode, but that was an Outer Limits monster. Upper right corner is an actor, John Anderson, from an episode which was one of Martin Sheen's original first roles. He's in that episode. It's called Nightmare of the Outer Limits Season 1. To the left of John Anderson, top center, that's what we call Chilly Willy, a monster from the Outer Limits episode titled The Human Factor, which starred Sally Kellerman, one of her 2 episodes. She went on to do Star Trek as well as Dr. Elizabeth Daner in Where No Man's Gone Before. She got mental telepathy when she was zapped on board the USS Enterprise as it attempted to leave the Milky Way galaxy and encountered the Great Barrier. And she got zapped, and Gary Mitchell got zapped, and she got mental powers. So there's Chilly Willy, top center and top left. And that was an aberration. It was a Freaky Friday type episode talking about the human factor, Outer Limits, where 2 scientists put on these devices and their minds and bodies get switched. But one guy is an insane criminal. He gets switched into the body of a character played by actor Gary Merrill, the scientist. And that's one of his delusions. He sees this frozen monster, which reminded me of The Thing. Here's some trivia. Who played The Thing in the original movie? Let's see. Let me look at the comments. Anybody know? Don't Google. Who played The Thing in the original movie? It's very, very obscure. Great casting. Great monster. Not talking about John Carpenter's The Thing from 1982. I'm talking about the original movie, The Thing, from the 50s. Tom Williams said, you mean the Howling Man from Twilight Zone? Nope. No, sir. The Howling Man had a devil monster. And that was like the devil personified. No, sir. No, sir. I don't know. What was I talking about that made you think I was talking about the Howling Man? No way. I was talking about To Serve Man. That's with Richard Keel with the misshapen head. It's a cookbook. Season 3. Howling Man Season 2 now. Come on and challenge me. I texted you the link. Let me know what you're talking about. Or let's talk. And Tom Williams also says, oh, he's at work. He can't. He's at the Weather Channel directing the weather. He's got the weather control device at his fingertips. He says, of course, Herman Munster's his favorite. Very cool. Oh, it's fine, dude. I was just kidding around Jerry Dobson about misspelling witch. It's all good. No, but Howling Man's a good episode, Tom. No, I was talking about what other one did I mention? Eye of the Beholder. I didn't mention Howling Man because I don't think that was a very good monster. But that's a good one. I mean, that is a monster, I guess, the devil, I suppose. Came in, and despite Michael Myers being quote-unquote immortal, if you do enough damage to the body, eventually he wouldn't be any level of a threat. Instead of running away, take a katana to him instead. Yeah, but I loved it when Loomis shot him at the end of the first Halloween, and there were so many parodies and jokes of that moment. Like, you know, he turns away and then the body's gone, right? And it's like SCTV did it, Saturday Night Live did parodies of that kind of thing. It's like, huh? You know, he's gone. I'm sorry. That's annoying as F. I know. Sorry. All right. Yeah, you know, I got to tell you, a pet peeve of mine, and they're trying to be nice, is when they say, oh, I'm leaving, I'll catch a replay. Appreciate that. I don't need to know you're leaving. I don't do that to other people, too. If I leave the stream, I just leave. Please, don't say I'm leaving. I know you're trying to be nice. Just leave. That's fine. Came in and said, sorry to say, Chance, I've never seen The Outer Limits either. You would love it. You're into comic books. And I found K-Moon, thanks to our friends at Open by Chance, which is a great YouTube channel. I think they got like 12,000 subscribers strong. And they go live talking pop culture, and they show items they got at conventions, comic book conventions, vinyl record conventions, toy conventions especially. Toys are their thing, as well as comic books and vinyl. Those are the big 3 things they collect. They're not into movie posters that I'm aware of, but they go live on most holiday weekends. And lately, they've been pretty consistent going live on Saturday and Sunday night, like around the 7 o'clock Eastern hour. But please subscribe to Open by Chance. They're really cool people, husband and wife team, and they know a lot. And they're funny, actually. I think Lady Pop Hunter is really hilarious. And they're watching Dallas, one of my favorite shows, for the first time. I think for her, maybe for David as well. And they're in season 8 of Dallas, of the 14 original seasons. And it's fun. That's the first thing I always ask them when they go live. All right, where are you in South Fork land? South Fork Ranch Land or Dallas Land, TV Land, Dallas TV Land. I need to know what episode they're on. Okay, let's get on with the monsters. That's the main topic. Keebs said, is it me? Or why does the image remind me of the Garbage Pail cards? Oh, I know. It does kind of look like the Outer Limits cards. I'm going to show you some Star Trek cards in a minute, too, from 1976, based on the original show, of course, because that was before Star Trek The Motion Picture was ever made, that those cards were released. Some old geezer played the thing. Okay, I didn't tell you. It was Jerry Dobson knows it. James Arness, before he was TV's Marshall Matt Dillon on Gunsmoke, he was the thing. Another trivia about Gunsmoke. Who voiced Marshall Matt Dillon in the radio drama Gunsmoke before the television show and while the TV show was premiering in 1955? Lasted 20 years, 1955 to 1975, by the way, Gunsmoke did. But who voiced James Arness on the radio drama Gunsmoke? Do you know? Chance isn't an airport. You don't have to file a departure plan here. Thank you. And they're being nice. It just bothers me. Just leave. Okay. I'll just tell you, it was William Conrad who also narrated The Fugitive, and he was in Jake and the Fat Man. He starred in that. He starred in Cannon. He was the voice of James Arness, and they thought he was too portly for television screens and television audiences. So James Arness got that role. And Jerry Dobson got it right, too. I guess the delay. William Conrad is right. Jerry, you are 2 for 2. I'm very impressed. Very impressed. And thank you, Keebs, for linking our friends at Open by Chance YouTube. That's a great YouTube channel. You'll learn a lot. Most definitely. Okay, so now I'm going to go back to these images. Yeah, so Keebs is saying they're a reminder of Garbage Pail Kids. Yeah, they do. But those are some of the monsters. And look, K-Moon, and aren't those interesting for 1963 and 1964? Now, I got to tell you about the monster bottom. All right, bottom left corner, that's the creature from the cage. That's the monster from the Outer Limits episode Fun and Games that was recycled. The reason being, a lot of the crew from Outer Limits went to Star Trek. When Star Trek started, it was 66, 67 season. Outer Limits ended 64, 65. 2 seasons later, Star Trek. And the monsters returned to TV thanks to Star Trek. We're going to talk about that in a second. But look at the bottom left. You see that monster with the boomerang in his hand? That's the monster that was used in the Star Trek pilot, The Cage, in an illusion and seen in a cage in the very beginning. Not in the menagerie. I think they cut that from the menagerie 2-part Star Trek, but in the unaired pilot, The Cage, you see that guy good in a cage. And he's looking at Captain Pike. Then next to him, now listen, this is a family show, but seriously, I've read many books about the Outer Limits, and in one of the books, I'll show it in a minute, it's falling apart because I've read it so many times. That monster was from an episode of Outer Limits titled Don't Open Till Doomsday, which took place in the 1920s on the wedding night of a couple. And they were given a box as a wedding gift, and inside the box is that monster. Anyone who looks into there's a little round peephole, like a keyhole inside the box. You look in that hole, you get sucked into the box with that monster. And it was known as the phallic monster because actually, I swear, I'm not trying to be creepy here. I'll show you a better picture of it. It's the guys that made that monster designed it to look like a combination of a penis and a vagina. It's true. And it was part of the psychology of a wedding night and the loss of virginity and all that. Really twisted what these sci-fi guys would do as analogies to get past the censors and to make a commentary about humanity. I want to mention the monster bottom right corner, those little fish monsters. That was from the second episode ever filmed after the pilot titled The Borderland, a terrible episode. Hated that. No, that wasn't Borderland. Wait a minute. I got to get my episode guide out. Borderland was the second episode filmed with Mark Richmond, Peter Mark Richmond. He went on to play Chrissy Snow's Reverend Father in Three's Company. Let me tell you that episode title. I got to get it right. Got it right here. Okay. See, and of course it defaults to the stupid 1995 Showtime Outer Limits, which was not very good. And it was in color, you know. They should have done it in black and white. Okay, hang on a second. God dang it. What I hate now is that when you Google something, it tries to correct what you're typing. I don't want that. It's trying. Okay, I found it. So, nope. And it defaulted to 1995 Outer Limits again on Showtime. Now, I want 1963. Here it is. Tourist attraction. It came into my brain again. It was tourist attraction that featured those little fishy monsters. Yeah. I'm going to leave that episode guide up in case I need to refer to it. And then the left center edge. Those are the Xanthi Misfits we talked about. The little spider-looking aliens from the planet Xanthi that have humanoid faces, and they're criminals. These aliens launch their criminals into outer space, and one of their ships crash lands on Earth, and they are set free to wreak havoc. That reminds me of a good scary movie I'm diverting here called The Hand, directed by a whacked-out Oliver Stone, starring Michael Caine as an artist. And he's driving along in his car, smoking a cigarette, I believe. He's got his hand hanging out the window, and it hits a mailbox and is severed. And his severed hand comes to life and tries to reunite with his body, and he tries to choke out Michael Myers, and he kills all these people. It's called The Hand. Very bizarre movie. Okay, anyway, I digress. So let's look at some more Outer Limits stuff. This is a magazine I have called Files Magazine. A little trivia. Who is the actor on the right underneath all of that makeup? Did those lips look familiar to you? You can't see his eyebrows, unfortunately. That'd be a dead giveaway. But give me the name of the actor in that makeup. Just take a wild guess. Now, to the upper left and lower left, that's Chili Willy. That's the monster from The Human Factor, the Freaky Friday episode. That's the guy's delusion, a monster he thinks is after him. He's a paranoid freak. So who is in that makeup? Let me see if anyone guessed. Hello, Tracy is here. Tracy's Fractured History and More says those are so cool, those monsters. And Kay Moonen had said, getting caught up on the comments, that's what I'm saying. Blasting Michael Myers didn't work at all. Going samurai on him and not letting up until he was in literal pieces would have finished things much quicker. No need for sequels. Got that right. Got that right. Okay. Keeb said, bottom second from eye popping out. Could be Freddy's cousin. Freddy Krueger? Yep. Okay, let me just see if anyone guessed. Who is the actor upper right? Tracy said, I love The Outer Limits, and I did too. Let's see if anyone got it right. Tracy's saying, hey to everybody. Kay Moonen says, hey, what's up? Tracy says, the show was only on for 2 or 3 seasons. I loved it. It was on for a season and a half, one full season, 63, 64. And then it was canceled. It was off the air in January 1965, in the middle of the 64-65 television season. ABC canceled it as a budget cut because it was expensive. They were putting a lot of money into a new show that season titled Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea, based on the Irwin Allen directed movie released in 1961 of the same name, released by 20th Century Fox, with a song, a title song, sung by Frankie Avalon, who was also in the movie Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea, and also in Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea, the movie, was Barbara Eden. Years before I Dream a Genie premiered, she was on The Seaview, and her husband, Michael Ansara, was in the Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea movie as a guy, they don't know if he's friend or foe, rescued on a block of ice on an iceberg with his dog. And in that movie, the Earth is threatened by the Van Allen belt, and it's like heat rays, just a round circle like the barrier in Star Trek, all over the Earth. And Admiral Nelson wants to fire a nuclear bomb into it. It'll dissipate the Van Allen belt. But all these scientists in the UN say, you will destroy the world! You're insane! You're going to kill us all! And he's right. Admiral Nelson's right. They're wrong. All the naysayers are wrong. And he goes anyway. He escapes. And there's men, there's like MPs on top of the Seaview. And he goes, dive, dive! And the Seaview goes down. And those guys, some of them drown. You see their feet going. And they escape the UN in New York City to follow his plan. And along the way, there's a saboteur on the Seaview that's messing with the whole plan to get rid of the Van Allen belt. And spoiler alert, the missile does get launched and it destroys and takes out the Van Allen belt. And the Seaview and Admiral Nelson save the day. And there's different actors playing Captain Lee Crane. Captain Lee Crane, the character, was Barbara Eden's squeeze in the movie. Barbara Eden's character was dating the second in command of the Seaview. Good movie, man. I just love that song, and it's on YouTube. Someone put the opening to Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea, the movie. Let me just see here. Keebs said, again, some old guy now teasing and tell me who it is. Oh, okay. Some old guy. That's her guess of the upper right. Let me see. Anyone guess who that is? Just wow, I did not know that about Outer Limits. Yeah, it was part of the Purge. Just like there was a rural sitcom Purge by Fred Silverman at CBS when All in the Family was such a hit. He thought people had evolved beyond many shows like Green Acres, which are still doing well in the ratings of Beverly Hillbillies. That was the rural Purge, but other shows were taken out that weren't rural shows in the wake of the success of All in the Family and Norman Lear, like Hogan's Heroes, a show that I never watched. But and My Three Sons, which had been on from 1960 to 1972. CBS took out My Three Sons. That's not a rural show, but certainly all the Henning. Did I say Doug Henning? That's a magician. The Paul Henning rural comedies were taken out. That was the rural Purge. Well, like that, there was a monster Purge at the end of 1965-66 season in which the Addams Family and the Munsters were canceled, and the Outer Limits had been canceled before those two shows. So monsters were a hit thing. And how about the novelty monster songs like the Monster Mash? There's so many neat novelty songs for Halloween time, and I can't play the song for obvious reasons, or the copyright gods will strike me down. But I'll become more powerful than you can possibly imagine should you strike me down. As Obi-Wan Kenobi said in a nice way to Darth Vader in a nice tone of voice. That wasn't so nice, my tone of voice there. Yes, Tracy, you prefer the Outer Limits to Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea? Yeah, I do too. What about Twilight Zone? That's a pretty loaded question. Do you like Twilight Zone or Outer Limits? If you can't decide, that's fine. If you say both, I'll accept it. Which do you like of those two? I'll just answer the question. Jerry Dobson. Jerry, you don't know who that is? You've been 2 for 2. Can you impress me? Don't Google cheat. Who is the actor in that makeup on the right side of that Outer Limits magazine, Files magazine cover I'm showing now? Name the actor. Cool. Yeah, of course you did. I know, Tracy. You're very wise. Yeah, you knew about the rural Purge of CBS, right? Because All in the Family just broke new roads. You know, it was controversial. It was a different kind of show before a live studio audience. All that canned laughter was pretty much out the window. Almost every sitcom, even Happy Days, started with canned laughter in season 1 and 2. And then even at the beginning of the 75-76 season, its third season, started being filmed before a live studio audience. They caught the wave of Norman Lear. And you know what? They overtook that wave because All in the Family was #1 in Nielsen ratings for the first 6 seasons, I believe. Or was it 5 seasons? Got my book right there. But what I do know is Happy Days took All in the Family off its #1 perch in 1976. I covered that in my tribute to Norman Lear. But let me get out what I call my TV Bible. This is my TV Bible. 1988 edition. I need to get an updated edition. Let me just look up the Nielsen ratings because I want to get it right. I want to say it was the first 5 seasons, or for 5 years in a row, All in the Family was #1 in the ratings. Okay, here we go. Yeah, I got them right here. Bear with me, please. So, All in the Family debuted in January 1971, the middle of the 1970-1971 television season. I know we're talking about monsters. Let me just look here. It was #1 for the 1971-72 season. That was the second season of All in the Family. It was already #1. #1, right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 years in a row, All in the Family is #1 until the 76-77 season when Happy Days knocked All in the Family down to #12. Well, that and some other shows. And then above All in the Family, the first year it was not #1 after a 5-year reign. I'll just read the 11 shows above it. #1, Happy Days. #2, Laverne and Shirley. And Happy Days had a 31.5 rating share. Happy Days, Laverne and Shirley, ABC. Monday Night Movie was #3. #4 was MASH on CBS. #5 was Charlie's Angels. That was their debut season, 76-70 season, with Farrah Fawcett in the cast, intact. Then something called The Big Event on NBC was at #6. #7 was The $6 Million Man on ABC, Sunday nights on ABC, with a 24.2 share. #8 was the ABC Sunday Night Movie, tied with Beretta and One Day at a Time on CBS, all with a 23.4 rating share. And then Three's Company, that was the first year it debuted as a winter placement show. The same night 8 Is Enough debuted. Three's Company debuted right after 8 Is Enough debuted, with Mark Hamill in the cast of the pilot only as David Bradford. before Grant Goodeve took over the role. When Mark Hamill quit, he was justifiably so on his high horse because he knew Star Wars was going to be a monster success. People say, oh, he quit because it was a car accident. No. Look at the chronology of it, dude. The pilot was shot in the summer of 76. His accident was in January 77. Star Wars was released on May 25th, 77 in limited release, wide in early June 77. Anyway, just know your history. I'm talking to online writers, by the way, not to anyone in the audience when I say that. I'm not trying to be smug. I'm talking about these millennial and Gen Z writers that don't know DICK. And they state things that are facts that are not true. So, yeah, those are the 11 shows that were above All in the Family that got knocked down from number 1 to number 12. And it still had a 22.9 rating share on CBS at number 12. At number 1, the season before, it had a 30.1 share. That's not that big of a dip. It's just all these new shows like Charlie's Angels came along that captured the public's interest. Let's just be honest. It was Jiggle TV in that instance. Jiggle TV. What is Jiggle TV? It's women not wearing bras like on Three's Company running around. Jiggle TV. It's an actual term by executives, network executives. I didn't make it up. So is that William Shatner's your guess? Oh, so close. You're on the right track. You're on the right track. No, the guy in all that makeup on the upper right of your screen in that Outer Limits Files magazine of mine, he did play a leader in a science fiction show. Hint, hint. So you're on the right track. Now, Tracy answered my question. She says, ooh, she likes Outer Limits first, which is an hour-long show, and Twilight Zone second, which is a half-hour show, although season 4 of Twilight Zone was a 1-hour show in a 1-hour format. Yes, just that one season, and it failed as a 1-hour show, and that was before Outer Limits, by the way. So again, I've read from other people say, well, the Twilight Zone to compete with the Outer Limits went to 1 hour in its 4th season. No, that's not true. The 4th season of Outer Limits aired in the 1962-1963 season, the same season that Beverly Hillbillies shot to number 1 overnight as well. That same season when that debuted, and Outer Limits hit in 63-64. Yeah, like the next year, the next season. So no, but it did go back to a half-hour format. That's interesting, Tracy. I think that's cool. I think Outer Limits, because Stephen King, that's one of his favorite shows. He even had a quote in the back of the VHS tapes of Outer Limits on every release. There was a quote from Stephen King that said it was the best show of its kind. Let me find one. I got one here. Oh man, everything will fall. I want to read that quote. This is a historical show. You're a nostalgic Podblast. Oh damn. Hang on, all right, I think I can do this surgically. I did it next to my Jerry Seinfeld comedy tape, stand-up comedy tape. Okay, let me switch my camera shot and show you all this. I don't know why I'm talking like a hillbilly. Camera 2. Here we go. This is one of the first Outer Limits episodes I ever got on VHS. And we need to think, hang on, let me take this comment off so you can see it. We need to thank Star Trek. Star Trek, I've said this many times, was the show that started the home video craze. Nobody thought people would pay $14.95 for one episode of an old show from 20 years prior, and they did. That was before DVD. So because of the success of Star Trek from Paramount Home Video, oh yeah, remember this? In the original run of Star Trek on VHS, the Paramount graphic and logo and music went like this. Let's pretend we're popping in a Star Trek VHS tape. I'll grab one here. Oh, and there goes the thing, the label that came off. Oh, damn. Amok Time, the season 2 premiere of Star Trek Kirk versus Spock. That wasn't the first time they fought. They fought in season 1's Naked Time briefly, 7th episode ever filmed, including both pilots, and in This Side of Paradise, 25th episode ever filmed with the Spores. They had a fight then. But this was the biggest fight they ever had on the show. Amok Time, 34th episode in production order. That's what I loved. Is they released them in production order, not in the flawed aired order that MeTV airs them on. Not their fault. That's how the distributor, CBS Paramount's distributing them. But I loved how it had the air date, had liner notes by Alan Asherman, who wrote some really good Star Trek books, like the Star Trek Companion, which I've read many times, and the updated version and the original release. But this was the season 2 premiere. Caliphie! There's the Ponfar, that's T'Pring, played by Arlene Martel. She didn't want Spock, that's for damn sure. But here my label went off. Oh yeah, so if not for Star Trek, oh, and I didn't play this. Let's pop in this tape. Let's pretend this one's not in the plastic, unfortunately, but and look, the little label came off. I need to fix it with some tape. But there it is. Actually, I like these. Let's look at this VHS. Look how the reels are big. Some VHS tapes would have these big ass reels. I'm sorry, big butt reels, big reels, and others would look like this. Most of them would look like this, right? Remember that? I don't know. I'm such a geek. I got a real kick out of getting a tape, an episode of Star Trek, particularly that had these big reels. And the video quality looked a little bit better for some reason. It's probably just in my head. I just assumed that it looked better. It couldn't possibly be the case, but it just seemed to me like the visual quality was stronger. So let's pop this bad boy in our virtual VCR right now, a mock time. And the first thing you see, what the heck is that? It's a barcode. Let's pop it in the VHS right now. Click, click, click. That's what you'd see. And they over the years they changed it. Dun, 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 show the mountain. I didn't like that as much. And of course, Al Hardy knows the original Paramount logo. Not for home video. That was a home video logo. There goes the slip again. Dun, 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 dun. That was the end credit Paramount little jingle, logo jingle that you heard at the end of Love American Style, Star Trek, Brady Bunch, all that stuff. So Outer Limits, the quote from Stephen King. This is my favorite episode. That's David McCallum and all that makeup. And I didn't reveal, I'll give the trivia answer. I'm just waiting for people. I was going to see if Jerry Dobson picked up on my hint. Look at that MGMUA. It still smells good. It still has a little comment questionnaire in there. Open it from the bottom. $14.95 retail. This came from a place called Camelot Music, which is a record shop that had compact discs, cassette tapes, some vinyl, and they had VHS like in the corner. I always go to the VHS section, but that's where this came from. So the quote from, there's a quote on every one, I swear. All right, here it is right here. The best program of its type ever to run on network TV, Stephen King. I'll put it up there on the screen. It's really hard to see, but it's at the very top of the back because of the glare. All right, there, Stephen King. There you go. So that's David McCallum. Let me answer the trivia question now. Did anyone guess? Did you pick up on my hint? Big reels keep on turning. No offense, take a chance, and I'm a millennial. I have heard of the term Jiggle TV, though. Okay, I didn't know you were that young. Okay, well, I didn't mean to. Joe Gutfeld said Three's Company was great. Oh, I'm a big fan. I have them all on DVD, all 8 seasons. I need to get the new issued one because they released in a complete series DVD set the Ropers uncut for the very first time, and Three's a Crowd. I know what you're thinking; those aren't great shows. I beg to differ about the Ropers. I thought the Ropers was pretty good. I like the girl in the hot tub that Stanley Roper was hitting on. Or flirting with, not really hitting on her. He wasn't a creep, but he was enticed by her. Let's just say the hot tub girl, and then Larry Dallas visited. The Three's Company cast visited, meaning Jack and Janet and Chrissy visited in the season 2 premiere of the Ropers. And that would usually be in the rerun package for Three's Company by D.L. Taffner Group, the distributors of Three's Company. Well, nobody guessed. I appreciate Keebs you not Google cheating. Let's just reveal the answer to my question. Oh, you wouldn't tell us I Googled it. Gary Merrill. No, it's not. Gary Merrill played the scientist in The Human Factor with the ice aberration monster. Oh, man, I'm in the wrong section. I'll just reveal it now. Good night. Okay. The hit was Think Captain Kirk, because you guessed Jerry Dobson of Nostalgia World on Facebook guessed William Shatner. It kind of does look like William Shatner's mouth, actually. That's not a bad guess. Now I see it. It does look like Shatner. No, this actor played a commander on a sci-fi show I talk about all the time. I'm going to show some monsters from that show in a little while. It's Martin Landau, future star of Mission Impossible. That's Martin Landau on the right. That's Martin Landau. And he was in The Outer Limits a couple times. He was in that episode. This episode's great. The Man Who Was Never Born. He's a good guy, believe it or not. He is a descendant of a nuclear war on Earth. He's an Earthman of the future. This is what the humanoids on Earth, the human beings, look like after World War III and a nuclear holocaust occurred. So all their genes have been eradicated. So what he's trying to do is take out a scientist who created the bomb that caused this, and he goes back in time, but he goes back too far, and he's tangling with the son of the scientist, and he wants to kill him. So anyway, that's a great episode. The Man Who's Never Burned. Shirley Knight is in it as well as a guest star. Great actor, Academy Award winner. You probably know her from As Good as It Gets, 1998. She played one of the mothers in that. She's been in a lot of stuff. Shirley Knight is an awesome actor. All right, so there's the back cover of this Files magazine. What this was, they had these for Star Trek as well. John Peel wrote the Star Trek files and the Lost in Space files. It was reviews of old episodes. It's from 1985. I think these started being published 85, 86, 87, 88. And I loved them. John Peel was an a-hole, though. He was very vicious in his reviews of Lost in Space and some Star Trek episodes. He's a British guy. And I didn't like his writing style, and he was just too harsh. He probably never created a show. He couldn't create a show to save his life. But I like the way this guy wrote. It's a different writer. I can't remember the guy's name. I can't read it. It's too Murray. Doug Murray. He wrote the Outer Limits files for the same publishers that did Files magazine. There's the back. A little trivia. This is a great episode. This is the pilot, the Galaxy Being, and the monster is actually intercepted by radio waves from a radio station. You see the radio tower and everything, and Cliff Robertson plays the innocent human that accidentally takes the Galaxy Being, and in three-dimensional effect, he goes through this screen into our world. And he's a good alien, actually. He's not looking to cause any harm. But Cliff Robertson is in that episode, as is Jacqueline Scott, who later played Dr. Richard Kimball's sister, Donna, in The Fugitive. Unlike Geraldine Brooks, Jacqueline Scott was a great actress back then in that same time frame. There's another Files magazine cover, and there are the little monsters there, the Xanthi Misfits, seen on the right with Bruce Dern, a young Bruce Dern, father of Laura Dern, a great actor, Laura Dern and Bruce Dern. Upper left talked about this monster. That's John Anderson from the episode that one of the first roles of Martin Sheen as an astronaut in Nightmare. And then the bottom, that woman on the bottom left, that's from Borderland, one of the worst Outer Limits ever. It was the second episode produced in production order. It was not good at all. Let me show you. Now, here's a goofy monster, not a good monster. It just looks like such a mask. That's actor Kent Smith. I think that's a double probably in the mask, but Kent Smith played that character in human form in The Children of Spider County, Season 1 of Outer Limits. There's the back. There's David McCallum, the season before The Man from U.N.C.L.E. debuted on NBC, which made him a superstar, as Ilya Kuryakin, the good Russian agent. And he sadly passed away not too long ago. He was on NCIS. I mean, he had a very, very awesome career. And I like the Man from U.N.C.L.E. movie, I want to say. It was really good. It didn't do well. Now, here's another Outer Limits on VHS. Let's talk about this a little bit. That's The Invisibles. And that's Don Gordon. And he plays a CIA undercover agent. Now, look at this monster. It's like a crab monster. Look at that. But what happens with this dude, it's a pretty scary episode. It's placed on the back of a human being. Here comes what I call Igor. Placing it on the back of somebody. Can't play the clip. And there's Don Gordon as the undercover agent. He's got to go for it, not to blow his cover. And they're going to put that thing on his back, and it takes people over. Its tentacles get into your body, kind of like what happened to Spock in Operation Annihilate, the first season final episode shot and aired of Star Trek. But it goes on your back. Also in that episode, Neil Hamilton, future Commissioner Gordon on Batman. He's a bad guy. He's been taken over by the crab monster. But now cover your ears. I'm going to do an impersonation of something he does in a scene. It always creeped me out. They put on a reverb effect, and he leans back in his chair, and he goes, warning, warning, I'm going to get loud. Monster! Master! Monster Master. Monster Master, and I always say as a joke when I'm in traffic, you're going to think I'm real insane. But when I'm in a traffic jam and I'm trying not to lose my mind or pull the rest of my hair out that I have left because I'm frustrated with traffic, I'll go, Monster Master! But he goes, I don't think that's the line, but he goes, oh, yes, Master. Yes, yes. We'll get Spain. Spain is the character name of the agent played by Don Gordon, by the way. And he goes in this thing, shuts his eyes, and Spain winds up hobbling away. The guy's wife, who's not taken over, is played by Dee Hartford, who later played Verda in Lost in Space, the android. But she runs over Don Gordon's leg. And Don Gordon, by the way, is hired as a chauffeur for this rich family. They're connected, they're a connected family, powerful family, Neil Hamilton's character there. And he's hired as a chauffeur. And when he tries to run away, the crab gets shot, by the way, before it gets on his back. So he doesn't get taken over. He runs away, and the wife backs into him and messes up his ankle. So, but he gets captured, and in this scene where Hamilton's holding a gun on Don Gordon, he's like, Spain, you will understand, or something, words to that effect. And then he just leans back inexplicably because the monster, he winces in pain, has like what I think is like a seizure. He's like, oh, yes, Master, yes. We'll get him, we'll get them all. Master! Monster! And then he looks up, and Spain has left. And he goes, Spain! And he's kind of an overactor himself. And then it cuts to the next scene. It was really well directed, that whole bit. Anyways, and now another monster from the Outer Limits. Can you guess who this actor is underneath all that makeup? Who is that? He's an Academy Award winner. He's still alive. He's in his 90s. He's a hell of an actor. Do I need to give hints, or do you know? Tracy, are you still there? Or maybe she's watching Trash Rondo Ponds, and that's okay. But who is that? Kay Moonen said that crab monster looks like what happens when pollution affects wildlife, like the three-eyed fish in The Simpsons. You know what? Let me put that image back up of the crab monster, because that's an interesting observation. And I'm going to feature on my channel episodes of a show called Spectre Man, a Japanese show filmed when Planet of the Apes was popular in the early 1970s. About that fact, it was an anti-pollution show, and monsters were created on that show, Spectre Man, from pollution. So yeah, that's a very interesting observation. So back to the question, who is that? Who is that actor? Who was that masked man? Okay, Tracy doesn't know. I'll just tell you, Robert Duvall. Robert Duvall also plays an undercover agent in episode titled The Chameleon of season 1, The Outer Limits. And Tracy, do you remember when TNT would have, in the early 90s and into the mid 1990s, a weekend marathon of Outer Limits? It was awesome. They played them all. They would play, and I would record them before they released all these on VHS. They only released them, just like Star Trek back in the 80s, like, a few episodes at a time. Star Trek would do about, I think, 10 at a time, and it would have the next week in aired order, next week trailer in there. I love that. I love seeing those trailers, and it always would trip me up because I'd be like, it's an aired order, so it'd be an episode way ahead that they wouldn't release in some cases for like a year, but it was in the aired order. But yeah. And these had a hard clamshell. I don't know if I have one of my Outer Limits clamshell. They released 3, The Galaxy being The Man with the Power, starring Donald Pleasance, the years before he's Loomis and Halloween, and Galaxy, and 100 Days of the Dragon. That's one of my favorite Outer Limits. And The Monster is Man. That's an episode about, I don't even want to say the word. It's a political drama. 100 Days of the Dragon. Sidney Blackmer played a guy running for president, and he became famous for Rosemary's Baby. He played the dad in Rosemary's Baby. Just to put a name, or in your mind, you might know who I'm talking about without me having to pull up his photo. But he played a candidate, and I don't think I should say it. It's just, you need to see the episode because I don't want to get like flagged for being a political show. I'm not. But let's just say China gets a double. They have this plastic surgery, a breakthrough in plastic surgery. They have like this little mold and a drug that you inject somebody, and it makes their epidermis clay-like, where it can be molded and shaped. And so Sidney Blackmer's character, he gets killed right before election day, and they're replaced by this agent. And they try to do the same with the VP, played by a great character actor. Oh, it's just a great episode, 100 Days of the Dragon. And that was released in the hard clamshell case. Oh, I need to get those out of storage and show y'all. They're so cool, this clamshell. But I like the design of these better, the later VHS, but the clamshells are neat too. But you should look it up. There used to be on Pluto TV an Outer Limits channel. I don't know if it's still there because these channels go up, they go down. Streaming is a shell game. I've said it 1,000 times or 100 times. And it is. And it goes away, it comes back. They had The Fugitive on there, but they only had like the first 2 seasons. They didn't stream season 3 or 4 at all. But they had all the, I bet they're on Prime because Prime owns them. I bet they're on Prime, Outer Limits, hopefully for free. But I would check Prime if you have Amazon Prime for Classic Outer Limits. Watch that 100 Days of the Dragon. It will freak you out. And it's very well done. And the things they do in that episode, I mean, it's shocking because it has a basis in reality. Especially if you're a conspiracy theorist. And I'm not really, but man, that is a freaky episode. All right, so we talked about the Invisibles and the Crab Monster and Monster Master, and that's Robert Duvall. Let's jump off the Outer Limits train, and we'll talk about Outer Limits another time. I mentioned Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea. This is my favorite Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea TV. Oh, before that, I forgot to mention, someone mentioned Addams Family and the Monsters. There's Cousin Ed. And this guy wound up playing Hiya, Buck. Twiggy on Buck Rogers in the 25th Century. I'm going to show a monster from that show in a minute too. Buck Rogers in the 25th Century. I think Cousin Ed is a monster. In my mind, he's a monster. He's a mystery. He's speaking gibberish, but it's not really gibberish. It's a language. It's like Chewie in Star Wars, the Wookiees. They communicate, and he's just a big pile of hair. And there he is without his mask. So there's, around that time frame, a good TV monster. Well, let's talk about Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea briefly, and then we're going to get to Star Trek. The Merman. That was my favorite monster on TV's Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea. Sometimes he would be a giant. Sometimes they'd be humanoid, human-sized, like us. But I think the first time it was a giant. Take it like in front of the sea view in a swimming pool. Cool little special effect. But I love that monster. And they used that monster in Lost in Space in a black and white episode titled Change of Space, which is the 28th episode filmed in production order of Lost in Space in black and white. Will Robinson goes up into space and gets super intelligence. And this is the creature that owns the spacecraft that he goes on. And they just recycled this costume from Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea. That same season, it debuted first on Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea in color. Because for some reason, CBS paid for Voyage to be in color, but not Lost in Space, even though it was the same season on the same network. They should have done Lost in Space Season 1 in color. And I don't know why that's not been colorized yet. Come on. I'm not a big fan of colorization, but my beef with people that are against it is I say, just turn the color settings down on your TV. And then some of these eggheads say, it's not the same because they changed the hue. When they colorize it, it changes the hue. So even if you put it in black and white, it's not going to look the same. The shadows are different. What they say. I disagree. I say, get colorization. Get the colorized Season 1 of I Dream of Jeannie on DVD by Sony. Get the first 2 Bewitched seasons by Sony in color. They did a fantastic job back in the year 2000. They did a fantastic job colorizing Jeannie and Bewitched. Now, the Ted Turner Gilligan's Island colorization of 1990 was garbage. It was the people's faces were still in black and white. They didn't do anything with the flesh tones, and it looked like you're looking at it through the old school 3D glasses, the red and the white. Those are like the only colors you could really make out. In Gilligan's Island Season 1, colorized by Ted Turner in the late 1990s. 1990 debuted in 91. Bad job. But just in 9 years, they had progressed the technology. And now, I bet it would look incredible. They use real production photos to get the costumes right with the colors of the clothing. They need to do Lost in Space. Now let's move on. So monsters were out, except for on Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea. They even had a Lobster Man monster. We'll go into details later. I'm going to do a Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea Podblast and a Lost in Space Podblast separate. But look at these Topps cards from 1976 showing monsters from Star Trek. So monsters came back after the purge of the monster, after the end of Addams Family, Monsters, Outer Limits. By fall of 66, not long, about a year after the purge of Addams Family and Monsters, monsters were back. Now, upper left of your screen, that's the monster from Fun and Games Outer Limits, the one from The Cage, the pilot The Cage. In the center is Baylock, who's supposed to be a puppet in the episode. And Clint Walker plays the guy that controls Baylock. That's, of course, Ron Howard's brother, Clint Walker. And that was the third episode produced, the Corbomite Maneuver of original Star Trek, in production order. After the two pilots, the Cage and Where No Man's Gone Before, they shot the Corbomite Maneuver. But it aired way later in season 1 because there were a lot of special effects in that episode. It had a little cube, a multi-sided, multicolored cube. It had Baylock's ship. A lot of shots of the Enterprise. Required a lot of special effects, as did Balance of Terror, the first combat episode of Star Trek, 9th in production order. They introduced the Romulans that looked like Vulcans. And there was a racist character on the bridge of the Enterprise who was out to get Spock, although Spock, the twist is, saves his life anyway. It's kind of like they did that in the Jeffersons. Remember when George Jefferson, he winds up inadvertently at like a meeting you don't want to be at, like a WHITE blankety blank meeting, supremacy meeting, you know, bad dudes in the building. And George Jefferson doesn't know, and he winds up and he said, "What the hell is this?" And he winds up saving the life of one of the Klansmen. And the guy who plays the Klansman was in Poltergeist, the movie. He was the real estate agent that sold the family the house on hallowed ground, the Indian burial ground. Remember that ass? Well, he's a good actor. Look, he's probably nice as pie in real life, but he played some pretty bad characters. So after he realizes that George Jefferson gave him mouth-to-mouth resuscitation to save his life and he's having a heart attack, he looks at George. You think he'd be grateful? And he goes, "You should have let me die." A-hole didn't learn his lesson. And that was a great Jefferson's episode. Anyway, similar to Balance of Terror Star Trek. Now let's get back to the monsters, and I diverted there. Upper right is my favorite Star Trek monster, what's known in the vernacular as the Salt Vampire, the Planet M113 monster, the last of its kind, the Buffalo, if you will, according to Professor Crater. It's a vampire. It takes the salt out of the blood of its victim with little hand tentacle suction cups on its fingers. And it kills them. It would kill anything because it consumes salt. And on that planet, they're running out of salt. It needs salt to survive. So it's getting desperate and it's draining the salt from people's bloodstreams. And I love that monster. Inside that monster was actually an attractive lady on the crew. It was Shelley Winter. Long before she was in the Poseidon Adventure, that's Shelley Winter. I'm kidding. That's not Shelley Winter. It looks like Shelley Winter. Big Bad Mama, and she was in Adams West Batman too, playing a gangster. But that's not Shelley Winter, but it looks like her. That's the lady in that costume, a woman, and here she is with the script in another shot. Now these cards, by the way, here's a box. 10 cents was the price in 1976 for the Star Trek Topps picture cards. A year before the Star Wars cards blasted all of the sports records of sales. I mean, it was up there with baseball and football cards for Topps. The Star Wars cards sold big time in a major way, as did Star Trek. I love the Star Trek cards. Let's get back to a shot. This is not from that set, by the way, the 1976 set. I just want to do a little overview of the monsters. So we talked about the Salt Vampire top right. Center left, that's Ted Cassidy. A season after Addams Family went off the air, he was Ruck, an android. More complex than Brown. In What Are Little Girls Made Of, with a stunning actress, Sherry Jackson, also playing an android, sexy as all get out. She was first seen in Make Room for Daddy as the oldest daughter, Terry, in Make Room for Daddy, otherwise known as, it was the Danny Thomas Show, originally, otherwise known as Make Room for Daddy in TV syndication. Then in the center, that is a rare shot of the monster from the Galileo 7, and that is a giant monster. It's supposed to be like 14 feet tall. More than that, though. Wasn't it 16 feet? Like beyond the best NBA player, Dikembe Mutombo, God rest his soul. Beyond that, I mean, way taller than that's supposed to be. Let's just say 20 feet tall. I'm just throwing that out there. It's probably not accurate, but it's supposed to be huge. You see it towering over the shuttlecraft with a boulder smashing the top of the Galileo shuttlecraft from the USS Enterprise. But that's what the monster looked like. The network deemed that monster too hideous, so they never showed it except for from afar, in a far camera shot. That's the monster. To the left of it, to the right of it rather, is the Gorn that Kirk fought in an episode of the Outer Limits titled Arena, the first one I ever bought on VHS tape from Turtles Records and Tapes in East Cobb County. Had a great display. I've never seen it even on the internet. It was a display. I think it was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, like 16 deep. And in each little slot were stacks of the Star Trek VHS episodes, and it had a killer cardboard topper. And I've never seen it. I wish I bought that back then or asked them for that case. It's a great lost collectible from Paramount Home Video. So Arena was the first one I ever bought, and that's the Gorn, the lizard-type creature. It was like the Outer Limits Fun and Games, a story written by Robert Brown, I want to say. No, Robert Brown's the actor who played Lazarus. Hang on a second. Arena was written by, his last name is Brown, the author. I got to tell you this. We're a factual show, and I'll get to the comments in just a second. Arena, and I read it in Starlog magazine, was written by, let me get the author. I'm live, folks. If you're watching the replay, this is live. So, Frederick Brown. Frederick Brown wrote the story Arena, which was adapted into a teleplay by the Outer Limits and Star Trek. It's just the hunter versus the hunted. That was a good Incredible Hulk, by the way. Remember the Incredible Hulk where David Banner is against this rich, crazy hunter who wants to hunt a human being? Great season 3 episode. What was that? Most Dangerous Enemy, I think is what it's called. Most Dangerous Game, Most Dangerous Enemy. Now I got to look that up. Most Dangerous Game. That in my mouth. Where'd that come from? Hang on. I freaking love that episode. Hang on. Oh, this will pop up quick. Because I refer to this all the time, the Incredible Hulk episode guide. Bradford Dillman played the hunter. He was in Bug, a movie that freaked me out. That's a good monster. The monsters in Bug, which are mutated cockroaches. And it had the set from the Brady Bunch in it. The kitchen set. It was a Paramount movie. They used the Paramount set of the Brady Bunch, which also was on Mannix. But it was... The Snare. The Snare. I knew it was a weird title. The Snare was the Hunter versus the Hunted episode, aired December 7th, 1979 on CBS, season 3, The Incredible Hulk. The Snare, that doesn't seem right to me. That's not it. Wait a minute. Metamorphosis, Blind Rage, Brainchild, The Slam, nope. My Favorite Magician, nope. Jake, nope. Behind the Wheel. It's got to be The Snare. Hang on a minute. I got to look this up. God, I must be losing my ever-loving thought processes. See, that's why alcohol is bad. It kills brain cells. I'm not an alcoholic or anything. Let me look up Bradford Dillman Hulk. That'll get at me. And then I get worth it on the D key on my computer. Bradford Dillman. Illman. I'll say Bradford Illman. Will that pull it up? Sometimes it will. Bradford Illman. I've got to get this right. Oh, I'll just look up Bug. That's what I'll do. Bug actor. Bug movie. Bug movie. No, not the 2006. 1975. Hang on, folks. God, Bug. Okay. There it is. Now, Bradford Dillman. Oh, I should have pulled up. I'll do this in week 2 of Monsters. Janat Schwartz directed it, who directed Supergirl and Jaws 2. He's a good director. I don't care what you say. Bradford Dillman. All right. I thought it was something like Most Dangerous Enemy, but that's really what the story is based on. Hang on. He's got a lot of credits, but he sort of dropped off. He was in Sudden Impact. He was in Dirty Harry movies. Remember Bradford Dillman plays Bob? Got it? Oh, it doesn't tell me the title. I got to click this. The Snare. Okay, it was The Snare. That didn't seem right to me. The Snare, like you're ensnared in a hunter's web or you're in his sights. The Snare. Good episode. Okay. So, talked about the Gorn. The Horda, bottom left, that's the pizza monster. It also is from the Outer Limits. Episode The Probe, the last Outer Limits episode in production order. Season 2, episode 48. I got to get that right because there's one 2-parter of the Outer Limits called The Inheritors. And it aired on different nights. It wasn't a 2-hour episode. It was a 2-parter. So I count that as 2, and I used to count it by the production or the story. Now I go by the air date. So let's just say there's 48 episodes of the Outer Limits, just like Space 1999. 48 episodes. And the Probe had a monster. It was this monster. They recycled it. The Horda, it was a mother on a mining planet that was trying to look out for her kids. Or were they silicone? You've seen it. The silicone, look like a doggone bowling ball. And it turned out it was an egg. That was a twist. It was an egg. And so she's killing with her heat. She was killing with her heat human beings, the miners. And it was kind of a cool effect. It would jump up and then you just see the charred remains of the human being. And she was just trying to divert them from killing. They accidentally were crushing and destroying what they thought were just silicone, worthless, round objects, and it turns out it's her babies. So that was written by Dorothy Fontana, a great writer. She had to use or was it Gene L. Coon? No, Gene L. Coon wrote that. Damn it. Dorothy Fontana wrote the one before it, This Side of Paradise, where Spock falls in love. I'm getting all these text messages. Let me just tell him I'm live so he'll buzz off. My buddy Hunter. Hang on a second. I'm live. Hang on a second. Live. Sorry. I'm live. Okay. Stop. All right, so let me look this up. I know it was Gene L. Coon. I know. And it says Evil in the Ark, because I don't have a D key. Writer. That was, God dang it, Star Trek. Evil in the Dark. Evil in the Dark? I don't think so. It's Devil in the Dark. Well, Devil, Evil, same thing. Gene Coon wrote Devil in the Dark. It was a great script. And by the way, trivia, Shatner's father, he got word, sadly, his father had passed away while he was filming that episode. And there's a shot where William Shatner's Captain Kirk leans down to kneel at the body of one of the red shirters, or, the Enterprise officers that got killed by the Horta. And the music chimes in, the Enterprise thing. I can't do it. It's one of the variations, and he looks really sad. And I don't know if that was the day when he returned to the set after attending his dad's funeral, but he's really sad, and you see it. And that it was when that episode was shot. I think I'm right, but I don't know for sure. So that's the Horta monster, and then in the center is the Mugatu monster, season 2's A Private Little War, a Vietnam analogy Star Trek episode, and then on the far right, it's the only one shown from season 3. The Savage Curtain episode. That's the one that had Abraham Lincoln in it, supposedly, allegedly, and Serac, a revered Vulcan throughout history. Okay, so now we can move on. You've seen the box of the cards. Here's some images from those cards from 1976. There's some stickers. Look, it's just like the Star Wars cards from a year later. I love the colors. I love the green aura around Captain James T. Kirk's card. I love the orange aura around Spock's card. That's a shot of him from, could be the Menagerie, could be Space Seed. He wore that attire in both of those episodes, as well as a season 3 episode, Is There in Truth No Beauty, where he tried to introduce a terrible marketing gimmick by Gene Roddenberry. Check. The IDIC, Infinite Diversity World, it stands for something, but they introduced like this medallion he wears, and it's a Vulcan thing, and it was reportedly a merchandising play by Gene Roddenberry. There's the Tribbles. Those aren't monsters. Those are cute little prolific, like bunny rabbit aliens that eat like to eat grain. In the center shot, reversed, by the way. Look at Kirk's hair, the part in his hair. It's reversed. It's reversed because for some reason, when they processed that shot, someone screwed up, and they wouldn't know because his insignia isn't showing. He's buried in Tribbles. His insignia was around his waist. I love that green tunic. We first saw a variation of it in production order in The Enemy Within, 5th episode in production order, including both pilots. And then we saw it again in season 2 and other episodes like Court Martial in season 1. But I always loved that. I tried. My mom was going to make me one for Halloween one year, and it was too difficult. Like we couldn't find the material. I went with her to fabric shops. It was really hard to find. So I guess I'll wrap on Star Trek. There's so many monsters that the whole show in itself. Star Trek also had some awesome TV monsters. Now, that same year that Star Trek debuted and was in production in 1966, across the world, I won't go long on this, the Space Giants were going on, which was like a Godzilla-type show, and those featured all sorts of cool monsters. On the left, that's Taron. It's in English. Only one monster had a literal translation. Of all the monsters in all 52 half-hour episodes of Space Giants, there's only one monster whose translated name was the same as the Japanese meaning. They changed them for English, for American and English and Canadian audiences, the names of the monsters. That monster also was seen in the pilot. The very first episode, the half-hour pilot to Space Giants, is a heat monster, and he returned in episodes 13, 14, 15, and 16 of Space Giants out of 52 episodes. There's another shot of one of my homemade DVDs. I have done my best to restore the Space Giants. The English tracks are reportedly lost. The distributor was Lakeside TV in New York City. They're now defunct. And this guy Schulman supposedly owns the rights, but now I have information that's in the public domain. So on my channel, the Nostalgic Podblast, I'm going to present to you all 52 episodes of the Space Giants. I edited them back in 2014 for myself to watch at home once a week, like returning my childhood or something. And now I'm sharing them with you. And I can't go in and re-edit them. They have since been released on Blu-ray in Japan, but with no English tracks. And they look fantastic. So visually, they're from my Betamax tapes that I found, Laserdisc sources. They don't look bad. The color's good on them, you know, but I've gone back and I've taken another step further. I put in the little trailer, the original trailer, which was translated into English, and I found some on reels of 16mm film, English tracks that never aired on TBS. I didn't mention that. TBS and WTCG aired Space Giants from 1977 to 1981, primarily after school. So kids in Gen X, a lot of them, mostly boys, watch this show after school. I certainly did. The villain is Rodak, and he wants to take over the Earth. And he looks like a demon with his pointed ears and fangs and pointed shoulders even. Talk about shoulder pads. And an afro. I just thought he was cool. He's real glistening. You know, and you can see the mouth moving of the actor beneath the mask. I'll show you what he looks like in a minute. But the hero was a 50-foot robot, Goldar. And Rodak had the power to increase his size accordingly. But mainly he was humanoid size. But he could increase his size. He had all sorts of tricks on his spaceship that looked like a bat in Batman. There you go. So there's Rodak, Space Giants. And by the way, he was missing a finger in the first 4 episodes. And in the pilot, look, I count 1, 2, 3 fingers and a thumb. But then later, he got another finger. And there's Rodak. And here is the actor beneath the mask. And he also acted in Spectre-Man, which I'm going to debut on my channel, also in the public domain. He played the Chief in Spectre-Man, this actor. And that's what he looks like in later years. The actor who played Rodak. Real name Goa in Japan. Ooh, I skipped this in the Star Trek side. I meant to show you. Yeah, there's some other monsters. We covered all of them except for the one on the left, second left. That floating disembodied head was from the first episode shot for season 3 of Star Trek, Spectre of the Gun, which is a Western episode. I'll get to the comments. Geez, I just noticed there's a bunch of comments that came in. Forgive me. Hopefully it's not people saying, I'm leaving, I got to go. So there's Space Giants. Space Giants was produced in Japan from 1966 to 1967. There is a final episode that resolves the plot line of this guy Rodak wanting to take over our Earth and add Earth to his vast collection of planets. He's like Galactus, except Galactus in the Fantastic Four comic books would devour planets. This guy wants to possess the planets. And he has all sorts of terrible things he does. He has shape-shifting monsters, the Lugo Men, which are really cool because they live in a world of like 8 dimensions and they can go through walls. I've never seen a creature. Why haven't they done that in movies or ripped it off? Am I wrong? I'm probably wrong. It's probably something I've not seen. I don't see everything. I love it. The Lugo Men. Not only can they, it's like a kind of a take on Invasion of the Body Snatchers, the pod people. It can take over someone's identity, but when they do it, the effect was pretty ingenious for 1966. It's just simple photo processing tricks. But the Lugo Man, he was just a dude in a stocking cap, all black stocking cap, but they look cool even like that to me. Maybe it's just, I'm in a fog of nostalgia for the Lugo Man. But they would get onto a body, fade into them, and then come out, and they'd look just like the person, and the body goes unconscious. They took over. And they remain unconscious until the Lugo Man is destroyed that took over their body, and then they wake up. But my point about the Lugo Man. I just love how the Lugo Man could go through walls and into cars, and it was so cool. Like, there's a scene where Miko's being chased by one of the Lugo Men who's taken over a hospital nurse. And he doesn't realize, it's the first time he realizes they can go through walls. Like, he hops over this big fence thinking, oh yeah, how do you like me now? You can't get me. And she just goes right through the fence, and he's shocked. Like, the camera shows a long reaction shot, a couple beats of him just like, what did I just see? And she goes, it's on my channel, The Space Giants. You'll love it. I'm telling you, if you like monsters and silly stuff like that. Now let's move on past Space Giants. That's a whole nother topic. I like the music in it too. Let's talk about the invaders. Only going to show one monster, the aliens themselves. Name the actor. Who's in this makeup? Let me get to the chat now. Think, who is that actor? If you're a long-time listener or watcher of the Nostalgic Podblast, you know. If you caught the Invaders and Fugitive episode I did without Hardy. Let me go back to the comments and see. Let me pick up where I left off. Back up here. I'm way behind. Hey, girls keep on trying. I love Tracy. All right. So K Moonin said, you mentioned the price on some of the VHS tapes shown of The Outer Limits and Star Trek. I'm interjecting there to his comment. Did you ever get a chance to see the price of anime tapes in the 1990s? Those were expensive. Yes, they were. And so were the Laserdiscs. Laserdiscs were more expensive than VHS. You got more content on Laserdiscs. They were two-sided, but you also had laser rot. Little spots sometimes would show up when you played a Laserdisc where basically the glue would break down. They used cheap glue to glue each side of a Laserdisc together, and early DVDs too. The two-sided DVDs, they quit doing that. Warner Brothers were the biggest offenders of the double-sided DVD that would go bad. It's same like Laserdiscs. Warner Brothers. I like Warner Brothers. The new Warner Brothers and the new DC and what they're doing now is fantastic. But the old Warner Brothers, not old like Golden Age Warner Brothers, but let's just say the 1990s Warner Brothers, man, they cut corners with their home video. They didn't show trailers like in the Wonder Woman DVD and the Blu-ray. They cut out the recap, which sometimes would show different takes of scenes, you know, like this is Linda Carter. Here's scenes from part 1 of The Feminine Mystique or whatever. You know, there's several two-parters of Wonder Woman. And they would cut the recap out and they would cut the trailer. I have on 16mm film, perfect color, all these two-parters. And there's even a trailer in there with Linda Carter voicing it. It's really cool. This is Linda Carter. Like, stay tuned for scenes. What was another one? Judgment from Outer Space. And it would be the first season when they had a two-parter. It would be on like Batman. What would be the next night? It would be like 2 nights later. 2 nights later that same week. But I have all these cool I need to put that on my channel because I know the bots won't recognize them because they're not on the DVDs or the streaming versions of Linda Carter Wonder Woman, only on my film reels. And there were trailers before the first, I think, 8 episodes of season 2 of Linda Carter's Wonder Woman 77, 78 season, first season on CBS that had little well-edited trailers, like a minute-long trailer. They didn't put that on the DVD, and that was part of the show. It would show a trailer, and then you hear that explosion, and then and go into the Wonder Woman theme. I loved it. They did put that out on the Columbia House VHS tapes. Little hint, they only released 7 of the 8 that had that trailer. The one with Martin, who just died, Martin Mull as the Pied Piper, that had a trailer. Not on Columbia House. They never released that one. I don't know why they never released that episode, the Pied Piper of Wonder Woman, on Columbia House VHS, but they didn't. And that one had a trailer. It's not on the DVD. It's on my films and I do have the Columbia House tapes. Hell, they're right here. See, this is sealed in plastic, K Moon, and if you're still out there, I have a bunch of these still sealed because I have no use for them. Let me take that image off. Did you guess who that actor is? Hang on. Did you guess who that actor is? I'm repeating myself. I hate it when people repeat themselves so much on their stream. All right, there it is, sealed. These Wonder Woman tapes, 7 of the 8, were released with those cool trailers. So you don't have to have the rare 16mm film. You can get the mass-produced VHS for cheap. I think on eBay, these only go for like a couple bucks, and they should go for more. See, they don't know. People don't know. Now you know. The more you know. I got to play that. The more you know. Get it, collectors. Now it's going to be worth more, and they'll be harder to get, but I already have it, so I don't care. But this isn't going to be very interesting now. The more you know. Now you know. Get the VHS tape while they're cheap of Wonder Woman and consult an episode guide. I don't have time. Well, hell, I'll tell you the episode titles to look for that have the trailer. I'll tell you one off the top of my head. I have it on film, of course. Of course, it sounds so cocky. The Return of Wonder Woman. That brings Wonder Woman up to date from the 1940s World War II conflict to the present day at the time, 1970s. That one had a cool trailer. Jessica Walters in that episode, by the way, long before Arrested Development, which is like the story of my life, Arrested Development, by the way. Let me look at Wonder Woman. I'm going to give you the titles of the ones that were released Buy Columbia House VHS. Can you play a VHS? You should. I highly recommend you go to a thrift shop and get yourself a VHS, or even better, a combo unit, VHS to DVD conversion unit like Toshiba made. I have one from 2009. I love it. I love that machine. So Wonder Woman guides. Let me look this up. God dang it. I never can find the, without having the D key, it's a bear. Okay. Oh, you son of a bee. I swear all the search engines are so bad that besides Google are terrible. 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 All right, wait a minute. Wonder Woman. All right, I think I got it. Hang on, bear with me, and we'll get back to the monsters. Damn. All right, here it is. Here it is, Wonder Woman. All right, now make a note. Grab a pen or paper. Write these down. Here's the Wonder Woman episodes that contained a very cool, well-edited trailer, sometimes with different takes. Really cool trailers. All right, start with The Return of Wonder Woman from September 16th, 77. Then Anchless 77. That's for these Neo you-know-whats are trying to bring back Adolf you-know-who with DNA. That had a trailer. The Man Who Could Move the World had a trailer from September 30th, 77. The Bermuda Triangle Crisis had a trailer from October 7th, 77. Knockout had a trailer from October 14th, 77. The Pied Piper had a trailer from October 21st, 77, but it was not released on, the only one not released on Columbia House VHS. The Queen and the Thief from October 28th, 77 had a trailer. And then I Do, like Getting Married, November 11th, 77 had a trailer. Okay, so those have trailers, the first 8 episodes of season 2 of Linda Carter's Wonder Woman on the Columbia House VHS tapes and on the 16mm film, unless some sucker cut it out, edited out, spliced out the trailer and sold you the episode without it. All mine have the trailers. So, but the first episode, just for poops and giggles, that did not have a trailer for season 2 was The Man Who Made Volcanoes, which had guest star Roddy McDowell after he'd completed his Planet of the Apes run, the first 5 Planet of the Apes movies and the TV show from 20th Century Fox. He guest starred in that episode. Okay, so I had to get that out there. Let me get back to the comments and put that image. Let me put that image back up. The question is, damn, not clips, pics. The question is, let me take a breath. Who is the actor in all that makeup? And I'm going to get back to the comments right now. That was my tip of the day, or tip of the show. Get the Columbia House VHS Season 2 Wonder Woman's first 8 episodes. Okay, here we are. I forget the question. The question is, who is that actor in that makeup from The Invaders? That's what he's reverting back to, his true alien form. They need to regenerate the aliens in The Invaders. They have no pulse, no heartbeat, different physiology, physical form. They have a different physical form than human beings, and they have to be regenerated every so many days in these tubes because oxygen is lethal to them. It's like, why do they want to take over the earth if they can't breathe the air? One episode, great episode, they try to kill our atmosphere and just kill us all off with these crystals. It's called Wall of Crystal. Last episode in production order for season 1 of The Invaders, great episode, introduces David Vincent's brother, played by an actor I never could stand, Lyndon Childs. I didn't like his voice. But also it had, as Vincent's sister-in-law, where was that autograph? She mailed me an autograph for free. Julie Summers was in that Invaders episode. I love that episode. It's got to be close. Oh, my God. Where is that autograph? Well, I know it's here somewhere. She autographed a comic book for me. Oh, yeah, I'm looking for a comic book. I thought I was looking for a still for half a second. Here it is. Here it is. There's that. There's that. Where is the good one, though? Oh, my gosh. Did I misplace? She signed 2, and there's one where she's very sweet. Oh, man. Oh, it's got to be back here. It is. Hang on. Hang on. It's right here. Governor and JJ. That was another Purge show that got killed by All in the Family. It wasn't very good, I'll be honest with you, the show. Let me take this off. Who is that actor is the question I'm trying to ask here. Let me take that off. Okay. She played David Vincent's sister-in-law in Wall of Crystal of The Invaders. That's Julie Summers. She's still alive. There's pictures of her on the web that are not her. It shows another. Doesn't even look anything like her. And like these big media outlets on her birthday will put this picture of this woman in a wheelchair. It's not Julie Summers. There she is. And I've never put this on the internet because I think it's so sweet. She has the best handwriting. And there's a TV Guide cover, Julie Summers. And then, oh, this isn't, I thought I grabbed the one she signed. I have 2 copies of this. There were only 3 issues of the Gold Key comic book based on this sitcom. I don't know why they even made this for kids because it's not a kid's show. I'll never understand why they made that, but I guess I'm glad they did. But, well, now, hold the phone. I've got to find my other autograph of hers. Oh, it's right here. I bet it's right here. Well, I'll find it on my own time. I know I haven't lost it. I bet it's back here. It is. Dummy. It's right here. It's right here. Julie Summers. She played Vincent's... and she was, you know, from Matlock. She played Matlock's girlfriend, the prosecuting attorney. Anyway. All right, let's put this back up. There's Brainbender's Banner's sticker. So... Oh, geez, no, please don't. Everything's falling. I'm not going to lose my temper like the old days. I'm not going to do it. Life's too short. Don't lose your temper. I'm sure my bald spot's showing real good. Shouldn't draw attention to it. Okay, so to get back on track, I'm sure Thrash Pondo Ponds is off the air, and I'm still going. So let's see if anyone guessed. So the comments, who is that actor? Any guesses? My gosh, any guesses? Okay, now he had a good comment. Kay Moonan's got some really cool comments. That crab monster that you showed earlier looks like what happens when, oh yeah, we talked about that. You're right, and I got on my Spectre Man little tangent because they featured monsters. MeTV played it for a while. Yeah, they play a lot of good stuff. Right now for October as we're live, they've jettisoned Lost in Space, Time Tunnel, Invaders in favor of Svengoolie. And I think they're still running Kolchak the Night Stalker as well as part of their sci-fi Saturday night. Super sci-fi Saturday night. MeTV is the best. I had to step away. Keeb says, did you reveal the answer yet to that actor playing the creature? This one? Nope. Henry, yeah, Max, okay, let's see. Leave Cousin Ed alone. He's not a monster. Okay. Keeb says, I can't seem to watch black and white. But make that same show in color and I can watch it. I'm just weird, though. No, it's all right. That's your personal preference. You're just shallow. I'm kidding. You know I love you, kids. I'm just kidding. Tracy's Fractured History More said, I think that the best they could, I think they did the best they could with what they had back in those days, but I still think some of that makeup and the costumes were great. I agree. They were before their time. I want the corn, says Tracy. I want the Gorn. Oh, the Gorn. Yeah, the lizard monster Captain Kirk fought. Came in and said the Lobster Man is clearly Mr. Krabs from SpongeBob. Yeah, Lobster Man. That was a wild one. And Tracy's laughing at your joke. Came in and says to think trading cards once cost only 10 cents. A pack of cards is $4.99 minimum nowadays. Absolutely. Came in and asked, what is the last monster on the image? It looks like a pile of poop with eyeballs. That must have been the Horta. Let's see. Those were awesome. I remember the Furballs episode. Yeah, Tribbles, written by David Gerald. Or maybe David Gerald. It's with a G, like Jerry Dobson with a G. You think Gary, like Gary Anderson, but it's Jerry. So it could be David Gerald all these years. I always referred to him as David Gerald, who wrote The Trouble with Tribbles and Cloudminders. I love Cloudminders, season 3 of Star Trek. Underrated episode, even though it has a blooper in it. Where Kirk's mouth is moving. No, where Kirk is speaking, but his mouth isn't moving. Who are you? What's the meaning of this attack? Somebody out there knows what I'm talking about. Cloudminders, right when the title of the episode's coming on, there's a big F up. And they corrected it in the special edition from 2006. So that was one thing they should have fixed that they did fix. But there's a lot of things they should have fixed that they didn't fix in classic Star Trek. And you know what? I like the original special effects better. Surprisingly, you can still find many of the older cards for dirt cheap. Yes, except for Outer Limits. Those Outer Limits cards go for a bundle. I got to see that Space Giants. I think you'd like it because, Tracy, The English team in 1972, the same guys that translated Speed Racer, made jokes. They did funny jokes. They had a lot of I almost said levity. That's not the right word. They had a lot of creative license, let's just say. I mean, they could ad lib, or there were times where the words in Japanese might be shorter than in English, so they had to fill it so it would match the mouths a little bit better, and they'd add funny lines. I mean, some are really comical, but if you like Outer Limits, like I know you do, based on your comments tonight, give Space Giants a chance. But the first half-hour episode, don't judge it on that. Wait till you get to the Lugo Men. I've already put them on my channel. Those are episode 9, 10, 11, and 12. Watch those of the Space Giants. It's like Invasion of the Body Snatchers. It's very well done. It's not a straight-up ripoff, because the Lugo Men have these cool powers of 8 dimensions, going through walls, and I love the sound effects they did and the music. And when they die, I haven't mentioned this yet, they turn into a bunch of blue ooze. The rays of our heroes, Goldar, Silvar, and Gam, they're gamma rays from their antenna. And if it strikes a Lugo person, a Lugo person, here I'm all PC all of a sudden. Lugo Man, they're Lugo Men in the show. They melt and they go, and they turn into this blue ooze. It's a cool, semi-gross effect. It's neat. Kuya Moonin said, Chance, Kodansha is still around today and one of Japan's largest publishing companies. Very cool. Keeb said, Tracy and you can see those episodes right here, right on the Nostalgic Podblast YouTube channel. They're in the public domain, so I'd never get flagged for copyright. Thank God. Oh, knock on wood, they're public domain. I shouldn't put this out there. I wish I had the capital to buy the rights and do a movie. I would love to write and direct a Space Giants movie, because in my heart, that's just one of the greatest shows of my childhood. And I love those characters, and I could do things. It's a pipe dream, I know, but someone's going to do it. I don't know why they haven't. They were the first Transformers and Power Rangers all in one. I mean, I like it better than Ultraman. I know that's sacrilege to some. I just love that a child had the power to summon one of the greatest warriors in the universe, Goldar, 50-foot robot who transforms into a rocket and can take out all of the monsters Rodak sends to Earth. If Miko blows his supersonic whistle 3 times, it summons Goldar. Once for Gam, twice for Silvar, 3 times for Goldar. I just love that. As a kid, when I watched it, I thought, that kid's got it made. He's totally safe from any danger. And the whistle was cool. I wish I had a toy of it. It was around his neck. He had a necklace, and the whistle would be under his shirt. And Gam was made in his image in episode 2 in front of a special mirror. His base is early on in Space Giants, Goldar gets a strength from magma. That's his name in Japan. Ambassador Magma. Magma Taishi. Magma meaning lava. And his base is at the base of a volcano. Anyway, and Gam is made in the image of Miko. That's why their clothes are the same. Someone made a comment on my upload, one of my uploads. So stupid, they have the same clothes. And now, fair point, Miko has the same outfit in all 52 episodes. Doesn't he ever change his clothes? Good grief. Good point there. Can't argue there. But there is a logical reason why Gam wears the same outfit. He's the mirror image of Miko. All right, but except he can transform into a rocket. Jerry Dobson. Sorry, Chance, I'm here, but I'm listening to you as I work on my book, a novel. Well, I wish you all the luck in the world with that. And thank you for keeping me on in your background. Tracy's Fractured History More says, wow, so cool, Wonder Woman. Yeah, I mean, I wonder why Warner Brothers, I hope they reissue them. I'm a sucker. I bought the Blu-rays. It says, digitally remastered for the Blu-ray release. And they lied. The old Warner Brothers, not the current. They released the same versions that were on the old DVDs from 2005. The same versions with the same edits. And they didn't even show the recap. I know I'm repeating, but they didn't show the recap in the beginning of part 2, like Mind Stealers from Outer Space. There's a cool sequence where Linda, as Wonder Woman, is talking to you, the audience, and they shot it just for the recap. So it's new. It's not just something re-edited or rehashed. And she says, it says last week on Wonder Woman across the bottom of the screen in yellow. Have it on 16mm film. Why would someone at Warner Brothers cut that out? The only thing I could think of is it costs less money. They can mass produce more discs if they have less content. Like if they do enough edits, maybe it reduces by one whole disc per set. And that's why they cut all that stuff out. That's got to be the reason. It's always dollars and cents. Tracy says, I really love the first season of Wonder Woman. Yeah, and you had all sorts of actors in there like Robert Reed, Mike Brady, a couple of years after the Brady Bunch went away, although it was while the Brady Bunch Variety Hour was still in production by Sid and Marty Krofft Productions, that 1 hour variety show. But I love have you ever played the slot machine of Wonder Woman in Las Vegas or at Atlantis Resort? I did. I love it. There's two. There's one from the World War II era and one from the modern era that has 70s disco music and stuff. They're so much fun. And I got on a hot machine. I won $300 on the Wonder Woman modern machine at the Atlantis Resort. And we had so much fun playing that game. And in Vegas, oh man. But I'll give you a tip. Never gamble on a cruise ship because they've got you. It's not like Vegas where they want a hot machine to attract people into their casino where there's competition. When you're on a cruise ship, you're at the mercy of the cruise line. So they don't need to have hot machines on. I mean, there's some you will win, and you might get lucky with a claw machine that has cash in it. But generally speaking, never gamble on a cruise ship. I learned the hard way. Okay, on one of the cruises I've been on. I like Royal Caribbean, by the way. That's my favorite cruise line. They don't endorse. I don't have any endorsement. They're not a sponsor or anything. They're not like Remind Magazine. But I love Royal Caribbean cruise lines. I've never been on Disney cruise. Maybe that win me over. They're just kind of pricey. Nothing against Disney. They've been very kind to me with clips. Very grateful to the Walt Disney Corporation, Walt Disney Company. They've been fantastic. Okay, I'll scroll down. Thrash is still on. Okay. Well, I hate to be against him. If I wasn't sick Friday, I wouldn't be. This is not intended to go against him. Blue Ooze, gotta love it. You will love it, Tracy. Trust me. If you want, start with episode 9. And it's 9 and 10 is one separate video on my YouTube channel, The Nostalgic Podblast. I think you'll like it. Slots are so cool. Yeah, I love the modern ones are so much fun. Okay, I'm going to reveal who this is. No one guessed. That's Richard Anderson under that makeup. Later to play Oscar Goldman in The $6 Million Man, and he'd already played one of many actors to play Leonard Taft, Dr. Richard Kimball's brother-in-law. And he played the brother-in-law in the final episode, The Judgment Part 2, which set a ratings record for all of television. It aired on August 29th, 1967 on ABC TV. I have a 16mm film print with the original commercials of The Last Two Fugitives. I need to do something with that, but Paramount Global goofed with me on some Invaders clips they approved on Chance Acting Demo, but when I played it live, it caused my stream to go down and ultimately get terminated, where I had to re-upload it on Chance Acting Demo. I'm going to re-upload it here too without those 3 Invaders clips anyway, but they also own The Fugitives, so now my plan about that I may not be able to do. I could play the commercials only because those are not copyrighted, cigarette commercials and the like. Deanna Lund is in one of the cigarette ads for Bel Air during the last Fugitive. I can't remember if it's in part 1 of The Judgment or part 2, one of them, and it's right before Land of the Giants went into production for Irwin Allen and ABC TV. But she's smoking. She goes, just the right touch. She's a redhead. She was kind of like a Tina Louise type, redhead, starlet. And her character was similar. An actress. She played an actress on an ill-fated voyage of 7 crew members who crash land on the planet of the Giants, just like Gilligan and crew on the island of Gilligan. Okay, I'm all over the place. So that's Richard Anderson reverting back to the true alien form in an episode titled The Enemy, which in production order was the first episode filmed for season 2 of The Invaders. Yet I think it was the 5th aired ABC order. That was truly, I have the production codes, the first episode shot for season 2, The Enemy. Hey, Esmeralda. She's watching in Washington State. Nice to see you. He was such a handsome man. Richard Anderson, yes. And sometimes he was not there. He would wear a hairpiece sometimes. Sometimes he wouldn't. Now, after a $6 Million Man and Bionic Woman, he always did. But early on, before that success, and he was one of the few actors to star in 2 shows, The $6 Million Man and The Bionic Woman, getting 2 paychecks, 2 hefty paychecks. Met him for the first time in 2005 at the Western Film Fair, Charlotte, North Carolina. Couldn't have been nicer. Sat at the bar with him. 2 guys paid over $5,000, $6,000 to have lunch with him. That was in Tampa, Florida at Bionicon. No. I'm sorry. At the Western Film Fair, the first time I met him. Then a year later in Tampa, Florida was Bionicon 1. And at that event, there was an auction for Richard Anderson and Lindsay Wagner to have lunch with a fan. And it went, I think if it was for charity, I hope it was. I'm sure the actors got some of the proceeds, but he did better than Lindsay herself, the Bionic Woman. 2 guys paid over $6,000. Had lunch with Richard Anderson. Can you believe that? That's incredible. God rest his soul. I have his autograph. He couldn't have been nicer. He always would say, "What do you do, Chance?" I said, "Well, I'm in sales. I sell advertising." He said this on the panel too. He goes, "Some men sell insurance. I have to sell myself." I love that line. And he said that personally to me, and they said it like a year later on another panel somewhere. I saw it on the internet on YouTube. And that's that line he said. And it's true. He's like, actors sell themselves. And I know BK knows this. We talk about it a lot, or did, but how he would mispronounce words, Richard Anderson. Great actor, but he would pronounce Soviet. That's on the $6 Million Man Death Probe, parts 1 and 2. Season 4, $6 Million Man. He goes, "Steve, it's a Soviet. It's a Soviet device," or something. And he would sometimes have no confidence in Steve Austin. You know, he'd be talking to Rudy, "Well, how's Steve doing?" He blew it. You know, it's just like, damn, dude, how many missions has Steve Austin accomplished to the good, and you're just throwing him under the bus like that? You know, you have no confidence in your boy. Damn, dude. And in that final Fugitive, The Judgment Part 2, he says to Lieutenant Gerard, played by Barry Morris, future star of Space 1999 Season 1, you go, "What are you, some kind of a sadist, Gerard? Look it up." He says instead of sadist, sadist. But God love him. But I thought that was funny that no script supervisor or anyone on the set said, "Richard, the line is sadist. All right, take 3, take 2. You know, just film it again." But yeah, he was a handsome man, and there he is in that outfit. We're talking monsters, folks. Let's get back to the monsters. Here is a Saturday morning monster. I know some of you are screaming. You may not be commenting. You may not have a YouTube account to comment. You have to have a YouTube account. You can create it with a simple email. It's free. Create an account. Then you can comment, and you can subscribe and all sorts of stuff. Doesn't cost you anything. You're probably screaming, "Chance, what about this guy? The Slee Stacks! Land of the Lost. Saturday morning TV live action. Great TV monster. Look at that with those big, dark, dead eyes." Little pause, because, I mean, that's a great monster. Let's move on. I mean, there are a bunch on Land of the Lost. I mean, the Sid and Marty Krofft shows alone had creatures. The Saturday morning shows, this is a topic. I've already gone 2 hours, 12 minutes. I meant to do an hour. The Steelers game will be starting. It started. I'm missing the game. Hang on, let me hurry along. Space 1999, I mentioned Barry Morris. I'm just going to pick a couple monsters that are notable. There were all sorts of great monsters in that show. Dragon's Domain monster. This was a terrible monster that would eat human flesh, and it would suck people under it. You see how that light in its belly? It would suck a human being in, devour them in moments, and spit out their bones. That's an episode titled Dragon's Domain, and that's a Donruss card competing with Topps cards from 1976 and Star Trek cards for Topps. Space 1999 cards only covered season 1 of that program, even though, you know, season 2 was produced after this. But that monster could hypnotize someone. See that light? It looks like it's really just like a headlight on a Jeep. But that light had a hypnotic power. And if you stared at it, that's why it would attract people into its belly. And it killed poor Monique. Anyone that knows the episode, there's a gorgeous actress, a French actress, who played a woman named Monique, a scientist. And it took out Monique. Oh, man, its tentacles went around her neck and dragged her into its belly and spit out her bones. And that monster caused a lot of nightmares in Gen X kids. Dragon's Domain. It was the 23rd episode of 48 total episodes. The second to the last episode produced for season 1 of that show. Yet in New York City, it aired early on in the run. Don't watch it that way. Watch it in production order. Don't watch it. Watch it in the order that Shout Factory is presenting them free live in Shout Studios YouTube channel. In America only. In England, you can't see them. They're blocked in England, unfortunately. Skeleton, you can't watch them there. But in America and Canada, you can, and maybe Japan. I'm not sure about what other regions outside of the U.S. and Canada, but in the U.S. and Canada, you can watch on Shout Studios, Space 1999. And I found out from BK on the air, Barry King, they're also streaming Space Precinct, starring Ted Shackelford. After he was in Knots Landing, a spinoff of Dallas, he was in Police Precinct by Jerry Anderson, the same producer of Space 1999. Okay, so that's a cool monster. Awesome episode, flashback episode that flashbacks to Earth in 1996 before the Earth blew out of the Earth. I mean, before the moon blew out of the Earth's orbit. And also in that episode, in the flashback scene in 1996, one of the scenes, they used the office of M from the James Bond movies. Remember that leather door that M had? M, James Bond's boss. There's a scene where the commissioner of NASA of the future, supposed to be the future, it was filmed in 74. They thought it was 1996. We haven't done squat thanks to Musk. We don't talk politics here. Please admit he's a pioneer. Thanks to Musk, maybe we'll have a base on the moon. He's obsessed with Mars, allegedly. But let's do something with the moon, man. Let's have laser beams. I don't think they'll ever have laser guns, stun guns, for obvious reasons, because scumbags could stun a woman and do Lord knows what. But the future's not here until we have in our hands not a stun gun like the police have, but a real working laser gun. This is the gun from Space Flight 299. A wraparound. No, it's not a staple gun. That's the popular joke. It does look like one. But through these little nacelles, I'll call them nacelles, like on the USS Enterprise, they would each fire a beam. Sometimes they would illustrate and animate each beam, and sometimes it would just be one beam, like they all form into one. It just depended on the special effects house that did the effect. But all right, let's see, any comments? Let me continue and show you another monster. Here is a monster from Match Game. I'm just kidding. This lady scared me. This is from Match Game 74, I think. A few years ago, back in 2019, I got this off the Game Show Network. Look at that woman's skin. She looks like one of the creatures in Star Trek's The Apple Season 2, which guest starred David Soul years before Starsky and Hutch, by the way. They were peaceful people, unlike an Adam and Eve world that a machine took over. That looks like the makeup of them dudes, them aliens in The Apple. But look, that's monstrous, I think. All right, Space Knight 10-9, Season 2. Here's one of several monsters that Maya transformed into. I love that outfit. I love the actor who played that monster. He got a credit. Little dude. Can you guess who's in this outfit? Think Star Wars. Let me get to the comments. There's 33 comments that have come in. It does look like headlights in the monster, says Emily Miller. Who is in that monster? Let me get back on it. Who is that? You know, I've got to give a hint. Star Wars. I already said that. Okay, Star Wars. I still said I'd do trivia. Gutfeld probably gave up. God, I am going long. I don't want to go that long. Hello to Emily Miller, who's joined us. She was, I guess, watching Thrash Pondo Ponds earlier, and I don't blame her for that. She's saying, hey to everybody. She's a really nice person. She's in North Carolina State. I hope that Storm Helene did not affect her life too badly up there. Hello to Wajamin. We be jamming. Wajamin's here. The Slee Stack. Yeah, I showed that monster earlier from Land of the Lost. They weren't scary. They were just misunderstood about the Slee Stacks. It says Emily Miller. That's funny. Let me go on here. Great minds think alike. Kay Moonin said, Esmeralda, sometimes you just need time to relax. He was kidding. She goes, well, that's just rude. I think she's joking back. Yeah, I'm just joking. This is friendly. It looks more like a hole in his belly. Yeah, and the monster from Dragon's Domain. Absolutely. Fooey on the Steelers. This is more interesting than any football game. Okay, but I want to watch it. Sunday Night Football. And they're my team. All right, so Emily Miller said, kind of like deadlights, not headlights. It's true, because that thing killed everyone in that crew except for one guy, Tony Cellini. And he goes back to finally kill that beast, that monster that killed his crew. The movie Alien owns a lot. That's one of my monsters I want to feature, too, when I get to the monster movies. The movie Monster Alien. Alien owns a lot to that Space Flight 299 episode, Dragon's Domain. Look for it on Shout Studios for a free stream when it gets to it. It's an awesome episode. Emily Miller said he owns the company that hires pioneers. Okay, talking about Elon. All right. She's truly orange. I know, that Match Game contestant. Good grief. That's bad. Yes, they do, says Wajamin. At least her orange is blended. And then Keebler said, that's a tan booth creation monster. Talking about, let me put her back up, the Match Game monster. I mean, it ain't natural. But my question now is, who is in this costume? Oh, let me get back to the comments and get caught up. K. Moonen said, Chance, I would prefer a lightsaber be produced. Esmeralda says to K. Moonen, and that is the excuse I gave my husband. I need to relax now. Wait, and that is the excuse I gave my husband. I need to relax. Now let's see if he offers to clean the dishes for me. David Prowse, ding, ding, ding. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Correct. That is future Darth Vader. Actually, first Star Wars was filmed right around when this episode of Space 1999 was filmed. This is the Beta Cloud, filmed in mid-1976. So he was doing double duty. He was already playing Darth Vader when he played this monster. He had no dialogue. He is actually, spoiler alert, an android, and Maya has to transform. She tries several things, turns into monsters to combat this creature who is hell-bent on stealing Moonbase Alpha's life support system for an alien being that controls this robot. They send, despite the fact that the loss of that crucial element to the life support system will freeze Alpha and the humans from Earth to death. The alien doesn't care. It's like, you are in control. You are in control center. What we are seeking is not there. That's David Prowse playing that monster. And how Maya, spoiler alert, Maya realizes, oh my God, nothing I've transformed into has stopped this creature. And she tries to transform herself. She can turn into any living creature for an hour. And she has the power of molecular transformation, this character Maya, played by Catherine Schell, who was in Rob Zombie's Monsters as the white ex-wife of Grandpa Munster. She tries to transform into this. Then she realizes, oh my God, it's a machine. And she turns herself into a bee. A little yellow jacket goes in his head and starts messing up all the circuitry, and it's exploding, and that's what finally destroys David Prowse as the Beta Cloud creature. Great episode. I love it. You need to do trivia too. I haven't gotten any in the last 3 live streams. I'm going to do trivia. I'm only going to do 13 questions, so I better get to it soon. Emily Miller says, luckily I'm several miles east of the worst of the devastation from Hurricane Helene. Good. I'm glad. K. Moonen, he may need to before they pile up too high. Really? Yay me. Yeah, that was a good guess. Good. I thought you knew, but that's a good guess. So that is David Prowse, otherwise known as Darth Vader. He signed this for me in 1997 at the Fox Theater. When the Fox Theater here in Atlanta, Georgia, a historic theater that does live theater as well as movies and mainly live theater. But they used to have a summer film series, and they played Star Wars The Special Edition in 1997, and Dave Prowse and some other actors from Star Wars showed up. And I had him do 2 autographs, one for my girlfriend and this one for me, the same picture. And it says, to Chance, Dave Prowse is Darth Vader. He was very passionate about that. He wanted to be hired for the prequels, and that didn't happen. He was very vocal. And of course, he was vocal back when his voice was dubbed over by the late, great James Earl Jones. There are some scenes, I'm sure you've seen them, some outtakes of the original Star Wars films where Dave Prowse is speaking the lines, and it doesn't sound right. We're so used to the great James Earl Jones. All right, now back to Space 1999 briefly. Here's another monster, another favorite monster from season 2. The only 2-parter of Space 1999 was an episode titled The Bringers of Wonder, which actually was recut by ITC, who owned the show at the time and distributed it as a movie to cash in on the Star Wars craze, titled Destination Moonbase Alpha. They edited the only 2-parter into a movie format, and they took out the epilogue of part 2 entirely, and they put in a new intro and all that. These creatures live on nuclear waste when it's ignited and exploded. And the reason the Earth, the moon blasted out of the Earth's orbit is because there was a nuclear explosion, because nuclear waste was being stored on the moon in the Space 1999 universe. So they recognize that they have nuclear waste and they want to explode it. So what do? They have the power of illusion, and they go into the humans' minds on Moonbase Alpha and extract memories of relatives, and they impersonate relatives sent from Earth. But look, it had a big glob eyeball. It had green blood circulating in veins. It glowed. That's just a really cool monster. So I'll stop on Space 1999 now, because that's a whole nother episode in itself. Here's another monster. It's an electronic monster from that same year, 1976, that Bringers of Wonder was filmed back on $6 Million Man Binding. I've talked about them a lot. The Fembots. A lot of you say that's not a monster, that's a machine. Yes, but it's monstrous to me. The eyeballs, when I was like, single digits, a kid watching this, I about peed my pants. I didn't really. I had nightmares about them, along with the reoccurring nightmare of going to school naked. I had nightmares about the fembots chasing me all the time. And I found on 16mm film all 5 episodes with the fembots. It started as an episode of The Bionic Woman titled Kill Oscar Part 1, and then Part 2 was a $6 Million Man episode that aired on Halloween night, 1976, which was a Sunday. And then Part 3 was a Bionic Woman episode again the following week, or the following 3 days later on Wednesday night. Bionic Woman aired on Wednesday night, $6 Million Man on Sunday night. So 3 nights later, you had the final part. And then they brought the fembots back for season 3 of the Bionic Woman, which was on NBC at that point because Fred Silverman canceled SWAT, Wonder Woman, and the Bionic Woman, among other shows. There was another purge of his in the mid-70s. And CBS picked up Wonder Woman, NBC picked up the Bionic Woman, but $6 Million Man was sped, at least for another year, until Star Wars blew Steve Austin off the stratosphere and off the air, because everyone was interested in outer space when Star Wars hit the scene. But those were the fembots. They scared the hell out of me. Here's a close-up look. That looks fake as hell close up. It does. I mean, around the circuitry, you can tell it's like paper mache or something, or a mannequin, or ceramics. But the interesting factoid about the fembot monsters, as I call them, was they weigh a ton. And Steve Austin exposes one of them by throwing a pencil on the ground. He exposes, spoiler alert, that Richard Anderson as Oscar Goldman is actually a robot created by Franklin, a former OSI employee, a rogue OSI employee who got fired. And talk about getting revenge. He didn't go postal. No, he impersonated all of the secretaries at OSI with his robots. And it was preposterous that a mask would move and look like human flesh, you know, like, because they would show the mask in the Bionic Woman episodes, Fembots in Las Vegas, the 2-parter, which was not a crossover because now they were competing shows, $6 Million Man and Bionic Woman. But she would hold up the mask, and it just looked like a simple Halloween mask, like a rubber mask. It's like, really, dog? We're supposed to believe that mask did all this? But, you know, when you're a kid, you can suspend your disbelief. And even as an adult, you can suspend that disbelief. The fembots are monsters in my view. Then the Incredible Hulk, I think, is a monster for sure. And he was supposed to be larger than life. He was supposed to be, I think, 12 feet tall. In the pilot, directed and written by Richard, by a friend of the show, guest of the show, Kenneth Johnson. They had a cast of a footprint of the Hulk at one point, and it was ginormous. So anyway, there, I'd say the Incredible Hulk is. We'll move on. There is a Buck Rogers monster, I promise, the space vampire going after Wilma Deering. That monster freaked me out of 5 years growth, or at least 5 inches of growth. I mean, that thing, it couldn't go through the Stargate. Remember the Stargate in Buck Rogers in the 25th century? That's how they would jump in time. The ship would go through it. You hear thunder sound effect. I love the effect of the Stargate, not to be confused with the video game of the same name years later. But in 1979, you had this space vampire. And he was freaking scary. And his ears all cauliflower and nasty looking. And his eyebrow, it's like a monobrow all swept up. Vein galore in his head. Hated it. So that's all I'll say about that show. And then V came along, also directed and written by Kenneth Johnson, at least the original miniseries. This particular shot is from V, The Final Battle, which Kenneth Johnson only had a credit for. I like V, The Final Battle. I like the original V, the miniseries from 1983 a lot, and it's superior, but The Final Battle had a lot going for it too. So there's another shot of one of the aliens, the reptilian aliens that are wanting to eat us and steal our water. They come as friends in V. But I love that shot. He looks like a baller there, doesn't he? And that's from V, the series. It only lasted one season, 1984 to 1985 on NBC. They put it on Friday night, man. You should have put it on a Wednesday night. The kids that were growing up, when we watched it, we were growing up. We were approaching middle school, high school. You know, we're doing things on Friday night. We're going to the football game. We're going to the pizza parlor. We're going to movies. You know, I mean, of course it failed. But I love those monsters, the reptilian monsters. Talk about a Gorn. I showed you this art earlier. Okay, I guess we should start getting to some trivia. This is why this is a part 1. I showed you these images before, some movie monsters. We're going to talk about movie monsters probably next time, I'm going to try to go live Friday night in mere days. I need to get to the Steelers game, but I promise trivia. Let's do trivia. Make sure I didn't overlook any images. Well, heck, I can do it next week. I do need to talk about our friends at Remind Magazine really quickly. Look at the current edition as we're live. Look at that. There is Boris Karloff's Frankenstein. This is all treat, no trick when it comes to Remind Magazine. How would you like to receive or give a whole year of this magazine, 10 issues, including 2 double-sized issues, for only $12, including tax, including shipping? Unheard of. That's insane. That's cheaper than a month of a streaming service. Whole year. And the person you give this to for their birthday or for the holidays will think you spent a heck of a lot more than just $12. Now, what's in it for you if you want to buy it for yourself? If you're here watching or listening to the Nostalgic Podblast, the odds are you're into nostalgia. Well, that's what this magazine, Remind Magazine, is all about. It's about the 1950s to the 1990s only. That's their wheelhouse, and it's written on an adult level while gently tapping your inner child. Here's how you can give this as a gift or give yourself the gift of Remind Magazine. Just go to remindmagazine.com. remindmagazine.com if you want to enjoy the puzzles, the articles, the photos of your favorite stars, the comics, the brain-teasing puzzles within Remind Magazine. Just go to remindmagazine.com or call them old school. Grab a pen or a pencil or a pad or whatever you need to document this phone number. Call these nice people. You'll get a human being right away. Call them at 855-773-6463. That number again, toll free, 855-773-6463. And please mention the Nostalgic Podblast when you order. The next year, it's only $24. That's way less than the cover price. You can see the cover price. Look at the cover price. If you went to Barnes & Noble, that's one of many retail outlets and newsstands where you can find Remind Magazine. If you just want to buy an issue to explore it, it's $5.99 plus tax. How about $12 for the entire year and then $24 the next year? That's a great deal. Check them out. And they're from the people that bring us TV Guide. TV Guide, believe it or not, is still around. Subscription only, but it's around. So that's all I'm going to say about Monsters this time. Look at the comments, and then we'll get to trivia and see if anybody talked to it. Dallas was on Fridays, correct, but that was for an adult audience. Love You Like a Brother, Jim Von Spiegel. That's true, and it was successful. It was one of the most successful TV shows of all time. 14 seasons, 3 revival seasons on TNT between 2012 and 2014. I have them all on DVD. 2 reunion movies, JR returns, and they even did a great special in 2004 on CBS, Return to South Fork. And my favorite, Victoria Principal, returned for that. She sort of shunned Dallas throughout the years, but she was in that 2004 special. I have it right there on my shelf. I taped it then. 20 years ago, over 20 years ago, Return to South Fork, a Dallas reunion. It was an awesome special. Lucy was there, Charlene Tilton, Larry Hagman. When Larry Hagman passed away in 2012, Dallas died. The ratings tanked on TNT. I wish they kept that going. The TNT revival was really, really good. And so were the reunion movies. One of the reunion movies had Jerry Jones as himself, the owner of the Dallas Cowboys, and Johnson, Mrs. Johnson, the star of Blame It on Rio. In 1998, I want to say it was, she came back. That was a 1984 hit film. Or sleeper. I think it was a sleeper. I think it did well on HBO and Showtime. That was a sexy movie. Michael Caine was in it. Rhoda was in it. Oh, not Rhoda. God, I met her on set when I was a stand-in. She was playing a judge and Drunken Diva. Valerie Harper. Valerie Harper was in Blame It on Rio. But Michelle Johnson played the sexy star of Blame It on Rio. And she also did a Dallas reunion movie. Anyway, my birthday is in January. Hint, hint. Okay, well, I don't know what your address. I get private message me on Facebook or something if you want. Well, play trivia. You know what? We're going to have some prizes. But, Emily, would you want this? I'll give you a choice. These are the same prizes. Until they're gone, we'll offer the same prizes. I'm not Elon Musk. I can't give away a car. I'm sorry. I'm not Oprah. To be fair and balanced, Oprah is a good example. I'm not Oprah, but I can give you 5 original mint condition Topps 1989 Batman cards based on the Tim Burton hit movie. The DCU is being rebooted in a major way. The new DCU is coming, folks. And it's going to be great. Or Emily Miller, you might be more apt to want some Grease cards. 5 1978 Topps Grease cards. The choice is yours. So let's see if you can win something, because you nailed trivia earlier. Hello to Mr. Fulton Mraz. Hello, Chance. Today is my big 25th golden birthday of my quarterly of a century of a decade. I have made it to the next round of NBC's The Voice on next Tuesday. Are you pooping me? You're going to be on The Voice? I never know if I'm being punked or if that's for real. I'm going to give you credit. I'm going to suspend my disbelief and say you're really on The Voice. Mr. Fulton Mraz. Well, I'm going to vote for you. How does that work? I don't watch The Voice. Did the viewers vote like America's Got Talent? How does that work? How can I help you achieve your dream? I'll be happy to help. If this isn't a joke, let me know. Do people vote, or is it just the judges? Is it just the celebrity judges like Masked Singer or something? How does that work? I never watched. I used to like CeeLo Green, but I never watched the show because Adam Levine was on that one, right? Yeah, Adam Levine, CeeLo Green, back when it first started. But good for you on The Voice. Wow. Oh, thank you, Keebler. Yes, read my magazine. Please mention the Nostalgic Podblast when you speak to that kind order specialist. They accept all major credit cards, too. If you want to call that number and not do the website thing, call them. 855-773-6463. Esmeralda says, those Grease cards are great. Yes, I sent you some. I still owe her 5 more. I've been good up to now about mailing the prizes in a timely manner. Danny Staten, I owe him some cards. But see, I consider you core audience members. Danny Staten is almost an insider. I'm not saying he's ineligible. I might have that where he is ineligible moving forward because he's an insider. But I don't know. He does a lot for me. He posts a link. He's a moderator. Is it a D move to make him ineligible for prizes moving forward? I don't know. Esmeralda is eligible. Your core, you're always there if you can be, and I appreciate you, and I love you like a sister. So you're always going to be eligible in my book, Esmeralda. So I will need to send you 10 cards if you win more, because I do owe you 5. So I'll send you more Grease cards. I have some Grease cards at Emily Miller. Which series? There's a pink series and a green series. There were 2 series of Grease cards. Which ones? Green border or pink border or both? Tell me in the comments. Yes. Well, maybe they can help me get closer to completing my set. Correct. So I don't want to send you any duplicates. So send me in a private message. I know we're on Facebook. We're Facebook friends. Send me a private message when you can of where I can mail them to and what cards you need. Is that too much trouble, or cards you have? I think it'd probably be easier the cards you need. How many cards do you need? Like a dozen? Are you down to that few of cards? Like a dozen, 10, 20? How many do you need? Because I think there's 66 cards in Series 1, if I'm not mistaken. So if there's only a handful you need, tell me the cards you need. And so I'll send you ones you do need. There you go. Came in and said, if they're redoing the DC universe, I hope they do some justice for Nightwing, my favorite DC character. Correct. Introduced in Tales of the New Teen Titans issue 44. I have 4 copies of it. I bought 2 of them brand new off of a comic book rack in St. Louis, Missouri at a 7-Eleven. Still have it. I was a kid, but that was in 1984. I was there visiting my grandparents one summer. I used to go there for Thanksgiving. Both my grandparents lived in St. Louis, both on both sides of my family. Like my dad and my mom's, they all were in St. Louis, Missouri. So we'd go there a lot in my formative years. I go to comic book shops out there in the 80s. I got all sorts of good stuff there, including that book. Okay, yeah, and listen, the new Superman movie, I am excited about it. The first time on the big screen, we're going to see Crypto the dog. That may sound silly to some of you. That you may think it's a detriment. I don't. In Gun I Trust, I always say, the director. Jim Lee, my God, he started drawing comics, I think, with Marvel's X-Men issue 248, and he is a president at DC, the company. So they're in great hands. I sound like an Allstate ad. You're in good hands with Allstate, but DCU is in great hands. Joker 2 I don't believe that the current leaders of the DCU had anything to do with Joker 2 and making that a musical. They would never do that. So just keep the faith, baby. Joe Gutfeld informs me the Mets game is over. They're losing 2-1 in the 3rd inning. Oh, it's not over? Well, I need to check some scores. Keep the faith. I'm not a Mets fan, but I like you because you've been a loyal viewer and watcher of the Nostalgic Podblast. So I'm not going to support your team, but I'm not going to bash it either. Let me check scores. I got to check the Steelers score too. Okay, I can do that really quickly, and then I'll get to the trivia. All right, Mr. Gutfield, at least I know you're out there waiting patiently for trivia. All right, and I'll get to it in just a sec. Let me look up. Here's what I do to look up the score. It's 4-1 Dodgers. Bottom of the third is relive. Hate to date the show. This is the NLCS Game 6. Whoever wins this goes to the World Series against the Yankees or the Guardians. Let me look something up. Now, the Yankees won, so the Yankees are in the World Series. See, I'm out of it. The Yankees are in the 2024 World Series representing the American League. They defeated the Guardians 5-2 in advance. Holy smokes. Okay. So it's going to be Yankees and the Mets or the Dodgers in the World Series. Okay, now let me quickly check the Steelers score. And I got to get to the 13 questions of Monster Trivia and give away some prizes. So let me look up the Steelers score real quick. It is 6-7 Jets. Jets at Steelers. My former boss, Don Boyd, has been traveling all over the country looking at Steelers games. At least he went to Indiana. Saw a loss. Saw the Colts beat the Steelers, unfortunately. Steelers beat the Falcons here in Atlanta for the Falcons home opener. Falcons lost today. But Falcons were on a little roll. It's too bad the Seahawks overpowered them today. But I'm sorry, not a sports show. All right, so it's a close game. Let me do the trivia. I want to watch this game badly. So let me do one thing, and we'll get to the trivia. I got to get the Falcons lost 34-13 today. They're 4-3. They're still over 500, but damn, they were doing so well. Okay, can't win. There's another Richard Anderson, Oscar Goldman line. He always would say to Steve Austin or Jamie Summers, "You can't win them all, but it hurts when you lose the big one." Kind of weird line. He said that one or two times. He always would say, "You can't win them all, Steve. Hey, pal, you can't win them all." He'd act all nonchalant, but then when Steve was messing up, like I said earlier, he'd be like, "He blew it." You know, he threw Steve Austin under the bus. It's like, damn, dude, chill. All right, let's get to the comments and get to the trivia. So you guys got to get some Z's. I understand. Thank you for being here. I went way too long. I wanted to go an hour. I've gone almost 3. She's the pink series. There's a green series. Have you seen the green series? They're right here in my pack. These are all spares that I have. And I'm going to give away 5 at a time. I can stick 5 in an envelope. That's what she said, with a stamp on it, and mail them out, and it's cheap because I have forever stamps. There's the green series. See? Green. Brusha, brusha, brusha. There's the green series. This is what they call a rookie card. Card 1. Do you have card 1? It's the most valuable. Same with the Star Wars card 1. It shows Luke Skywalker in that Stormtrooper outfit with no mask. That's what history is now. History is an interesting thing. The collectors, they're sort of rebranding that as a rookie card, even though it's a movie card. As I check my breath, what was that? Hickey with Kaneki. Yeah, I mean, these are iconic shots. Some of these are alternate takes. Some of these are outtakes. Little Grease trivia: Fanny Flagg from Match Game and Fried Green Tomatoes, successful author, and take me back to the Five and Dime. Jimmy Dean was on Showtime with Cher. She was in Grease. She played the school nurse. Her scenes got all cut because she was talking on Match Game 77. 77 was the year Grease was filmed. It was released in 78. But she was excited about Grease and working with her. So a bunch of stuff. It's never really been covered unless there's a Grease and the Olivia Newton-John website that explored it in greater detail that I'm not aware of. I want to know what scenes she did because you just barely see her. She's basically like an extra. But she was credited, so she had lines. She had a funny bit. But I would have liked to have seen Fanny Flagg and Grease more. But I digress. Is the trivia still on? Okay, yeah, let's get to it. Love you, Chance. I love you too, sis. Esmeralda. I just subscribed to Mr. Fulton Mraz. Thank you, and I will too. I'm going to be looking for him. I don't think he was fibbing. He's going to be on The Voice. That's big. Follow your dreams. That's what I try to do. Follow your dreams. You're never too old. Like that lady on The View. She was in her damn 50s. She's 80 now. What's that name? She's Catholic. She tries to act like she's of another faith that I won't mention because it'll sound like I'm being a hater, and I'm not. What's that woman's name? She used to be on CNN Headline News. She held up. I shouldn't see. I don't kiss and tell, but I was on a set. This was years ago though, of a Fairley Brothers comedy, Hall Pass, and she was in it. And she held up everybody in hair and makeup. She was scared. She goes, how do I know these people have been checked out? What if they have guns? It was a big scene in Hall Pass. Joy Behar. She's pretty joyless for someone named Joy. I'm sorry to say that. I know a lot of people like her, but personal experience, she was a diva. And this was back in 2010, April of 2010 to be precise. She held up production. All right, I'm sorry. I don't even know why I thought of her. Oh, just that you're never too late to start following your dreams. I think she started in stand-up comedy when she's in her doggone 50s. That was my point. Okay. She's Catholic, though, you know. She just. When it comes to DC, oh yeah, I only care about Nightwing and Huntress. Yeah, Huntress is a good character as well. Guardians played well, says Jim Von Spiegel. Yeah, Cleveland Guardians, formerly the Cleveland Indians. Guardians, that's a whole nother debate. Got to run. Husband's emerged from his man cave. Thank you, Chance, for a fun show. I'll catch the rest on replay. Thank you. I know you will. You're a good wife. I want a wife like you. You are so sweet. Getting on your husband's lap, you joke about, you can probably have a drink for him if he drinks after work. Dinner on the table. Look, that sounds sexist. I don't mean sexist. You're a professional. I don't know if she is a professional person in the psychiatry field and psychology field. She's a trained professional. So I didn't want to come off as sexist there because I'm not trying to be, and I'm not. Surprise, surprise. Not that Yankees are in the series. Okay. See you later. That score is better than Carwaz. My Esmeralda. Okay. Emily Miller says, I have Star Wars in blue, orange, yellow, green, and red. I think, yes. Those are the 5 original series. Orange, yes. You nailed it. The blue series of Star Wars Topps Carbs were first. Then the red. Then the yellow. Then the green. And then the orange. And the orange were the first series to feature the monsters in the cantina. Because like Steven Spielberg with E.T., Spielberg was brilliant, again, not to show what E.T. looked like for a while until the movie had been in theaters for a while. That was a big reveal, big surprise. Same with Star Wars. The creatures in the cantina, you didn't see them on the Topps cards and in much in print. Maybe Starlog magazine. Yeah, Starlog. But those guys, those characters, Star Wars, nothing but Star Wars in the bar that Bill Murray sang about in SNL with Paul Schaefer, by the way, before Late Night with David Letterman debuted February 82. He was sometimes playing music for Lorne Michaels' Saturday Night Live. There's a movie in theaters now. It's not doing well, but I think it will find an audience in streaming film right here in Atlanta, Georgia area, SNL 1975, about the very first night and leading up to the first Saturday Night Live, in which, hey, trivia, who was in the first Saturday Night Live? Which comedian? I'll just tell you, because running long, George Carlin. And also, here I come to save the day. Andy Kaufman did a bit in the first Saturday Night Live. It was an hour, then 90 minutes. Johnny Carson's Tonight Show was 90 minutes and then an hour, but I digress. In 1979, they cut Tonight Show, Johnny Carson, from 90 minutes to a 1 hour format. If you ever go just an hour, I'll faint. You have way too much knowledge for just an hour show. Well, thank you, Keebs. Yeah, I'm still here. I used to be going after my show. Yeah. Did you do one? Yeah. We love Sarah Myflock. We do. She has admitted she has a learning disability, but she has put up a graphic, if you guys, in a thumbnail, and it says staring. It says like staring, Thrash Pondo Ponds, Danny Staten, and herself. Myflock is everywhere. Love her. Look, I'm just saying it to help her. It's starring. She has 1 R instead of 2. So I'm always like, what are you staring at? I joke. Because I've told her for like 2 weeks now. I said, it's a simple fix. I know you can do it. Put 2 R's in there and you'll be grammatically correct. Staring, Danny. Give me a break. Love you. Oh, she's here. I'm sorry. I was just kidding. You know that. Trying to help you. I'm trying to help you. I would never, never betray you or anybody that helps me. All right, let's see. Hello to you, Sarah. Southern California, Sarah. Hello, hello, hello. Mets are losing 6-1 now. Oy vey. You would say, I don't, because I don't really like either of those teams. I'm a Braves fan. I don't want to hurt your feelings. But you know what's about to happen. The Dodgers are probably going to advance to the World Series against the Yankees. And then I'll root for the Dodgers for sure over the Yankees. 128%, 0.5. Slow down, Sarah. Chance is missing Corey running 10 minutes behind. Yeah, and I better stop because James Install, Geek to Me Radio. It's a live radio show on a big station in St. Louis, Missouri, KTRS. He's on for 1 hour only, but he streams it on YouTube and Facebook Live. It's called Geek to Me Radio, and I really enjoy his show. Him and Joey, his producer, and runs the board, and he's the host, James Install. BK on the Air, it turned me on to this show, and I like it. It's Sunday night from 10 to 11 Eastern Time, 9 to 10 his local time, Central and Mountain Time, and then that would be 7 p.m. Pacific Time. James Von Spiegel, watching on Facebook Live, says, Chance, you make your podcast very interesting. Well, thank you. I'm a little wound up on original Pepsi. I know a lot of you hate Pepsi. Giggle Chance, love you, brother. Yeah, I'm just trying to help. I mean, it just sounds funny to me, staring. Change it. Just add an R. It's all you got to do. Music and Fun says, good morning and evening, everyone. What part of the world are you in, Music? Are you in Australia? Australia. Gene Hackman's Lex Luthor wanted possession of Australia from the 3 Kryptonian villains in Superman 2. That was directed, his scene's directed by Richard Donner. He wanted Australia. The whole continent. The whole bloody continent Lex Luthor wanted is his territory in the Christopher Reeve's Superman universe. Hey, Adrian, said Emily Miller. I fixed it, but I can't find it. Okay, I knew you did. I'm like, God, why isn't she listening to me? Okay, well, let's get to the trivia. The whole show tonight has been about monsters, part 1. So here is a question. Let me put it on the screen. It's a question from 1995, multiple choice, and we will make this a prize question. No Google cheating, please. I beg of you. Music says, I'm in the UK. It's 2:23 a.m. where I am. Wow. Please excuse my terrible accent. My terrible. I can't even do Cockney accents. Music is in England or something. Okay, and he identified himself. Well, hello to you, my friend. Let's do some trivia. Here, let me put it on the screen. Question 1. Spanish for goat sucker. Which of these legendary creatures was reportedly first seen in Puerto Rico in 1995? I'm going to wait for the delay to catch up as I put your choices on the screen. Anybody know? I'll be real impressed if before I put the choices up, if you get them in there. Ooh, damn, K. Moonin. Holy smoky Roonies. Oh, it went through effed up. Well, you got it. Okay, look here. Let me see if you're... The choices are the Chupacabra, the Sasquatch, the Jackalope, or the Yeti. And you got it right. It is. All right. A relative newcomer to the world of cryptids, Chupacabras have been spotted in Mexico, the U.S., and in China. In most cases, the animal in question turns out to be a coyote with a severe case of the mange. Okay, so that's a prize. So, all right, K. Moonin. Grease, I think you already told me Grease before. Grease or Batman, I think it's going to be Grease. That's what you want before. Unless you change your mind. Let me know. What do you want? You get 5 cards. Ooh, a claim, but I didn't say, he did the rule. I effed up. Well, I'm going to have to give it to K. Moonin because I did mess up. The first person that says claim gets the prize. I forgot to mention that critical part of the rules of this game. When I say it's a prize puzzle, the first person that correctly answers the question and says claim gets the prize. So now I'll give it to you too, Joe Gutfeld. You got it right. Jim Von Spiegel guessed incorrectly the Yeti. So email me your address at goldr3@aol.com, and I will mail you this week without fail. And I'll mail Esmeralda the cards I owe her, your 5 cards. Tell me what cards you want, so you get the cards. And here is the email address. Goldar3@aol.com. That's GOLDAR 3@aol.com. Goldar3@aol.com. Gee, I wonder what inspired that email address. The Space Giants. Goldar's that 50-foot transformer rocket we talked about earlier. So there you go. So there you go. I'm going to award one to Mr. Gutfeld, and you are eligible for another. So stick around if you want to win something else. I usually have a rule, one person per show. Yeah, I'll enforce that. I don't want to be willy-nilly about the rules. Okay, so you've already gotten your 5. So Gutfeld, you get 5. You get 5 Grease cards or 5 Batman cards, 1989 cards. Tell me which, and send me your shipping address. I think you already did. Yeah, you did. Never mind. I already have it because I still have your email from last time you won. Never mind. So Gutfeld, you're good. Just let me know in the chat what you want. I assume it's Grease because that's what you wanted last time. Correct? And then you, sir, K. Moonin, I don't know if I have your address, but there's where you email your address to and what you want, the Batman cards or the Grease cards. All right, cool. So I'm going to give away some more cards tonight. I'm in a good mood. On prize questions, remember to put claim in the answer. Yeah, see, I forgot even to mention my own rule. I'm a little too wound up. Joe, you want the Batman cards this time. See, I would have never assumed makes an ass of you and me, and I would have been the ass if I just sent you Grease cards. You want Batman cards this time. All right. These are starting to run a little low, my spares versus the Grease. That's cool. All right, you get them. So I've got your address. So let me write that down real quick. That you want Batman cards. Oh, I felt faint when I stood up. I need to breathe more. Good grief. God. Oh, the blood rushed to my head or something. Woo, that was weird. All right, we got 12 more questions to go. I got to hurry because I want to get to the game. It's going to be halftime by the time I get to the game. Here's some paper. Good grief. Okay. I have your address. Mr. Gutfeld. Joe Gutfeld, New York, gets Joe Gutfeld 5 Batman cards. Joe Gutfeld. I have the address. What if I faint live on the air? I have address. K. Moonin. Also K. Moonin. I have your address too, I believe. So K. Moonin. My ink's running out of this pen. I feel faint. Oh, I feel faint. You get Batman card. Let me breathe for a second. Holy tamale. Ooh, that was weird. That's never happened before. I stood up and I felt like I was going to pass out. Okay, I'm back. I'm ready to do the next question. All right, that was weird. This is a question I think a lot of you monster fans will like. Oh, damn. Let me put it on the screen. I think I just had a mini stroke. No, I'm just kidding. I shouldn't joke about that. People have had that in real life. I'm not even... All right, next question. Mary Shelley conceived which enduring tale during a ghost story competition with friends? This is not a prize puzzle. It's too easy. I challenge the audience's brains when I do trivia. Too easy, too easy, too easy. 6-3 Dodgers, Joe Gutfeld. Updates. Keep updating the score, please, and the Steelers score if you don't mind. Somebody. It's too easy. All right. Mary Shelley conceived which enduring tale during a ghost story competition with friends? I didn't have to give the choices. You all know it. The correct answer, here's the choices. Frankenstein, Phantom of the Opera, The Telltale Heart, or The Island of Dr. Moreau. I remember that movie. It was The Island of Dr. Moreau had Marlon Brando and Jack Sparrow. Oh, God, my brain is mush. Johnny Depp. Yeah, The Island of Dr. Moreau, the remake or whatever. It was Frankenstein. Mary Shelley and her partner, poet Percy Shelley, visited Lord Byron in his Swiss... Take two. Mary Shelley and her partner, poet Percy Shelley, visited Lord Byron in his Swiss abode. I said Swiss. In his Swiss abode. Inclement weather kept them indoors, so Byron suggested they amuse themselves by coming up with ghost stories. Mary Shelley's contribution, Frankenstein, would go on to become a literary classic. Indeed. I'll make this a prize question. And by the way, let's put all the people that got that question right. Danny Staten guessed Frankenstein correctly. Emily Miller guessed Frankenstein. Jim Von Spiegel, watching Facebook Live, guessed Frankenstein. Emily Miller, Will Pooh. Yeah, next person here, Val Kilmer. Val Kilmer with Island Dr. Moreau. I thought it was Johnny Depp. I guess I'm wrong. Good. Boo. Okay. Good book. Good book, Jim Von Spiegel said. Mary Shelley's Frankenstein. Joe Gutfeld comments, they did a scene like that in The Bride of Frankenstein. Yeah. So let's go now with some more trivia. Oh, gosh. Oh, I didn't put it on the screen. What's the matter with me? I did have a mini, you know what. I know I said it, but let's put it on the screen. Whoops. Later altered thanks to a typo. I didn't say it yet. Prize puzzle. First person to answer correctly. Prize question. Prize puzzle's Wheel of Fortune. Prize question. Later altered thanks to a typo. Which of these works was originally going to feature a character named Lestat? Interview with a Vampire claims, says Emily Miller. Oh my goodness. I didn't even get to do the choices. Is it The Raven, Twilight, Interview with a Vampire, or The Exorcist? Emily Miller, you get a prize. All right. You get five more grease cards. Email me that address, goldr3@aol.com, or Facebook private message me, as I said earlier. Emily Miller, 5 grease cards. Okay. 5 grease cards. All right. And let me know, please, which cards you need. Or if it's easier, the cards you have. But probably the cards you need, I would think, would be less time consuming. Author Anne Rice chose Lestat, an old French name, Lestat, possibly, pronunciation, an old French name used in Louisiana. This website has the grammar jacked up. It says in used. It meant to say used in. This poor guy probably has dyslexia, or a woman. I need to see who wrote these questions and give full credit for that. Let me start over. I'll write it as it's written because it's messed up. Author Anne Rice chose Lestat, an old French name used in Louisiana. All right, now I'll do it the correct way. Author Anne Rice chose Lestat, an old French name used in Louisiana because her husband was named Stan. He also inspired the vampire's confidence and appearance. However, she inadvertently replaced the N with a T and decided to keep the name Lestat. Lestat instead of Lestat. Okay. All right. Oof. Next question. Too easy, so this will not be for a prize. And I've already said this in the show. Anyone who's been here a long time, I love you a long time. I always do. Maybe too long. 6 hours is way too long. 5 hours is way too long. 4 hours is way too long. I've gone 3 hours already. Next question. Famously portrayed on screen by Lon Chaney, a lycanthrope is what kind of creature? I will give you choices. Emily Miller already guessed werewolf. Whoa. You are so quick. Choices are vampire, mummy, mermaid, or werewolf. The answer is werewolf. Emily Miller, you are on fire. From the Greek words for wolf and man, lycanthrope is a term associated with werewolves. Clinical lycanthropy is real but rare. It's a real but rare mental condition where the afflicted believes they are a wolf. Man, way to go. Next question. This is one about Greek mythology. Let me put it on the screen. In Greek mythology, which monster regrows 2 heads whenever one head is cut off? Hang on, we got someone here. Hey, Al Hardy, you're on camera.
So how long you been going now?
3 hours, 3 minutes, 51 seconds. I'm about to wrap in a minute. I'm doing trivia, but I would like to hear your favorite monster. But I'm going to do this in a part 2, but I would love to hear your thoughts on monsters. I can pause the game. Let's see what
I've been busy tonight, haven't had a chance, but did you mention the Xanthi ants and Outer Limits?
I did, and I can put them on the screen.
That's one of my favorites from the Outer Limits.
I did show it. It's not a terribly close-up shot, but you see him right there with Bruce Dern coming out of the
There's
ship.
a picture. You can find it on the web. It's a real close-up picture of him, you know, with the...
Oh, yeah. Like this one I did for a crab monster on the Outer Limits. But, yeah, it's a close-up. There's one of your favorites from Outer Limits.
Hey, David McCallum.
Yeah. Talked about it earlier. But let me see. I do have another picture of the Xantai Misfits, I think. Here's a cool picture.
The Outer Limits had so many terrific monsters. Let's see. I don't. Where's the Xanti ants? I don't see them there. But they got some good ones.
They're there if you look. I don't want to say where. Keep looking. That's okay. I'll put another picture up where you'd see them better. I don't want to play any game. I showed these guys earlier from Twilight Zone.
Oh yeah, those were good. You know, but you know, they the other lady that was in this, you know, she was really beautiful and stuff, and I thought she looked horrible. Remember?
Upper right corner.
Yeah.
Xanti Misfit. It's
there
like
here's the Xanti ants at the top right.
It's a tarantula with a humanoid face, and they're prisoners. This alien planet Xantai exiled these dudes, and then they crash land on Earth, and they have a jailbreak. And Bruce Dern plays a criminal too, who discovers them.
When I saw that as a kid on television, it scared me to death. The Xanti ants, because they talk, you know, and they got this really strange sounding voice when they communicate with the people on Earth.
Oh yeah, well, it's a translator.
Yeah, but the capsule they come in on is really small. You know.
Yeah, it's right here.
Yeah.
Whoops. No, it's right there. There's. It looks like a bullet.
Yeah, it's a tiny little thing.
That's what she said. I'm sorry. Now here is remember who's the actor on the right? I asked the chat. No one got it. Who is the actor on the right in that makeup?
He was another TV series. What was that guy's name?
Well, you know, if you can't think of the name, just say a show he starred in.
What?
If you can't think of the name, think of the TV show or a movie that he acted in. Now I'll count that as a correct answer.
Wasn't he in my mind's blank. Wasn't he in? I know who you're talking about. Let me see.
I'll give you a hint. He had a minor supporting role in North by Northwest, released in 1959, directed by Alfred Hitchcock on the big screen. He's actually a cartoonist. He's a talented artist. He turned down an iconic role of Mr. Spock in the original Star Trek. He thought it was too cerebral or too unemotional. He says, I want to use my emotions as an actor. He turned down Spock so he could play Roland Hand in a very popular show, which he left after 3 seasons in a salary dispute with his wife.
You know, my mind's I tell you what, I know who you're talking about. My mind's
Martin Landau. Martin Landau. The man who's never born. Roland Hand was his character in Mission.
Yeah, he would be walking around, and then he would look normal, and then the next scene he would have that face you see there.
He had a hypnotic effect. He could I've been hypnotized. He would hypnotize people into thinking he looked like a handsome human. And then sometimes when he got distracted, the effect would go away, and someone would see the true form and go, ah! Remember this woman was delivering towels. He's renting a house. Get this. And it's like a house. He's renting a room in a house for $5 a month. I'm like, where are these prices in 1963? He gives her like $5 bill or something, and it's fake money. He hypnotizes her that he's giving her cash, so he really ripped the lady off. He didn't hand her nothing.
You know what other series? You know what other series had some great monsters in them? In fact, where's the? Oh, here it is. Hang on. This was a Shudder TV series. Remember this right here, Creep Show?
Oh God, yeah.
It was based on the movie Creep Show, and I love the series so much when I watched it that I bought the Blu-ray package, and it's the complete
series.
Series, yeah. All
How
of them.
many seasons are there?
There's 4 seasons here.
Where'd you find that, online or at a thrift shop?
No. I bought it off of Amazon. It wasn't cheap. It was $70. Can you believe that?
You must really like it to spend that.
I love the show. You know, did you know it's a Georgia production? They were filmed here.
Are you sure it will play? It looks like a British release, and it may not play on a. Have you tried to play it? I'm not trying to be a buzzkill.
I've already watched season 1.
Okay, good. Because I thought I saw TV 14, and that's a British emblem on the front, unless I'm mistaken.
Where's a British emblem?
On the front cover. Hold that up to the camera if you could. Yeah, okay, it's not. I thought I saw the
no,
British
it's Shudder. It's a Shudder production.
Okay. Very cool.
You know, Shudder is a great streaming service if you like horror movies and that sort of stuff. It's owned by AMC. But see here, look here. Hang on a second.
You got a compliment on the screen. Emily Miller, North Carolina, your home state, says, I love Al's hair. We always tease him that he needs to comb his hair, get a haircut, but she likes it. She's like, the heck with that. Let him be.
Yeah. Here they go. They're great. But I like them. I know because it starts out like the comic books. And from the comic books, it goes into the story, and it goes back to the comic books every now and then with the dialogue. It's great. These shows are fantastic.
The movies are good too. There were 2 Creepshow movies. Most people don't even remember the second one. But I've got the book right here. I was going to hold it up. Hang on. Yeah, I agree, Jim Von Spiegel. The original graphic novel Creepshow from 1982 when the movie was released. Yeah. Remember the original? Talk about 2 actors known for their comedy roles were in that in the same skit together. Right when Cheers was starting up, Ted Danson and Leslie Nielsen is like burying his head in sand. I can hold my breath a long time. Remember that? He's insane. Leslie Nielsen's character.
Yeah.
He gets his comeuppance.
Where are you at? I don't see you. You got me on camera. I don't see.
Well, keep talking. I'm trying to find my Creepshow graphic novel.
Oh. It's a bloody ode to old school horror. See there?
Ah.
Now, anybody that likes Creepshow, the movie, these are better than the movie. These things are great. And each disc, each story is about 30 minutes. There's 2 to make up an hour. And there are some vignettes that run maybe 15 or 20 minutes. These are great.
Oh, wow.
They're just so well done. And the Blu-rays look great. They look great.
Well, I'm going to give up looking for this thing because I can't stop the show. I had it.
But these have great monsters in them. These are just, they're so clever. They're really, really good.
Awesome. What else you been doing today?
Let's see. Well, I went to mass and then I came home, had lunch, and then just did some work around the house, actually.
Very cool. Hang on. I'm stalling.
Well, I did tonight. I watched the last season of this. That's what I did.
Okay, cool.
What? What are you looking for?
Well, I was looking for Creepshow, the graphic novel. It's okay. I found it earlier. Let me put myself.
Oh, okay.
I found it earlier, and I said, no, don't do that. This guy, Sundstrom, had done a video on Creepshow, and I didn't want to look like I was copying him. I don't like to copy people. So I said, nah, don't show that. It'll look like you're copying his Creepshow video. Dave Sundstrom. And
another classic monster is Godzilla.
It's in storage somewhere, huh?
Godzilla's a great monster.
Absolutely. Now, Jim Von Spiegel, I covered Outer Limits pretty extensively with some photos earlier. I don't want to rehash that for those that have been here all along.
Right.
But and we talked about Donna Douglas being the woman in Eye of the Beholder. Talked about Twilight Zone. Yeah. And there's those creatures from that. I'm not going to rehash what I showed some Twilight Zone. Look at that collage, Al, from Twilight Zone.
I have all the Twilight Zones on DVD. I have the complete series on DVD.
Me too. And you have this on film, Spook Louder, Three Stooges.
Oh, the Three Stooges, yeah.
I love
it. It was released in theaters. That was in 3D. I believe it was in 3D in the theaters. But yeah, I have that on film.
No, Spooks was 3D. Spook Louder was not 3D. Spooks was in 3D. Spook Louder is the one with the flying pies.
Yeah.
Now,
have that. Yeah.
Was there not more than one where there'd be a thug dressed as a skull? That was it just in Spook Louder? I thought there were more than one Three Stooges shorts that featured a dude in an outfit.
There was one. There was one with Shemp. I can't remember the name of it.
Well, Shemp's in Spook Louder.
I watched that on film just the other day.
Isn't Spook Louder a Shemp Three Stooges, or am I in error? Flying pies. I was the one that threw those pies. And then he gets hit in the face with a pie himself.
No, that Curly's in that one because they went to this house because they were going to listen to the will. He was Curly Q Link, remember?
Oh yes, I do remember now.
And they went to the house to hear the will, and the house was spooky.
Well, I also remember this.
The Curly Q passed away, and then Curly was Curly Q Link.
Look at the screen. There's a VHS from 1988 of The Outer Limits, The Invisibles. We watched this. I love the one with this crab monster. They'd attach it to your back. And this actor, Don Gordon, played an undercover CIA agent, and they put it on his back. There's Don Gordon right there. I can't play the scene because Amazon Prime owns The Outer Limits, and they had a Pluto channel, and they will shut you down if you play a clip. But there's a still from it. And also in that episode, before Batman, was Commissioner Gordon actor Neil Hamilton. He's been taken over by those parasites. And what I love is there's a scene where he leans back in his chair and he's just so possessed by this, and he goes, "Oh, master, monster."
Oh yeah,
bizarre, dude.
It's a good one. Yeah.
And then, what actor is that in that makeup?
Some of the monsters, though, I don't want to rehash everything, but in the Outer Limits, some look better than others.
Correct.
Some look kind of cheesy. You know what I'm saying?
This one I thought looked cool with the cat eyes. That's Robert Duvall. Anyway.
Yeah.
But here's one that looked bad. To your point, this one looks bad. That's a mask. The eyes don't
you can
glow,
tell.
but that's about it. Yeah. That's not. And even earlier, I'm not going to go on and on, but I showed some of these cards. You didn't see this. Look how cool these cards are in color. Those are the original 1960s Outer Limits cards, some of them. Isn't that bad to the bone?
Do you have those?
Yeah.
Well, you can. That is, put it back up again. That the one at the bottom in the middle there, that's Warren Oates.
Right. I talked about that. Yeah, with the Friday guy.
That's Warren Oates. Yeah.
I didn't mention the title of that episode. It's The Mutant.
Yeah.
The Mutant. And here's another shot, Al. Look at that one.
That's a good one.
There's the Zanny Misfit. Look, top above that pine cone monster that was threatening William Shatner's character. And the bottom right, that's not an original. That is from The Invisible Enemy with Adam West himself.
You're talking about the color one on the bottom there?
Color, yeah. On bottom right, little shark head. They filmed that. It's so cheap. Season 2 of Outer Limits. It's a hand puppet in a tank.
Oh.
And it's threatening a crew. It's on Mars, supposedly. And Adam West is the commander of the astronauts. And they're all getting picked off one by one by that thing. And they don't really reveal what it looks like till towards the end or the middle of the episode. But and I like the one with the tumbleweeds. And people think it's a terrible episode, season 2. Eddie Albert, right before Green Acres, is in that. Cry of Silence. And there's these. Remember the tumbleweed monsters?
Well, yeah, because see, their car broke down, and they ended up in this little town or something, in the house, and they had the tumble. Yeah, it was a good one.
And then I covered briefly Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea. That's my favorite Voyage monster, the Merman, which I used several times, and in Lost in Space.
Yeah, I have season 1 of Voyage on DVD. That's all I have.
Just to review quickly, there's some Star Trek monsters I dug up. Those aren't vintage cards, but they're cool. And I love the monster top right, the salt vampire. And I've shown that it was a lady, someone on the crew in that outfit.
All right, go back to that picture. All right, the one on the top right there, that reminds me of the Warlocks from the Time Machine.
Correct, the Morlocks.
If you look at it, I mean, they got the same eyes and stuff, maybe. But remember the Warlocks in the Time Machine?
Well, the Morlocks, I think it's with an M. But yeah, the Time Machine. George Powell's The Time Machine. Yeah. Correct. Yeah, great movie. The remake wasn't bad either with Guy Pearce, whom I played his henchman in the movie Lawless when I tarred and feathered that dude. He was the star. He played Taylor's role in the remake in 2003. It was not bad.
I didn't see that.
That's something I should get on DVD and bring to your home theater. But inside that costume top right was this lady. It's Shelley Winter. It's actress Shelley Winter, long before the Poseidon Adventure and everything else. Look at her there. She was thinner. I'm kidding. It's not her. It looks like her. It's not. It looks like her.
That's not Shelley Winters.
But it looks like her, don't it?
No, it doesn't.
It does to me
You know,
when she was younger.
Shelley Winter had a fat face. I mean, you
And
know.
then she played, what was it? She was in Batman. She played not Calamity. She played she played the Ma. She played the gangster. Anyway, and then there's another shot of that lady with the mask with the script there. But look at these 1976 Star Trek Topps cards. Years after the show went off the air, a year before Star Wars cards. I showed these earlier.
Yeah.
And then about Space Giants, you had every episode from Turner, all 52 on film, and you sold them. What decade was it? The 90s? You sold them to Tom Hudgens in Virginia State. He's dead now.
I left Turner in
91.
So it was sometime after that.
Man, and you had lost English
I had all
tracks.
the Lost in Space. I had all the Monsters.
All
the Stooges. I got more Stooges now.
Genie.
I didn't care for that show. I didn't care for it. It was all right. You know, some people
Well,
like
it wasn't it didn't speak to your generation. There's some more Star Trek monsters.
Yeah.
I like that disembodied head with the glowing eyes on the left.
Uh-huh.
But anyways, there's the dude in the Rodak mask. I mean costume. Who played this guy? This sounds like a rerun within a show. Who was in that makeup from the Invaders where you saw the true form? Take a guess. If you don't know the name a role he did. All right, I'll just tell you. It's Richard Anderson.
He was in a lot of shows.
Yeah, westerns, Alfred Hitchcock Hour, movies. Yeah, he was in Forbidden Planet, for goodness sakes. The movie.
Yeah, but he was also in a lot of different TV shows.
Oh, absolutely. He was in Wagon Train. I saw a great wagon. He had one arm in a Wagon Train episode. He played a guy with one arm, and he was in the Love Boat. I've
got some Wagon Trains on 16 millimeter. I like that show.
Why don't you ever show those to me when we're hanging out?
I don't know. I got Perry Masons. I've got the Untouchables.
Wow.
12 O'Clock High.
Have you seen? There's a Slee stack. That's beyond your generation.
I like that one. That one looks good. Yeah.
That's the Sleep from Land of the Lost. Sid Marty Krofft. Space 1999 monster would suck people in and they spit out their bones. It would eat them. Right. And then here's the Match Game monster. This is Sally.
She's been sitting under a sun lamp too long.
Talk about a Morlock. I think she looks like, well, this would be nothing to in the Apple, the original Star Trek show, the Apple episode. They look like that. They had makeup. Anyway, the Apple. Anyway, I was just showing some monsters from TV shows earlier. That guy in that costume played Darth Vader. That's Dave Prowse. He was filming the first Star Wars movie when he did that episode of Space 1999. But he was later, of course, made famous playing Darth Vader. Not his voice, though. That's a cool monster from Space 1999. It would glow, had a big ugly eyeball. And then you know the fembots we watch shows on film.
Yeah, we watch that at my house.
I consider that a monster, a mechanical monster. And I like this vampire from Buck Rogers. That was a cool TV monster. I like the monsters in V. Those were cool monsters. Just a review. I got this from your Facebook.
Oh.
And then, of course, there's the original.
Go back to the other picture. There you go. Okay, it's of course Frankenstein, and then you've got the Tim Burton girl there from Corpse Bride, I believe. And the little one there on the right,
Marty Feldman up there, and then Gene Wilder up there.
Remember a cartoon series called Groovy Ghoulies? Yeah. I've got those on DVD. They're fun. They're fun cartoon shows, and of course, what's his name from?
Yeah.
What are you doing?
A gnat was flying around or something. Sorry.
From Rocky Horror, Tim Curry.
Right.
And then you got Marty Feldman. Those eyes.
But he's not really a monster, though. I don't think he belongs in that picture. Rocky Horror guy, Curry.
No. I'm just mentioning that's who that was, you know.
Right, but I don't know why he's in that. Is what I'm saying. It doesn't belong. It's like the old was it Sesame Street or Electric Company? One of these things doesn't belong with the other. One of these things don't belong. There's of course the great Frankenstein, and there he is in the makeup chair. Look, he was kind of ripped.
That's Boris Karloff.
Correct. Host of Thriller, a great 1-hour anthology show last 2 years. Look here. Is the Grinch is a good monster, animated monster, and live action with Jim Carrey down the line.
Yeah.
I like King Kong monster. I talked to my dad. This is a big rerun. He says to him, a monster has to be bigger than man, like a Godzilla, like his favorite monsters. He didn't think Dracula was a monster. He goes, well, that's someone who became a supernatural force, just like a zombie. He doesn't consider those. That's just his opinion. I talked to him yesterday. He said he goes to him, monsters are large, like the Blob. He said that was a good one. I said, I can't believe you mentioned the Blob because that's on my list too. And that was one of Steve McQueen's first movies.
You're talking about the movie The Blob?
Yeah, The Blob.
With Steve McQueen. What? The Blob's not a monster.
What?
What are you talking about? The Blob?
Yeah, that's a monster. You could even say the Killer Tomato is a monster. Attack of the Killer Tomato.
Well, I guess, but Blob is just this goo. It's not.
It's certainly a monster. I should have pulled up. I'll save it for next time. When I get to movie monsters.
I don't consider the Blob a monster, but that's just my opinion.
One of my favorites, I'll just say it, I won't show it, is the monster from This Island Earth. With those claw hands and that terrible face.
Yeah.
And then there's another movie monster, Michael Myers, in the William Shatner mask.
You know, I didn't like those movies. I never cared for the Friday the 13th movies. I don't know. They were too.
What about Nightmare on Elm Street?
Too much of a slasher for me. What
about Nightmare on Elm Street? Freddy Krueger.
Well, the first one was okay. Yeah.
What about The Howling?
Go back. That was Ming from Flash Gordon.
Right sure there was the original.
On the top right.
Not Max von Sydow from the 1980 movie.
But he played Ming in the Flash Gordon TV series. I mean, serials.
Right.
Yeah.
Did you ever see The Howling? I love it.
I did.
Yeah.
It was good.
Well, Rocky Horror.
It's not Dracula, but it's Nosferatu.
Yeah, and he's coming back in a new movie. Yeah.
Robert Eggers is directing the new Nosferatu. It's going to open up Christmas Day. And, Robert Eggers directed that movie, The Lighthouse, with Willem Dafoe and Robert Pattinson.
People are agreeing with you here. Emily Miller.
Did you ever see that? The Lighthouse?
We watched it together, dude.
Oh, that's right. Did you like it?
Yeah, black and white. It was filmed by Willem Dafoe.
Robert Eggers directed that, and he's directing the new Nosferatu coming out Christmas Day with Willem Dafoe.
I've always liked that monster, and I didn't realize till I learned from Barry King, the guy who played that creature, or a variation of it in the original TV miniseries Salem's Lot, was an actor in the original Star Trek. He was in Journey to Babel, season 2. The guy who played that was one of the scariest vampires I've ever seen in the original Salem's Lot, which incidentally got delayed by the network, and because of production hangups with post-production, it didn't air till Thanksgiving week. There was a 2-night event, miniseries. It didn't make Halloween. It aired after Halloween.
I watched a movie the other day on one of the streaming services. I think it was on Pluto. A movie called 30 Days of Night. Hang on a second. I want to get something.
Okay, well, I'm going to, if you can hear me, people are agreeing with you. Jim Von Spiegel watching on Facebook Live says slashers are not thrillers.
No, they're just gross. Hold on a minute.
All right, well, Emily Miller, I'll just read aloud, says, to you, I never cared for the Halloween or the Friday the 13th franchises myself. And then Kay Moonen says, I don't know what state Kay Moonen's in. He may not want to identify which state he's in. That's fine. But he says, I agree with Al. Those movies didn't do it for me either. And then Danny Staten in South Carolina jokes, vampires suck. So while Al is away, let's do another trivia question. Get back to it. I'm all over the place, I know, but I didn't expect Al to pop on at this time, and that's fine. The question was, and someone already guessed the correct answer. Well, all right, Al's back. What you got, buddy?
Hang on a minute. Hang on, put my.
Oh, okay.
What? I was going to do a show and tell. Hang on a second. Look,
that's fine. I'll ask trivia question.
Now we talked about Willem Dafoe playing Nosferatu, right?
Right.
But it's not the first time he played Nosferatu. Oh. He did a movie with John Malkovich called Shadow of the Vampire. Look at that.
Can you hold it closer to the camera, please?
This is a very rare
let me
movie.
make you big. Hold on. Hold that. I don't want your arthritis, if you have it, to kick in.
I've got arthritis.
Let me see here.
Well,
God, oh, I see what I'm doing wrong.
What?
There. Okay. Now, whoa, hold it up. Now I got you big.
There it is.
Whoa.
And this is a fantastic movie. It's a movie within a movie. John Malkovich plays a director, and Willem Dafoe is playing the vampire. But what they don't know, that Willem Dafoe is a real vampire, and he starts, menacing the crew. There's
Wow. Wow.
So
Jim Von Spiegel's asking you, what year was that movie made?
let's see here. I've had the DVD for a while. Let me see the date on it. It was in the 90s, I'm pretty sure.
They make that writing so small sometimes.
But no, if you can find it, it's probably out of print now. I've had it a long
I'll
time.
just Google it.
That's a wonderful
Shadow
movie.
of the Vampire. And by the way,
Shadow of the Vampire.
By the way, you and I agree.
That's Willem Dafoe there.
He's a great actor. I've never understood.
And then that's John Malkovich right there. He's also a good actor.
I've never been able to understand. It's from 2000. It's from the year 2000. 2000. Jim Von Spiegel, Shadow of the Vampire. I've never understood his accent. I can't figure out the accent of Willem Dafoe. Very unique.
This is one of the better Nosferatu movies. It came out in 1979 with Klaus Kinski. And this is a very, very good movie. Now, this disc is out of print, but you can get it on Blu-ray, I do believe. But I've had this one a while. Klaus Kinski.
Very cool.
Oh, it's great. It's great. Now, I told you about a movie called 30 Days of Night, and it's got some of the best vampires. I just got the Blu-ray.
Nice.
I mean, it's a wonderful movie. Look, you can see the vampires are great. And what I like about this movie is it takes place in Alaska when there's 30 days of darkness. It's snowing and everything. And the town there is menaced by vampires.
Ooh.
And Josh Hartnett's in it. He's actually very good in it. It's a great movie. It's just you can see the inside.
Okay.
There we go. That's
me texting you.
Got some great vampires.
I was texting in the group text, letting Tom know you're on in case Tom wants to pop on. He's probably off duty now from the Weather Channel driving home. All right, yeah, cool.
Wait a minute. I got somebody just saying.
That's me texting.
Oh, I see. Now, this is a fairly recent movie, and I love this movie. I saw it in the theaters, and I wanted to get the Blu-ray. Renfield with Nicolas Cage. Did you ever see that?
Nope, sure haven't.
It's great. It's a tongue-in-cheek vampire movie. There it is. But it's really fun to watch. Nicholas Hoult plays his servant. And there's a scene in it where he goes to this, you know when people get together, they're alcoholics, they sit around and they talk and they try to solve their problems.
Yeah, it's called
he goes to this. He goes to this group and he walks in. He says, "Help me get out of this toxic relationship." And they don't realize that he's the servant of Dracula, played by Nicolas Cage. It's a fun movie. Renfield.
Does it start in an AA meeting, basically?
What?
Does it start in an Alcoholics Anonymous meeting?
No. It's just a self-help group. They're not. He just shows up and he wants to get out of the relationship with Nicolas Cage, who plays the vampire. And makes a good vampire.
Emily says it was a really weird movie, and Jim Von Spiegel says I love that movie. It flopped in theaters though.
Yeah, I saw it in the theaters.
Looks like Chance won't be watching that game tonight. Yeah, the Steelers. Oh God, I know. I still have 9 more trivia questions left. All right. Wow, you really are prepared over there, Mr. Hardy. That's awesome.
What?
Good. How good that you're really prepared with some Halloween entertainment there.
Oh. Well, I would have come on earlier, but I was busy.
Oh, that's okay. I'm not scolding you. I'm glad you did.
I'm looking forward to Nosferatu though when it comes out Christmas Day.
Oh yeah, now let's talk about that. That's a weird day for that movie to be released.
Well, you know,
Why are they doing that?
the Nosferatu, I have that Blu-ray. It said I'm not going to go get it, but the guy that played Nosferatu, it's the silent movie. Max Schreck played Nosferatu, and this is the silent version, and the version I have on Blu-ray, it's been restored and it's tinted, like the night scenes are blue and the scenes with the vampire kind of red. They did a nice job restoring it, and it's a Kino Lorber release, and I have the Blu-ray Nosferatu. It's the silent one. A lot of people are showing that now in theaters with a live music accompaniment. You know, it's because it's silent. You should look it up. It's really good.
Jim Von Spiegel likes you and says you two need to do more shows together. I agree.
Right.
Talking about movies, he's a wealth of knowledge about movies.
Oh.
He says German, wasn't he?
Yeah, it was German production, and it actually when they made the movie, F.W. Murnau was a German guy. He directed it, and so it was Dracula, but for some reason they had to change it to Nosferatu because of legal rights, and they ordered. And what's strange about Nosferatu, they lost the lawsuit, and the courts ordered them to destroy all the prints of Nosferatu. But a few prints survived, and they found one 35 millimeter negative print that survived, and that's what they did the restoration of Nosferatu with. But you know, it survived, and so they restored it, and it looks great. But F.W. Murnau directed it. You know, he made a lot of silent movies.
Okay, Emily, that's cool. Have a good night.
And I'll tell you about, you know, a lot of people don't know who F.W. Murnau is, but he directed Nosferatu and some other silent movies, some big ones. But he was actually going to a premiere one night of one of his movies in California. He was from Germany, but he came to the U.S. after he made some movies in Germany. He came to the U.S. and made films here. One of his big movies was called Sunrise. Anyway, the car ran off the road, and he was a passenger in the back seat with a friend, and they were killed, and he didn't survive. And he's buried in Berlin, and about, I think it was 2001 or 2, somebody broke into his grave and stole his skull, the head. And they've never found it. They took his head. Isn't that weird?
That is gross. That is more than weird. That's evil, and that is disturbing.
Yeah. F.W. Murnau. He, like I said, you can look him up. He made some wonderful movies, and he left Germany and came to America to make some films here. But he was kind of disenchanted with Hollywood because he liked to make things on his own terms. But you know, in Hollywood, the film studios, they want to control what you do, and so he stayed here for a while, but eventually went back to Germany and made some more films over there.
That's wild, says Jim Von Spiegel, about your story there about the head. Yeah. That's
I
so
think it was
crazy.
2001. Somebody broke into his grave, and
Wow.
you can go online and look at it. You can see he had the gravestone there in Berlin, and it's got, of course, when he was born and he died. But yeah, they stole his head, and they've never located it.
What would be the point?
Just to have it, because he was a famous director, you know, and I don't know. People are weird. It's I don't know, but they never found it.
Question for you on the screen. Jim Von Spiegel's asking, did he do any Buster Keaton silent movies?
No, he didn't do any Buster Keaton movies. No, those were done. Who did those Buster Keaton movies?
I have a laser disc of them.
No, what F.W. Murnau? No, he didn't do any Buster Keaton. His were Sunrise was a big hit for him, a movie called Sunrise. But I don't know, he you know, it's mainly silent movies. I don't think he did any talkies that I know of.
Oh, very cool.
Yeah.
So I'm going to ask you, I would like to do another. This is part 1. I'm going to talk about movie monsters and some more TV monsters next time. I'm going to start to wrap the show and do some more trivia. But I would love to ask you what your top 5, not now, but think about your personal top 5 monsters on TV or film. It could be a cartoon. It could be a live action monster, whatever. I would just like to know. And also what your favorite Halloween novelty song is. Would it be the Monster Mash, or is there one better than that? Just think on that for next time. You don't have to say, unless you want to. If you want to,
Monster Mash is good. That's a takeoff on Boris Karloff. It was a big hit, but it's not really my favorite. My favorite is it was by a fellow by the name of Gene Simmons, not the rock singer.
Yeah, not the actor singer.
It's called "I Just Moved in My New House Today." Blah 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 blah. What was that song?
While you're thinking, Jim Von Spiegel chose
Let me
Thriller. Michael Jackson. All right, Jim Von Spiegel chose Thriller, Michael Jackson's Thriller, which was narrated by the great Vincent Price.
Well, yeah, that's Thriller. It was a big hit, you know. I Just Moved in My New House Today song. Let's see. Gene Simmons, I was right. It's called Haunted House.
Very cool. Not the Gene Simmons.
No, not the Gene Simmons of the rock group.
The one nobody knows, unfortunately. But I need to hear that song. I'm sure I have heard it, but it's not here. All right, cut it off. Like, I'm scared. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to yell.
Hold on a minute. Yeah, it's by Gene Simmons. It's called Haunted House. I don't want to get you thrown off.
Yeah, I've had some issues lately. I don't,
Well,
even Keebs out there in Texas State is saying no music. That's okay. We just played a little sample. I think I'll be all right. I hope.
It'll be all right. I was talking over it anyway.
Yeah, and that's okay. I'm knocking on the desk. This guy on camera, Al Hardy, sold me for only $20 a desk from Ted Turner Superstation 17.
Put your camera back on.
All right. Excuse me. I did an Al Hardy move. I burped into the mic.
Oh. You said you got lightheaded when you stood up. It's because you were drinking that Pepsi Cola.
Oh, zing.
And not drinking Coca-Cola.
Oh, no, you're from North Carolina. You should be plugging RC Cola.
No, well, Pepsi was founded in North Carolina.
RC Cola, though, is more North Carolina than Pepsi.
Pepsi was founded in North Carolina.
And Coke in Atlanta. So I'm a traitor to the cola cause.
Well, I can drink Pepsi, I think Regal theaters use Pepsi.
They do.
Yeah.
And they have the best popcorn of the big chains. Along with, but I like that CGC cinemas. No, not CGC.
NCG.
NCG. I was thinking of the comic book grading company.
They use Pepsi also. I think they use Pepsi.
I like that theater chain, and I like the Georgia Theater Company chain and Regal the best. That's just me.
Well, AMC closed my old theater.
Yeah, but they're reopening it, you said.
Yeah, they AMC closed it, but the NCG is moving in there.
I'm going to try that, Jim Von Spiegel. Did you see? Yes, I did. That 7-Up is redoing the Shirley Temple drink. Yeah, it's out in select markets. They're test marketing it. I'm going to get that. It's probably in Atlanta. I'm going to check. I love Shirley Temples with real cherries in them.
Shirley Temple?
The drink. Part Cola, part Sprite or 7-Up. But 7-Up's putting it out, not Sprite. I shouldn't mention Sprite. Yeah, and they're doing a Shirley Temple drink. Anyone remember Pepsi Blue? Yes, I do. Came in and the clear Pepsi. I remember that. Pepsi, yuck. Drink Dr. Pepper, or I'm going to have to quit, is your moderator. That's what I drink when I play Scrabble with Mama. That's her favorite is Dr. Pepper. And we put real cherry juice from maraschino cherries. I pour
Right.
some in there. I make the drinks, and she has an ice machine, and yeah, we have Dr. Pepper. We do. My grandpa always made Shirley Temple, says Jim Von Spiegel. That was the drink when we were kids, non-alcoholic. It's a non-alcoholic beverage. I like them. I'm going to try that. I have 7-Up in my fridge. I like 7-Up. It's caffeine-free. If I drink a 7-Up
to
for the
me,
show,
I like 7-Up. It's just kind of like Sprite too, you know. It's got that. But my drink of choice is Sundrop.
Right, and that's from North Carolina too.
Yeah.
Sundrop. What's the only orange soda that has caffeine in it of the major ones?
Knee High.
I'll get Fanta.
Fanta.
Or I'll just Sunkist. Sunkist has caffeine in it. Fanta does not, and most of the others do not. Orange soda has caffeine.
Well, did Sunkist buy the Knee High orange drink? Knee High.
I don't know that.
Well, Knee High Cola had an orange drink. I think they made a cola too. I think
they did. Knee High. They featured it on MASH, the old MASH show. That's what Red Arrow would drink is Knee Highs.
Right.
Because he was a good boy. He didn't drink alcohol. Let's see here. Knee High. You're asking me who bought Knee High? Knee High was purchased by the Dr. Pepper Snapple Group, now known as Keurig Dr. Pepper. They purchased the Knee High brand in April 2008.
Well, also Dr. Pepper bought Sundrop. They own Sundrop now.
And you know, I like Cheerwine in terms of cherry sodas in the glass bottle.
But Cheerwine's out of North Carolina too.
I know.
Yep.
Well, that's okay.
What?
No, I'm looking something up. I'm missing the whole doggone. All right. In 1980, Sunkist Orange Soda became the #1 orange soda in the U.S. and the 10th best-selling soft drink overall. Unlike many other competing orange sodas like Fanta, Orange, Sunkist contains caffeine. All right.
Well, Sundrop contains caffeine too, but I like it.
Yeah. Well, anything else?
Short, not to enjoy something you like.
Do you want to hear some of these questions about monsters? There's only about 9 more. People have been really wanting to play trivia.
If you want to, you don't have to. I mean,
right,
you can. I mean, I won't participate. You just ask viewers if you want.
Well, you can play along. I can't give you any prizes, but all right. Well, let's do this one then. I already asked it. Let's get past this question. In Greek mythology, I'll put it on the screen out. In Greek mythology, which monster regrows 2 heads whenever one is cut off? I'll give you some choices, multiple choice. Is it Medusa, Cyclops, Cerberus, or Hydra? Medusa, Cyclops, Hydra, or Cerberus?
It's not Cyclops. He had one eye, isn't he?
No, it's not Cyclops. I'll give you that.
No, it's not Cyclops. What were they again?
Kay Munin guessed Hydra. All right, I'll give you the choices. Jim Von Spiegel guessed A. Let me back up. All right. In Greek mythology, which monster regrows 2 heads whenever one is cut off? A. Medusa, B. Cyclops, C. Hydra, or D. Cerberus. 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 Sorry, Cerberus, I think. All right, I'm not. In Greek mythology, which monster regrows 2 heads whenever one is cut off? A. Medusa, B. Cyclops, C. Hydra, or D. Cerberus. And let's see what people are guessing. Hydra. Kay Moonan's right. I'll just tell you, it is the Hydra. It's Hydra. I would have thought Medusa as well. For the second of his 12,
I wouldn't have guessed that.
For the second of his 12 tasks, Hercules had to kill the multi-headed sea serpent Hydra. To foil its regenerative powers, he had his nephew cauterize his neck wounds after each beheading. Okay, so let's get to the next question at last. Let me put it on the screen. Multiple choice. This is question 6 of 13. Oh, dear. Al, let's see if you know this one.
Put it up.
A stay at the supposedly haunted Stanley Hotel inspired Stephen King to write which novel?
The Shining?
Came in and said about the former question, Medusa had snakes on her head, not multiple heads on her body. Correct. It was kind of a trick question. A stay at the supposedly haunted Stanley Hotel inspired Stephen King to write which novel? Choices are A, The Stand, B, The Shining, C, Carrie, or D, It. You were right. It was The Shining. B, The Shining. In 1974,
I said The Shining.
You got it right. I just said that. In 1974, Stephen King and his nothing. You're not eligible. I said that too. In 1974, Stephen King and his wife stayed at the Stanley Hotel, which was nearly empty because it was about to close for the season. That night, he had a nightmare that his 3-year-old son was being chased down the hall by a fire hose. He turned these experiences into the book The Shining. Good one, Al.
Oh, yeah.
Here's another question. Here's 7 of 13.
I didn't like that movie, especially.
I didn't either.
I didn't care for it. I thought it was just kind of way overrated.
A lot of people in my life do like it, and I respect that. I don't
care
like
for
a lot of Stanley Kubrick's movies. I know it's sacrilege. I didn't like 2001. I thought 2001: A Space Odyssey was a big bore, even though Brian Johnson did the special effects, who later did Space 1999 and the creepy computer. And I didn't like it. I'm sorry. Eyes Wide Shut was weird. I heard he was really destructive as a director on some of the actors, like Shelley Duvall. She talked about it. She just died. All right, here's the next question. In Bram Stoker's Dracula, well, I did like Clockwork Orange, but that was creepy too.
I like that better. I liked it better.
All right, in Bram Stoker's Dracula, what does the monster allegedly need from his home country to stay healthy?
His home soil. Dirt.
Red rum, murder backwards. Okay. You what did you say? I'm now I'm not listening to you like you weren't listening to me. What did you say?
The soil.
Wow. In Bram Stoker's Dracula, what does the monster allegedly need from his home country to stay healthy? A, clothing, B, bedding, C, dirt, or D, food? You were right.
His bedding is dirt. He has to sleep in the home soil from his country.
It is dirt. In Bram Stoker's Dracula, I almost said Bram Stoker's. I be stroking. Remember that song? I stroke it to the east. Okay. In Bram Stoker's Dracula, Dracula is in possession of 50 boxes of dirt from his home country, which he allegedly needs to stay healthy. Hey, man, I want to say I like Morbius and I like The Last Vermeer. People hate those movies. I like them because they take place on ships. And I thought... You're
talking about Morbius?
Morbius, and there's a good portion of that on the ship towards the beginning. And I liked The Last Vermeer. I'm talking about both those movies. They both took place on ships, and we both liked them, right?
Yeah, I have The Last Voyage of the Demeter. I have that on Blu-ray, and I also have Morbius.
What did I say? The Last Vermeer? I was thinking of the Guy Pearce movie, The Last Vermeer. That's an entirely different movie about that painting.
Oh, I thought you were the Voyage of the Demeter.
I meant The Last Voyage of what you said.
Demeter.
Yeah. Yeah, no wonder you were confused.
The Demeter was the name of the ship that Dracula came over to this country on.
Right.
Yeah.
Another question here. In The Legend of Sleepy Hollow by Washington Irving, what is thrown at Ichabod Crane that he mistakes for a severed head? I'll give you some choices.
I know.
Came in and already guessed. A pumpkin.
Yes, a pumpkin.
It is. And the guesses were A, a stone, B, a pumpkin, C, a doll, or D, an animal skull. Y'all are right. You both are right. In The Legend of Sleepy Hollow by Washington Irving, a pumpkin is thrown at the protagonist, Ichabod Crane, which he mistakes for a severed head.
Well, that was with what's his name? I got to correct you. You were talking about Island of Dr. Moreau.
Yeah. And it wasn't Johnny Depp, right?
It was Val Kilmer.
It was Val Kilmer. People used to say when I was younger, I looked like him. I can't believe. Yeah, I know. I said Johnny Depp, but it was Marlon Brando. He was weird, like he was in Apocalypse Now. It's one of his weirder roles.
You know, I have that on 35 millimeter film.
Which one?
Island of Dr. Moreau.
Well, let's fire up the projector right now. I'll be there in 30 minutes.
I have it on film.
Yeah. Let's pass your bedtime. All right, here's another question. Which filmmaker's work largely developed the modern zombie? I'll give you some choices. Is it This is an easy one. Is it A, George A. Romero, B, Sam Raimi, C, John Carpenter, or D, Wes Craven? Which filmmaker's work largely developed the modern zombie? A, George A. Romero, B, Sam Raimi, C, John Carpenter, or D, Wes Craven? Do you have a guess?
It could be any of those.
Hey, Brandon.
Wes Craven?
No, it was George Romero. Night of the Living Dead. And also he was part of Creepshow, the original Creepshow movie.
Well, Night of the Living Dead was one of the first zombie movies. Really,
Right. But zombies, of course, were around in real life, in places like Haiti and other parts of the world. The work of American filmmaker George A. Romero, including Night of the Living Dead, largely developed the modern fictional zombie. When I auditioned for Walking Dead...
But you know what movie actually had zombies in it before that? Carnival of Souls.
No, Barbarella. I'm joking. Barbarella had zombies.
Carnival of Souls was a black and white movie, and it really had the first zombies in it. They didn't have ugly faces. They were dead, and they had kind of dark eyes. But Carnival of Souls.
When I auditioned for Walking Dead to play a walker zombie, it hadn't aired yet, and we were about to shoot the pilot. And then we saw clips from Night of the Living Dead. It was called Zombie School, a class, and we watched clips of Night of the Living Dead and some of Dawn of the Dead. They said, we want slow zombies. Pretend it's 4 a.m., you're in a bar, and you're trying to walk out of the bar. We want you to walk like that. And I started making sounds, and one of the people that auditioned me wound up directing episodes, Greg Nicotero, who at the time was the head of the special effects, K&B Effects, his production company for special effects. Right. And he says, Chance, you don't have to worry about making sounds. We'll take care of that in post-production. I said, okay. But they like my performance. I'm short. They wanted tall, thin, but my performance won Greg Nicotero over. I was very grateful for the opportunity to do some stunts in Walking Dead in the beginning. All right, so it was George Romero. Let's get to the next question, question 10 of 13, and we'll start to wrap the show. All right, who wrote? Well, I'm not going to put you on the spot. I was going to ask you who wrote Lord of the Rings, the books.
Tolkien.
Correct. J.R.R. Tolkien described this. The question is, J.R.R. Tolkien, who wrote Lord of the Rings, described which creature as a dark figure streaming with fire? Give you some choices. A, Visceron, B, Golem, C, the Balrog, or D, the Jabberwock?
What was it?
If it's on the screen, all right. Tolkien described which creature as a, quote, dark figure streaming with fire, unquote. Is it Visceron, Golem, the Balrog, or the Jabberwock? Just take a guess if you want.
Yeah, I like those movies. I have them on Blu-ray, but I don't remember.
Okay. Jim Von Spiegel guessed Golem.
Hello, precious, little precious.
He loved the ring. Kay Moonen got it right. It is the Balrog. It is the Balrog.
Those are great movies. Those are really good movies, though. It's got a great soundtrack by James Horner.
Yes, it does. An ancient foe, meaning enemy, F-O-E. An ancient foe awoken by dwarves digging too deep into their minds. The Balrog of Moria was a fierce enough foe to, temporarily kill the wizard Gandalf in the first Lord of the Rings book. Okay, next question. Question 11 of 13. We're almost done with the trivia. We've given away the prizes, but let me see. I think because I only want people to win one time per show, and those that are in the chat, I don't think anyone else is in chat that would be eligible, so I'm not going to do a prize. All right, but it's a good question. Here's the question, Al. You can play along too. An esteemed 18th century cabinet maker who turned to burglary to fund his gambling problem was the inspiration for which monster? Your choices are Mr. Hyde, the Invisible Man, Freddy Krueger, or Pennywise. Repeating, an esteemed 18th century cabinet maker who turned to burglary to fund his gambling problem was the inspiration for which monster? A, Mr. Hyde, B, the Invisible Man, C, Freddy Krueger, or D, Pennywise?
The Invisible Man.
Incorrect.
It's not?
Nope.
Ew. See, nobody knows.
Well, it's Mr. Hyde. I'll just give him for it's 10:41.
Nobody would know that.
For about 20 years, Al Hardy. For about 20 years, Deacon William Brody as well. All right. For about 20 years, Al Hardy for about 20 years. Deacon. He was Catholic. I get a Deacon William Brody was a well-respected carpenter by day and a burglar by night. Fascinated by Brody's double life, Robert Louis Stevenson co-wrote a biographical play about him in 1880. 6 years later, Brody's dual nature served as an inspiration for The Strange Case of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde.
Ta-da!
Question 12 of 13. Are you up on Beowulf? Not Baywatch, Beowulf. Okay.
No.
Well, here's the question for everyone in the chat who's watching live or watching the replay. In the poem Beowulf, the monster Grendel is said to be a descendant of which infamous person? Your choices are A, Genghis Khan, B, Vlad the Impaler, C, Brutus, or D, Cain with a C, like Michael Caine. In the poem Beowulf, the monster Grendel is said to be a descendant of which infamous person? A, Genghis Khan, B, Vlad the Impaler, C, Brutus, or D, Cain? Jim Von Spiegel guessed D. K. Moonen guessed Cain. Are you Google cheating? No, I don't think you are. It is Cain. It is Cain. D. Cain is the correct answer. The 8th century epic Beowulf refers to the biblical Cain as having sired many varied monstrous creatures, Grendel being of that bloodline. Some experts theorize that the title character slaying the monster symbolizes Anglo-Saxon England's emerging Christianity. Wow. Okay. Here's the final question for our monster trivia game. And I'll make this a prize question for anyone that has not yet won anything today that's out there that wants 5 Grease cards or 5 Batman 1989 Tim Burton cards. First person to answer correctly and says claim will get 5 cards of your choice. Here's the question. Perhaps best known for The Lottery, which author was a National Book Award finalist in 1960 for a novel about a haunted house? Your choices are A, William Faulkner, B, Ray Bradbury, C, Shirley Jackson, or D, Arthur Miller. Repeating the final question. Perhaps best known for The Lottery, which is a literary piece. Best known for The Lottery, which author was a National Book Award finalist in 1960 for a novel about a haunted house? Is it A, William Faulkner, B, Ray Bradbury, C, Shirley Jackson, or D, Arthur Miller?
Bradbury?
Incorrect. Jim Von Siegel. I know you're not Google cheating. You're just smart. Came in and says, no chance he's in Florida State. I'm not Google cheating. I read Beowulf in high school. Fair enough. And I was just teasing, and I know as much. I know. Jim Von Spiegel guessed C, which is Shirley Jackson. And Ron Goss is here. Ron Goss, our mutual friend watching on Facebook Live, guessed Ray Bradbury, as did Al. Jim Von Spiegel said good story. And Keebler in Texas State guessed Faulkner. I'm going to repeat this as the final question. Perhaps best known for The Lottery, which author was a National Book Award finalist in 1960 for a novel about a haunted house? A, William Faulkner, B, Ray Bradbury, C, Shirley Jackson, or D, Arthur Miller? The answer is C, Shirley Jackson. Jim Von Spiegel. Did anyone say claim? I don't know. Did I write? I don't
Who in the hell is Shirley Jackson?
I'm going to tell you. Shirley Jackson's book, The Haunting of Hill House, is widely regarded as a genre-defining work. Modern authors like Carmen Maria Machado and Neil Gaiman still name it the most frightening book they've ever read. The Haunting of Hill
Speaking
House.
of the Haunting of Hill House, it's on Amazon Prime, I believe. It's really a good movie. There was a newer version of that.
Well, that sums up our trivia right there. It was great. And K Moonen, you nailed it. Just like you picked the best boxes when I was going through that collection I bought last April 2024. Oh, here comes Tom right at the end. Hello, Mr. Williams. How are you doing? How was work today at the Weather Channel?
It was long.
Like how long a shift? 4 hours? I'm not just. I know you do prep before that, but how
No,
long
I-
are you
I-
on the air?
I've been going since 6 a.m. this morning, so I'm a little tired.
Well, Al,
I'm
you need to
surprised
call,
I even called in.
Al. You need to call him what you always call Tom. It's an affectionate nickname. Say it, Al.
What?
Making all that money, all those hours. What do you call him?
Money bags?
Yeah, you got it. He's all money bags.
Right. I wish. If I was money bags, I wouldn't have to do that. Do all
Well, that is an extremely long shift. So, but you do church directing too for a major church. So did you skip it?
Yeah, that's what I was doing. Hello, Jim. That's what I was doing this morning.
Oh, so you did the gig at the church directing, and then you went to the Weather Channel. You did double duty.
Yeah.
Did you hit the comic shop in between? Titan Game.
No, I could have, but new stuff's not out till the 23rd. So, I did not hit the comic bookstore. No, I did not.
And the reason he would do that, we're collecting, he and I, these new Universal Horror Monsters comic books.
Yes, yes.
And they're really cool. And there's 4 covers. One of them's usually a black and white version of one cover, and then the others are all new. But we love them. We love them.
They're great. And what is, excuse me for saying scam, but what a way to get the person to buy the same thing.
I know.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times, Come on.
Especially the black and white version of the color cover.
Come on.
Same cover.
Just like the action figures, they would come up with the color famous monsters. And I think me and Al collected the first and second series of those. Did you have the second series too?
Yeah, I have the color ones and the black and white ones.
But then they came up with black and white ones.
Yeah, I got some black and white ones.
Yeah, I didn't care. I
Tom,
mean,
you know how I know you're tired?
Wow.
Look what you typed. Basil's nostalgic podcaster.
No, it says
podcast.
It says Basil's nostalgic pod. Oh yeah.
It's okay.
Okay, I'm a podcaster. Anyway, so
but you're clean. You don't have an R-rated podcast. Yours is clean as a whistle.
Yeah, well, that's what they do. They try to they do, and they do that to all comics. I noticed there was variants and going through Oxford Comics because they have a lot more comics than Titan.
Yeah, they do
4 times more, and it's not just the monsters. It's everybody. It's Marvel. It's everybody. I guess it's Marvel. I know DC does, but anyway, that's another reason not to go hog wild into collecting because you don't have enough money to try to get them all.
Yeah,
but you already have too many toys.
Yeah. But
they're $4.99 retail, but they do give a discount at Titan. They give a discount. But anyway, they're $5 each. I mean, I remember when I started collecting comics, they're 50 cents each, and I'm sure they were 10 cents each or 12 cents each when you picked up. Famous. I know you're a collector of Famous Monsters of Filmland magazine.
Yes. I used to have a lot of those, and Creepy magazine and Eerie magazine, Warren Publishing, and now they've re-released all those in a book form, and I have which is very cool. I wish they weren't all in boxes, or I would show them to you. I got the resin statues, which they didn't make very many of them. I want to say I'm tired, so I don't remember who the manufacturer was, but of Uncle Creepy and Cousin Eerie of the statues, and they look great. I mean,
it was whammo.
Yeah, the detail is amazing, and at their feet and everything is first editions of their magazines, etc. And I have since gone to recollect a few of them. I've got the first edition of Creepy and the first edition Eerie. That if I ever bring those statues back out,
I'll be right back.
You get to go pee. I was going to go bathroom. So anyway, if in fact there's a big chance, and if in fact ever come out with them, I want to have those graded and display them with the statues. Is what I would like to do, and I will get with you on how I do that.
The manufacturer, I don't know if you heard me, was Whammo.
Well, Whammo.
I'm joking, but remember Whammo? Ideal Toys. Whammo made the frisbees, right?
Correct, and hoses and stuff like that. And
While Al's doing whatever he's doing, I showed these earlier, but here's your favorite, one of your favorites right there.
Yeah.
And remember this picture where he's in the makeup chair? How about that?
Now, the interesting part about that one right there is, and I'm sure everyone watching in the know of Frankenstein knows that Guillermo del Toro, I think I'm saying his name correctly.
Yeah.
He has the life-size version of that was created and in his home. And he's got a lot of cool stuff in his of life-size version. But he got a life-size version of that very thing. Barber's chair, everything. You know.
And you've seen I need to get you a Remind magazine subscription. There he is right there on the cover of the current Remind magazine.
Yeah, I saw that.
Remind.
I did see that. I didn't see that Barnes. I did go to Barnes and Noble.
It's sold. Those things sell out quickly on the newsstand. They really, when you have a great cover like that, Halloween time, it's designed to sell. You know, they went up though. The cover price went from $4.99 to $5.99. Wow. But subscribers get it for $12 for the whole year, the first year, and then the next year it goes to $24, which is still a deal.
You know,
10 issues a year, 2 double-size issues.
I was going to buy. There was a Mad magazine because what they do is they regurgitate all their older stuff, and I was going to buy that, but it was $14.99. I'm like, I'm not trying to be a tightwad, but I'm going. I don't want it that bad. I mean, because it wasn't that. I thumbed through it and it looked interesting, but
look what Al's got.
I'd seen it all before. He's got the stuff.
I got this whole series. You know, these were put out by CVS Pharmacy. They were the Universal. Let's see if you can see the tag. The Universal. See, it was CVS Pharmacy, $5.99. This was a long time ago.
Yeah, you can tell by the price.
Like 20 years ago, Al? Would you say 20? Was it in the 2000s, early 2000s?
It's about 24. And then here is, these are great.
Yeah. Hey, Tom, Jim Von Spiegel says Ronco. Ronco toys.
Well, Ronco did not make the Eerie and Uncle Creepy. Whammo.
That's cool, Al.
Yeah.
They made a terrible robot, Lost in Space robot. Ronco Toys
yes,
did.
They did.
It was the worst looking robot.
And everything, you know.
I'm going to find a picture while Al's doing a show and tell.
Yeah,
hang on.
Now, have you got them all displayed?
No. He's got them. It sounds like he's got them in a plastic bag.
You got them in a plastic bag.
Yeah, there it is.
You sound sarcastic, Tom. What the heck?
Well, I mean, he if he'd have heard me, he said, "Well, all your stuff's in boxes."
I like him. I love his face.
Yeah, he looks like an old man.
Yeah. These are great. I got all of them.
Yeah.
I think you bought them. Did you buy these, Tom? Were you
No, I didn't buy them.
Oh.
I didn't care for them personally, but
I thought they're so cute.
Yeah. Do you sleep with them?
What?
Do you sleep with them? It's a joke, like a teddy bear. I'm just kidding. I'm not attacking you. It's a joke.
Oh, you're fun.
Let me.
Why don't you have them out and displayed for Halloween?
Yeah. Al, why don't you put them out for display?
They're in the living room. I had them in there. I just put them in a bag to bring them in here.
Oh.
I like him.
No,
wait. Let me make you big again.
The creature from the Black Lagoon.
Now that's one of Tom's favorite monsters. I don't want to steal his thunder though, Tom. I'm going to make this a series until Halloween. I would love to interview you and talk about, or have you talk about your favorite 5 movie and or TV monsters, or if you let's talk about it. Do you want to do just 5 TV and then another time 5 movie? Is it like just too vast what you like, or should it be 5 combined just one time?
I mean, my son had bought me this, and it's the NECA who has really taken over all the monster figures and stuff. And,
wow. And Mickey Big, hold that up again, will you, sir?
Yeah, well.
People can see it on their TV. There you go.
So basically, this is a costume. What makes it so cool? This is here's the back of it, because it got different figures in the series.
Ooh, I like the one on the bottom right with that skull right there. That one looks cool.
Yeah, but NECA came up with a Ben Cooper, because that was the manufacturer of all the kids' costumes.
Yes,
when you were little.
Yes.
And, so I had the same exact costume when I was a kid. The same costume.
Yeah, that is cool. I do like that.
I remember it well, and I showed it to my son, and he spent a lot of money on it. It was almost $100.
I've got the King Kong Ben Cooper outfit and many others, in the whole kit. Hey, here's the Ronco Lost in Space robot. Look how dumpy that thing is. But the good thing is about the box, you saw the season 1 costumes for the most part. Just over. They had these costumes in the pilot and in most of season 1 up until the episode Ghost in Space, where they made them new. Shows June making them new. Professor Maureen Robinson making with the machine new outfits that they wore. Basically, their season 2 costumes.
Very cool.
But look, you see in color on the box, they're black and white costumes, which was kind of cool back then. And I don't know, like I said earlier, why the heck haven't they colorized Lost in Space? Because they did a great job 20 years ago. Oh, there's the robot right there, a better robot from Lost in Space.
This one actually, he runs. This is a little box for him right here.
Oh, is it battery operated as well, or just AC?
And his arms go up and down. Yeah, the battery. That's the battery pack right there.
Yeah, he also
talks. Power pack.
He also talks.
And the little lights come on the top.
Yeah, but he also talks, because I got the same robot.
Yeah, he does. He does. Yeah, he talks.
Yeah.
Al, your phone told on you. It's your bedtime.
And
his phone twinkles Betty by. It's funny.
Hey, Tom, you know where I got this?
Oxford.
Huh?
Oxford?
No. Tom Hudgens gave me this.
Oh, really? Okay.
When he used to send me goodie boxes and stuff, he sent me this.
I got you. Yeah. And then it came out with
hang on out, Tom, rather. There you go. Will you hold it up, please?
NECA, like I said, NECA has taken over the action figures for the monsters, and this is Vampira. Oh, you remember from
Ed Wood's woman. Ed Wood's woman.
Yes, correct.
And from she was in
from outer space. Now what?
Thank you.
Yeah. So what they've done, this was the first one that came out, but what they've now done is repackage this character with a Plan 9 from outer space card. It's carded with that. So, that's pretty smart. Now,
how did Cassandra Peterson not get sued when she created Elvira, Mistress of the Dark?
I think that she might have created some trouble for her, but I don't think it ever came to fruition. Now, I just told you that I did not buy the black and white version of anything, but yeah, there it is. I forgot I had the black and white Vincent Price, and he's everyone's horror host, or master of mayhem, as it says in this action figure. And it's very cool to have this. And Reaction is coming out with those, and so is like I said, Super 7, and which they came up with. I had to have this one. That knows not monster related, but Devo. Come on,
whip it good. Yeah,
Devo. So and I've got a few of these that I've gotten semi-recently. I've got Pee Wee Herman and some other things.
I loved Ed Wood, the movie by Tim Burton. Martin Landau won the Oscar. Pull the string, playing Bela Lugosi. Great movie.
And Martin
That
Landau
did have Johnny Depp in it, Al.
Johnny Depp won the Oscar for that, I believe. And so that's very cool that he did that so well, in the latter part of his career, that he won an Oscar for that role.
It's just, yeah, and he was such a nice guy when I met him on set of Anna Nicole.
That's right.
He
Is that the one I gave you, Al, or is that the one you bought?
It goes on and on and on.
He talks too, but the batteries aren't.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought that was a holder for little figures, little counter figures.
The figures.
Open it up. Any in there?
No, there's no figures in there. No, there's no figures. Fortunately.
But it's funny how all these people copy each other, like Vampira, Elvira.
Yeah.
Even The Walking Dead. I mean, Robert Kirkman. The zombie wasn't an intellectual property original. I mean, it was George Romero for the most part with Night of the Living Dead. Talked about it earlier. It's amazing, you know.
Correct. And before that, Carnival of Souls. That was Carnival of Souls before George Romero sang?
Yeah, Carnival of Souls. That was the first zombie movie, in my opinion.
I think it was. Well, White Zombie was really the first one. With
that was on Turner Classic Movies. That's a terrible movie.
I know
that sounds racist too.
It's crummy, but
it's just terrible.
But still has zombies in it. Yeah. So, you know, it's like the Frankenstein genre or Wolfman genre or whatever. They come up with different characters. Werewolf of London was a great looking werewolf, but the movie sucked.
Well,
I like this one, Tom. Howling.
The zombies don't even look like zombies.
Yeah. The Howling. I saw that, but I don't remember.
Rare. I want my meat rare.
It didn't make that big of an impact on me. You've been on the air for 4 hours and 21 minutes.
I know. I thought I'd go 1 hour, and I want to watch the Steelers game. I missed the Steelers game, Sunday Night Football.
Well, did you record it?
No, I should have ran in there. I didn't have many clips this time. Otherwise, normally I'd have a clip. I'd do that, come back. I really couldn't leave. I saw, it was on Svengoolie last night. One of my favorites, House of Wax with Vincent Price.
Oh yeah, no.
Love that movie in 3D.
Now Al invited me to go with him up to his buddy Steve Newton to Cinevision in Atlanta, right across from the Regal 24, which are closing. And
have they closed the Regal yet?
Not yet. I sent
the
you
Hollywood 24 Regal, which is a big theater in Atlanta, 24 screens.
Yeah, they're closing at the end of the month.
Right.
Tom used to work there in the heyday.
I helped open that theater.
Yeah.
But I still worked at Turner at the time, and that's why. But real quick, Al invited me to Steve's private screening. There's a bunch of people there, but he ran it in true 3D.
3D.
Two projectors.
Whoa.
Same time, in sync. Oh, look at the balloons. In sync, and it was amazing.
Plus, he ran a Stooges, 3D Stooges.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
Al, Tom, are you both members of Costco?
Yes,
yeah, I am.
I am too. I've got a quick fake rant of the week. Let me just play this 29-second intro.
Okay.
We got to talk about this real quick before we sign off.
You want to fight? I'll give you a fight.
That's my little intro to my fake rant of the week. There's a lot of anger when it comes to these rants. What's that, Tom?
What was that? I mean,
The Incredible Hulk episode, The Hulk Breaks Las Vegas, season 1. The old Incredible Hulk show, and that was an actor, John Crawford, playing the bully. He's a mobster. And anyway, Costco emails me. I love Costco, but I'm getting tired to death. They send like 10 emails a day, it seems. Are you guys getting spammed?
I don't get emails from Costco at all.
Oh my gosh. And then I don't mind if they mail coupons and mail stuff, but it's like the emails are outrageous. And you hit unsubscribe and it never works. That's my rant. Why have an unsubscribe option if it doesn't work?
Well, I'm getting tired of getting emails from all these politicians wanting me to vote for them.
Oh, I know.
Have you guys voted already?
No, I only vote on election day. I don't believe in the concept
election
of
day.
only voting. I wait for election day.
Now,
anyway, go ahead.
If the line is really, really long, do you wait in it or do you come back?
I hopefully with all these other people early voting, the lines won't be that bad. I don't care because you have all day. You have over 12 hours to vote on election day. There's plenty of time.
Well, I have nothing to do. I don't mind standing in line. I
don't mind either. I want to vote on election. I just don't believe in the concept, and that's all I've got to say about that. Hey, Moon says, amazing live stream tonight. Catch you all again. Have a wonderful week, everybody. You too. Be safe down there in Florida. I'm glad that the storms, Helene and as Tom has covered. Was that? I mispronounced it? Helene? There's no H. Helene. And Milton did not affect your life too negatively there, came in and down in Florida. I still don't believe you went live today during football season. I know, but football people aren't my audience, aren't in the audience for the most part.
True. That's true.
I was during the last when Trump was running the first time.
Easy now.
I was standing in line voting, and it's a pretty long line. And there was this lady in front of me. We just started talking. I shouldn't say this, but you know what she said?
What?
She said, "I'm voting for Trump."
Oh, don't say it. Don't say it, please. Oh God, I got a lot of people.
Did you whisper back to her?
I never will forget that. She was a nice lady. We were just carrying a conversation, and then that's how she ended the conversation.
Look what Danny Staten says in South Carolina. I haven't voted since Ronald Reagan was president.
Oh.
Wow. Well, then you probably haven't had jury duty.
No, he hasn't. But how do our names by the way, why did our names disappear?
Oh, I did that. I can put them back up.
Well, I was just wondering.
When I get to the clips, it takes there you go.
I just noticed it because
it's like the outer limits. The outer limits.
This guy was.
I have control of transmission. I will control the horizontal. I will control the vertical. I'm just kidding.
You watch out. I'll put on my
your fez.
My fez, and I will control everything.
That's one of my secret words in Scrabble. It's a Z word, and the Z has 10 points, and when you hit a triple, it's 30 points plus. Anyway, this isn't the Scrabble show, but fez is a word I like to use when I play Scrabble. F-E-Z.
Well, when you do a Scrabble show, you have to have your mother on.
We won't do I'll do a show maybe about classic board games, but remember these guys? Look at this cool artwork from Twilight Zone.
Yeah, I saw that earlier. Right?
Okay.
Forever.
I didn't know. I wanted to make sure you saw it. And then I was quizzing Al about how many times we saw a goon dressed as a skeleton in the Three Stooges. That's Spook Louder, 1943. But
we watched it the other week at Al's house.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. What did I not see that happen in more than one Three Stooges short? Al says yes. He says once with Shemp, at least one time with Shemp. I think in Spooks, I have Spooks on film, the 3D Three Stooges short, Spooks, and I need to rewatch it. I can't remember. I think the skeleton guy's in there too, because I was on a panel and a girl was wearing a skeleton top. I said, "You remind me of one of the bad guys in the Three Stooges." Anyway, that's why it came up.
No,
TD.
Well, the scene you just showed is the one that has Curly.
Yeah, that's correct. Look at those cards, Tom. The vintage Outer Limits cards.
Oh,
those are the reissues, though.
Yeah,
in color.
No, I think the originals were black and white.
They were.
I had those. I had the Munster cards. I had all the Man from U.N.C.L.E. cards.
You said had, past tense. What happened to them?
Well, I guess I got thrown out in the trash.
Oh, you didn't sell them?
No.
They just got lost or thrown away, or somebody did you dirty? Oh my lord!
Well, I mean, when your mother cleans your room or whatever, when you were a kid.
Oh, so it was innocent. I got you. It wasn't. It wasn't malicious.
Yeah. It's like
you.
I've rebought some stuff from my youth that most people our age do. I got a Magilla Gorilla, the same version that I had, and I've got 1, 2, 3 Yogi Bears by Knickerbocker Toys, and they had several different versions of Yogi Bear, one with plastic vinyl hands and one with just stuffed hands. Well, I've got stuffed hands and the vinyl hand, and it's got the Hanna-Barbera tag, the paper tag that came on the hand, screwed to the hand. Well, wait a minute, I packed him away. Never mind. I thought I was going to say he's right with that. No, he's not. Not no more. But anyway,
Danny Staton sold all his cards in the 1990s. Ooh, before eBay. Ooh.
Ooh.
Oh no, you could have gotten so much more.
Yeah, you could have.
Here's some cool monsters from Star Trek there, Tom Williams, aka Basil Chesterman. Let me take the remark off.
Especially the one off to the far left. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's the one with Clint Walker.
Was there a bad remark?
What?
Was there a bad remark?
No. Clint Howard, Ron Howard's brother from Gentle Ben was in that Star Trek.
Right.
He played Balor, Balak or something. Balak.
Balak or something.
Balak. I'm going to get this box. I don't have a box of these Star Trek 1976 Topps cards. Look at that, 10 cents.
Wow.
And aren't they cool looking? They look like the stickers
cool.
look like the Star Wars stickers from a year later. This is a year before Star Wars hit the scene. Yeah. And I love that Captain Kirk sticker. I would love to have that. And I have some of the cards, but I don't even have the whole set. But it's just neat.
Cool. Now, have you seen them offered in that original box? Like okay.
But
somebody's got them.
See the monster top right? Al said it looks like the Morlock in the Time Machine. Well, that's the Salt Vampire.
It does sort of resemble that. Yes, for sure. Absolutely.
And look who was in it. It was Shelley Winter before she started her prolific movie career. Looks like her. It does. Doesn't it look like her?
You know, my favorite story about Shelley. Yeah, it does look like Shelley. Was she? Real quick, I'll make this story quick. She went to an audition later in life, and she was auditioning for some young director, producers, etc. But yet they still wanted her to read lines and do all that crap. So she showed up, and she had a big old bag with her, and she said, "Here is my," and she pulled out her first Oscar. "Here is my first. Here's the thing," and pulled out her second Oscar, and here is my second, blah blah blah. So I'm not going to cuss, but
that's the ultimate diva move right there.
Oh yeah, but
now she was Ma Parker. I couldn't think on Batman. She was Ma Parker, right? Yeah. Or the name. I can't remember the name of her character on Batman. She played the mobster in the jail.
She did.
I think it's Ma Parker.
She was in a movie. She was in a movie called Big Bad Mama.
Yes, correct.
Well, that's something else. That's with William Shatner and Angie Dickinson.
Correct.
I like Shelley Winter in the Poseidon Adventure.
Yes. Have you seen a picture?
It's Ma Parker. I'm right. Ma Parker. MAPARKER. What's that, Tom?
Have you seen the picture of Shirley MacLaine lately? Holy mackerel.
Well,
good
she's
or bad?
Old. She's old.
Yeah.
Bad. Basically, she did just like you're appearing before us now, Al, without makeup.
He got a compliment on his hair.
I'm saying Shirley MacLaine, bless her heart, didn't have any makeup on.
Oh, that's all it is. Okay.
And it's.
Well, I found a picture of her that you're referring to. Here it is.
Oh, well, you're not far from it.
Well, it's just like Robert Redford. He's old. I mean, he doesn't have any.
Well, Jane Fonda doesn't look good without makeup. And that was.
Hey, Chance, do you get tired of holding the microphone? Why don't you get a boom or something?
I'm like Larry Wax, Larry WACHS. He likes to hold the mic at your studio, and I'm the same way. I don't know.
Oh, I see.
It's just, I don't know. I like it. It's my only workout I get on my arms. I used to work out with weights all the time.
Yeah.
And it's a heavy sucker too. But
That must have been a long time ago.
I like how funny. I like this monster, the merman. You know, one of your favorite monsters, Tom, I agree, is the scary one from This Island Earth with those claw hands and the brain. That is a great. They recycled him in Lost in Space in the season 2 episode Visit to Hades, where Dr. Smith thinks he went to hell.
Mutant or something like that.
That is a great. I'll get to it next time when we talk about movie monsters if you two are available.
Yeah.
But I still want to get to Al's and watch that Killer Fish, but he's been, he's shopping around for streaming services or something, and we can't connect. But we'll figure it out. But Halloween gonna be here soon. My gosh, what is it? The 20th? Oh my gosh, it's the 21st.
You can watch the movie anytime.
Not with friends. You're my friend.
But it's more fun. It's more.
And
fun.
I want your popcorn. I'm using you for your popcorn. I'm kidding.
Listen, you'll be the first to admit, and if you say you're not, I'll call you a liar. But you'd be the first to admit it's more fun with several people watching a film with you, as opposed to watching it by yourself.
100%.
That is true.
When it's 16 millimeters, especially when it's actual film.
And what a cat.
In a movie theater, it might be different for you, which is fine. But if you're sitting around your place, for instance, and watching a film, it's great because you cook the popcorn and we'll sit there and
we can make funny remarks. It's better than Mystery Science Theater 3000.
Yeah.
And this has Karen Black, Margot Hemingway, Lee Majors, James Franciscus. It's got a decent cast. I mean, it's in their heyday too, when they're young and their prime and whatnot. It's good.
Yeah.
It's just like when I go to the theater, though. I like to go by myself. I don't like.
That's what I just said. That's fine. But if if you fill up a projector, it's more fun with people.
It is. That's why you go live with your favorite films. You want other people to participate.
Francis says hello.
Yeah.
I thought he got busted. I thought he got broken.
What?
He got broke?
I thought he got broken, or I broke him, I thought. By mistake.
Tom gave me that.
How'd you break his arm?
Oh, that's right. I forgot. I didn't tell Al. I glued it. I super glued it. Oh, God. There I go. I slipped up.
So
I dropped it, and then I glued it back together.
So real quick, Al, what is that Bell and Howell projector that you bought from the pawn shop? What model is that?
Which one?
The first one you bought from the pawn shop, which is brand new.
It was a Bell and Howell 585.
Okay, all right. So Tom Hudgens, our friend, our dearly departed friend, had a 585 and a small bedroom. Picture your bedroom right now, Al Hardy.
Yeah.
And picture a bunch of people in there. And man, there was 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, maybe 9 or 10 people in there watching a horror movie, a sci-fi movie. And by the time that first reel was over, it would go flop, 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 flop.
Because you fell asleep.
Everyone was asleep because the projector heated up the room so much. Not to mention all those people in it, but we all fell asleep. And we thought that was so funny.
You should have put a nitrate print in there and set it on fire. I'm kidding.
He had bought some nitrate prints. We went up to Richmond, Virginia, at old photography place that sold cameras and whatnot. And in his basement, he had some nitrate prints. He had Top Hat with Fred Astaire.
Mm-hmm.
He had what's that one that's so racist? D.W. Griffith.
Birth of a Nation?
Birth of a Nation. Birth of a Nation.
Steelers are winning.
And
that's a silent movie.
Yeah, and there was one other one. And they were nitrate. And I remember going out in Tom Hudgens' front yard. He took some leader from one of them. It wasn't that much. And we set it on fire, and it went up pretty quick. And it was fun. He had a DeVry projector, a 35 millimeter projector. He had the wrong lens. And he had a copy of Pink Floyd,
The Wall.
Pompeii or whatever.
Oh, okay. It wasn't The Wall? All right.
It still had good color, but the picture was about as big as a postage stamp because it was the wrong lens. And, but it was very sharp focus. Very sharp focus.
Wow. That's, what do
Tom
you think?
looked amazing.
Tom Hudgens was married. When he passed away, what do you think happened to all that film? Did you keep up with it?
He already got rid of all the film.
Man, I'm trying to track down those Space Giants of Al's. He sold them to Tom Hudgens probably in the 90s, early 2000s or something, and then he passed away. It's like, and I never saw him on eBay. I've been looking.
But he was the kind of collector. He would watch them and pass them on. He wouldn't keep them.
Right. He would.
So he's no longer. Well, whoever got them, unless they went vinegar, they're in a private collection somewhere.
Yeah.
Man, they don't know what they've got. Man, there's some lost English translated tracks. The same guys that translated Speed Racer did Space Giants. It's the same translation team, and it's really good stuff. And it's a shame. I found a reel that had some stuff that Turner cut out on a reel, along with next week trailers and stuff. Yeah. And there's some actual scenes in English that never aired on TBS because they had to cut them down for commercial time. And I have them, but I don't have an actual episode.
Well, we the half-hour shows we cut down to 22 minutes.
Yeah, and most of them are 25 or 26 minutes.
We cut down to 22. Yeah.
They cut quite a bit out, and some violence was cut. There was drive-by shootings in the Christmas episode, mind you. It's showing drive-by shootings, people getting shot up, and that was cut from American broadcast. That particular scene, but I have it, and I do have that on film.
Well, they got to play those commercials, you know.
Yeah, Superstation.
They have to pay the bills. They have to pay the bills.
Well, fellas, I think I'm going to run. It's almost 11:30. The Steelers are winning right now by 15 points, so I want to watch the end of the last 2 minutes of the game.
Well, me and Al are going to continue here. You go away.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm just kidding.
We'll just sit here and talk. Yeah.
Al, where'd you go eat last Thursday? All right.
Hey, look who's here. BK on the air. Barry King. He has a radio show on WBHF every Saturday morning, 10 a.m. to noon. Great nostalgia show and social media presence. You should follow him on Instagram, X/Twitter, Facebook page, BK on there, like Burger King, but that's his initials, Barry King. Yeah. He's the original BK. Before Burger King were brand, I don't remember Burger King ever calling themselves BK until this guy showed up.
Well, speaking of Burger King, Tom did a Facebook post the other day. He went to Burger King for lunch, and then he said it was horrible. I love the Whoppers.
It was horrible.
What was horrible about
it? I didn't
Heat lamp. Was it old?
I don't know. It just didn't taste. It tasted funky. It just didn't taste right to me.
Have you tried the new Wendy Whopper?
No,
Wednesday's Whopper at Burger King from Adam's Family.
Okay, just posted a link to his.
They did. My friend Keebs, I call her in Texas, linked up Barry King, BK on the Air's YouTube channel. So please subscribe to his YouTube channel.
Yeah.
And more importantly, look at the app, WBHF app, or WBHFradio.org website. You can stream him when he's live. That's what I do. I listened to his show with Alan Sanders last Saturday, and I enjoyed it.
Yeah.
And I'm not kissing. Al's like, why are you kissing up? After I get, I'm not kissing up to nobody. I talk about what I like, and I like his radio.
There you go.
Well, you know,
of course, we haven't been invited on this show.
Well, you never promote our pages. You always talk about everybody else, but you never talk about our pages.
I just shared your live stream you did about Ryan O'Neal. Why don't you tell people about it, Al, and tell people about your YouTube channel, Hardy Entertainment, Al's Place. Is that what your YouTube channel is called?
Yeah, it's Hardy Entertainment. Hardy spelled with 2 E's, hyphen, and then Al's Place. You got to put the little hyphen in there.
I shared just yesterday, I believe, your live. You did 35 minutes about the late Ryan O'Neal, the actor.
Right.
So what are you talking about? What are you complaining about?
Oh, you don't promote me. Oh, wait a minute. I don't have anything to promote. Remember, I work too much. That's the problem. So I think Tom and Al just woke up. They both are wired. No, I'm listen. I've been up since 6 o'clock this morning. So,
well, you should go to bed, man. It's almost midnight. You got to be exhausted.
I'm not sleepy. I slept till 9 o'clock this morning.
Oh,
you slept in.
That's so precious.
I went to bed at 11:30 and got up at 9.
Wow.
How about that?
A good long sleep. Did you have any dreams? Did you get REM stage? Any dreams?
I always have dreams. Well, now Sonny did wake me up at 5:30 to go pee and poop, but I went back to bed.
A funny thing about sleeping. I can take a little cat nap, if you want to call it that, and I'll be dreaming right away. I'll hit REM sleep like right away. Are you that way, Chance?
Yes.
I mean,
Sometimes.
But then you wake up an hour later.
Yeah.
I nap for no less than 3 hours. You know, I'm not going to even.
Do you wake up in the middle of the night to go pee?
I'll wake up several times.
That's a little personal, Al Hardy. Kind of question. We're a nostalgia show.
I didn't used to do that until I got old.
Because of your prostate or something. Yeah.
Well,
Man.
you know, my doctor said my prostate was too small anyway.
Look, Keebler just linked for people to subscribe to your channel, Al Hardy. There you go.
Thank you.
She found it and she dropped it, and she's awesome.
Good.
Thank you.
You won't find mine.
You don't have a channel, do you? Yeah.
But, all right. Well, it's been fun.
It has been. I appreciate you both joining, and Tom, hope you get some good rest. Al, I'll call you tomorrow, and we're in our group text, so I'll text everybody something.
Well, I did approve your post.
Oh, thanks. Appreciate you.
Try to do a Halloween show next week sometime. I mean,
yeah. Could we do that at Al's studio, you think? Or do you want to do it like this, where we're in our own home base?
We can do it like this. I'm making all these changes here, and I just got to wait.
Okay. Fair enough.
Okay.
All right, guys. Well, take care. And thanks to you both from Jim Von Spiegel. He says, thanks, guys.
Thank you, Jim.
Yeah, I think he's in, Jim, aren't you in which state? You're in Ohio or Michigan? Wait, I know.
He's in Bulgaria. No, I'm just
kidding. Final question. We watched this together in Tom's fabulous home studio. Rob Zombie's The Munsters.
Horrible movie. Horrible.
Yeah, but the
Ohio.
cinematography and it was pretty good. Leading up to it being horrible.
I like Rob Zombie. He used to host TCM Underground for a while.
Would it have worked better in black and white, like he wanted to do? He wanted it to be in black and white, but Netflix says, no, you got to do it in color.
Yeah.
Do you think that would have made a difference?
No, I don't think it would have made a big difference. No.
I like the actor Roebuck from Matlock who played Grandpa, though. I like that actor.
Well, yeah, he was
from The Fugitive with Harrison Ford.
Well, it's funny, when the Munsters came out, they wanted to do that in color, but Universal said, no, it's too expensive.
No,
we have talked about Tom. Since Tom's a big Munsters fan, they filmed the pilot in color, right? And then, of course, Munsters Go Home, the movie in '66.
Right. Yeah. But the Munsters was knocked off the air by Batman.
It was. And what did you think of the 80s revival with a different cast of the Munsters, the syndicated Munsters?
I didn't watch it. I mean, I've seen clips and stuff. It was okay, I guess. But the best Herman Munster reprisal, shall we say, have we ever seen was done by an actor. He was in. I can't think of his name. When we get together again, I'll have his name. But he did the best Herman, and it had cameos from Yvonne DiCarlo.
Oh, I know. You're talking about the guy from Holmes and Yo-Yo, and he was in Star Trek 4. He played a Klingon. Shuck. Wasn't it John Shuck?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I had
play
it.
Herman. He did.
Yeah.
But the other Herman that I'm talking about was the actor that let's see, he played a real rich guy in some movie, and he was into railroads. He was jumping up and down in the bed with a bunch of girls, and he had a heart attack and died.
Yeah,
sounds like James Garner in The Distinguished Gentleman, playing that senator. He's with one of his aides in a compromising position, and right in the middle of the act, has a heart attack, and then Eddie Murphy runs on his name and gets elected. I love underrated movie, Distinguished Gentleman. We're talking horror movies. Jim Von Spiegel says horrible about Rob Zombie's Munsters.
Yeah,
it's horrible, terrible.
But some of it, I mean, the beginning of it, I enjoyed the beginning of it, leading up to it being horrible. I thought that was shot very nice.
What messed the movie up? He had to put his wife in there who can't act.
Right. Well, I was going to.
She's pretty though.
She was horrible.
Yeah, but she was not a good Lily.
Lily is an iconic character that you need to have a top shelf performance.
I think so
The
too.
performer playing that role.
And like I said, Danny Roebuck or Daniel Roebuck did a great job as Grandpa, considering. And you know, the guy who played Herman, he was okay, but I'm sorry, I'm just like the only one that came close to playing a good Frankenstein was the bartender of Gunsmoke.
Right.
What was his name?
I can't tell you off the top of my head. I know the actor. I can see the face,
but he played the best Frankenstein as Karloff was the very best. But he played the second best. Lugosi is Frankenstein. Look, Lon Chaney is Frankenstein. Look, I mean, come on.
All right, good night, Wajamin. Thanks for hanging in there. It has been a long show, and thanks to Keebs, as I call her affectionately, for dropping all these links in chat. She even linked my eBay. I have some comic books up. One of my eBays is going for like $300 presently. It's got like 7 days to go.
Oh,
it's the first Venom. It's because I'm tying it into the new movie, Venom 3: The Last Dance, and that's with the great Tom Hardy. We love Tom Hardy, right?
Yep.
Al,
you're going to go see him in that movie Venom?
That's what I'm just saying. Yeah, I'm going to go see it. It's a Sony movie. I didn't see Madam Web, but I did see Morbius, and
you ever see Tom Hardy in a movie called Bronson?
No.
Yeah, I have. Yeah.
It's a very bizarre movie. I have it on DVD, but it's weird.
All right, you get out of here.
Okay, guys.
We're like pick a little, talk a little, pick a little, talk a little.
Well, you got your second win because your hard day of work's over with, and it's supposed to be a day of rest, and it wasn't for you, but you made some bucks, so that's good.
All right,
you might as well stay on 10 more minutes and make it 5 hours.
Oh gosh, I thought I would be on for 1 hour. I didn't prepare anything. I got some pictures and one video. I'll show this for you guys. Watch some of this because I got away. I sound like I'm doing something wrong or trying to pull a fast one. I'm not. Here is the Addams Family, 1977. Just a quick clip. I'll just play 30 seconds of it. This is, of course, about 12 years after the original show. No, 11 years after the original show went off the air, and all the original cast came back. And look how pretty Lisa Loring is. Where the heck are you, my little friend? Here it is. Check this out. I played it at the very top of the show, but I know you probably weren't here. You were working, Tom. Mm-hmm. So here it is. Halloween with the Addams Family. It's right here on my VHS tape. Look. Still in plastic.
All right. We're speaking of VHS tape. You know, it's making a comeback. Why is that?
Because it's retro.
Well, no. They're making current movies on VHS tape now. Do you know that?
Oh yeah, I did. Bizarre. Okay, let's watch just a quick trailer. Because it looks vintage. It looks old. It doesn't look 4K or 8K or 1080. It's a director's choice. They're trying to tap in. To a niche medium.
Have you priced VHS players on Amazon? They're expensive.
The same
yeah.
with players.
You can't find them. Hey man, you can't find them at Goodwill anymore because they sell them online now because they are going for such money. I'm glad I have backups. I have tons of VHS recorders.
Yeah.
Well, I have a VHS player that's got a DVD player on one side and VHS on the other side.
Toshiba. Is it a Toshiba made product?
Yes.
Mine I have the same one from 2009.
A friend gave it to me a long time ago. I guess it still works. I don't know.
Guys, what do you think of this quick clip from the Addams Family Halloween special from 1977?
Well, Tish, the hour of parting is near.
Look! They're French! Stop the car! Uncle Paul just rattled his chains! No fair, no fair!
What a lovely thing to say.
Cozy.
Ugh.
I lied. Blossom Rock wasn't there, so I said all the originals are back. I forgot Grandma Blossom Rock.
It doesn't look right in color to me.
Weatherwax was not there. That was not Weatherwax is his last name. I don't remember his first name. And Lurch, Ted Cassidy played the original thing too.
He did. It was his hand. Yeah.
So,
and he passed away about not long after that was taped.
Yeah.
He died sadly from heart complications from heart surgery in 1979, and he was the narrator and the voice of the Incredible Hulk on TV around that time.
and as ashes were scattered in his front yard.
I didn't know that. Are you kidding? Is that for real?
No, I'm very serious.
Well, she was alive. Listen to this. Blossom Rock died January 14th, 1978. So she might have been in poor health. Let me see why the cause of death was.
She probably was. She's probably had dementia or whatever.
True. Ooh, I hate to hear that. But the illness and death. She suffered a stroke in December 67 that affected her speech and prevented her from reuniting with fellow castmates for the 1977 television film Halloween with the Addams Family. The answer is right there. And she died at the age of 82.
But it didn't stop Eileen Corby from appearing in the Waltons after her stroke.
Yeah.
Probably
this aired October 30th, 77, by the way. I didn't mention that yet. The day before Halloween 77 is when that special aired. Go ahead, sir. Sorry to interrupt.
No, that's fine.
Let me see if it was on ABC, because that's one thing I didn't know. The original show, of course, is on ABC. Monsters on CBS. Why didn't NBC have a clone?
Pluto channel has an Addams Family channel. They run them all the time on Pluto.
It was NBC. So there you go. So in a way, NBC did have in the form of that special a piece of the Addams Family Monsters history. Weird.
Well, Monsters was on CBS originally, so
that's what I said.
Oh, okay. I didn't hear you say that.
I talked so fast. Yes, Monsters was CBS. Addams Family was ABC. Addams Family was first. It was September 18th, 1964.
Yeah.
Just by days. And then within the Monsters.
Not much. Not by much. Monsters were on shortly thereafter.
Correct.
I don't know who did better in the ratings, though. I don't remember.
Yes, it was NBC. The reunion, the Halloween with Addams Family was NBC.
No, but I don't know who did better in the ratings when they.
Yeah, I can tell you. It's in my book, my TV Bible. Hold it.
Now he's going to go to the bathroom.
No. Now, Al Hardy, you have some Marvel movie posters I want to trade you something for.
Now, what do you want to trade me?
Do you have the new Captain America as well as Thunderbolts?
I do.
Probably not. Well, you do already because that's out on Valentine's Day 2025 with Harrison Ford as the Red Hulk.
Oh.
He plays General Thunderbolt Ross. You know why? Because the actor who played him originally passed away a couple of years ago, John Hurt. But I'll tell you the ratings. They may not even crack the top 20, or do you disagree? You think the Monsters were in the top 10?
No, I top.
Weren't they wildly popular? They were against Shindig or something. I thought Shindig was popular.
Shindig was on ABC.
I'm looking at the 1964-65 season number. You know, it was number 1 that season. What would you think? A Western, Bonanza.
Oh, okay. I was going to say Gunsmoke. But,
guess it was number 2 in its debut season. Bewitched shot to number 2 in its first year.
Oh.
Then Gomer Pyle, USMC at number 3, Andy Griffith Show number 4, Fugitive number 5, Red Skelton Hour number 6, Dick Van Dyke number 7, Lucy Show number 8, Peyton Place 2, it says, number 9. Combat was a top 10 show at number 10.
Oh.
With Vic Morrow.
Yeah, Combat was good. I like Combat.
He got beheaded, sadly, making Twilight Zone the movie in his segment. Everybody knows about that. John Landis was sued. Walt Disney's Wonderful World of Color was at number 11. The Beverly Hillbillies was number 12. It dipped because it was number 1 the first couple of years it was out. That would have been season 3. My Three Sons was 13. Branded 14. Petticoat Junction 15. Tied with the Ed Sullivan Show. 16 Ed Sullivan Show. Lassie 17. The Munsters 18. The Munsters had a 24.7 share. It was tied with Gilligan's Island.
Well,
the first year of both those shows, both on CBS. A tie. And then Peyton Place 1. I don't know what Peyton Place 1 and Peyton Place 2 are, but
well, Peyton Place, that's where Ryan O'Neal got his start. Was on Peyton Place.
Right. Oh, Addams Family was at number 23 that first year. So Munsters had higher ratings. The Addams Family had a 23% 24.9 share, and the Munsters with a 24.7 share. Pretty close, but no cigar. The Munsters won that first season.
Now, my buddy in California, I mentioned this before, and I need you to pull the clip from when we get together again. He has colorized some clips from the Munsters, and it looks awesome. He did. Zach did an amazing job, and I can't begin to tell you how good it looks.
Oh,
and
yeah.
why Universal doesn't take, because it's just 2 seasons, but it was a bunch of episodes. But he could colorize them and resell them, and they could. I don't know. I think they could make money with them again, but them being in color, just like they did the Lucy episodes.
To your point, Batman shot to number 5. The Thursday night show was on Wednesday and Thursday. The Thursday show, the resolution of the cliffhanger show, was number 5 with a 27.08 share that next season, 65-66. Of course, Batman was a winter replacement series beginning in January 66.
Right.
That same season. But you know what? In the second seasons of Addams Family and Munsters, they never cracked the top 20 either, the top 25 rather.
I'm surprised Laugh-In didn't crack the top.
It wasn't out yet. It wasn't out till 67.
I thought it came out at the same time Batman did.
No, it was a special during the 67, 68 season, and then it became a regular show in 1968. Laugh-In on NBC.
Okay.
But what was number 1 in 65, 66? Bonanza again. Bonanza was number 1 the year after that too. Now Rowan and Martin's Laugh-In shot to number 1 in October 68. Yeah. That's when it debuted as a regular series with a 31.8 share of the Nielsen ratings.
Wow.
So it was a number 1 show in 68, 69, and Batman was off the air at the end of 67, 68 season. So Batman was gone by the time Rowan and Martin.
Well, you know, NBC, I think it was NBC, probably CBS, was going to pick Batman up.
NBC was going to.
It was NBC. But
and the sets were torn down.
They had already tore up all the sets and destroyed them. So they said, nah, it's okay. So there would have been another season of Batman.
Before you go, I'm going to look up the time slot of Munsters because you seem to know what it was up against. I've got the schedule from the first season, 64, 65. What night was the Munsters on? Do you remember as a little boy watching what night it was on, Tom, and now the Munsters?
Yep.
What night?
Oh,
I mean, I used to watch it, but I don't remember what.
I'm going to say Thursday or Friday, but I don't remember. I don't remember.
Addams Family was on Friday night at 8:30. But let's look at the Munsters really quickly. The Munsters, CBS.
Excuse me.
Where is it in my little grid? Here it is. Oh, the Munsters. It was on at 7:30 on Thursday night, opposite the Flintstones on ABC, and Daniel Boone on NBC. And Daniel Boone debuted that year, 64, 65, same season that the Munsters debuted.
That's back when the local stations joined the network at 7:30 instead of 8 o'clock.
Correct. Good job there. Let me see if they moved real quick. Addams Family was still on Friday night in its second season. They moved it to 8:30, opposite Hogan's Heroes, which was a big hit, the debut season of Hogan's Heroes, and opposite Convoy. Never heard of it. Convoy.
Convoy was on NBC.
It sure was. How did you know that? That's impressive.
I used to watch it.
I'm just quickly going to look for Munster's second season to see what it was up against. Must have been Batman, like you said. Oh, man.
Well, that's what I read, and it's got to be true.
Well, you lived it. You were around. Munsters was on Thursday, always Thursday at 7:30, up against Daniel Boone and up against Shindig. Like I said, Shindig and the Donna Reed Show. Mm-hmm. Actually, Shindig. It was a 30-minute show, so let's keep it apples to apples. Munsters was head-to-head with Shindig, which was wildly popular with the kids. Shindig was on ABC. Okay.
And Ted Cassidy had a 45 record called The Lurch. And
yes, he did.
And he went on Shindig and as Lurch and did that song. live.
Yes, he did. And we've played the clip together on video from Al's studio or yours. I think it was Al's studio. Yeah.
You know, speaking of the Flintstones, there was an episode called Shinrock A Go-Go.
Yeah.
And they had the host was Jimmy O'Neill Stone. Instead of Jimmy O'Neill, it was and they had the Bo Brummel singing "Laugh Laugh" on it.
Yeah,
they called it the Bo Brummel Rocks.
Yeah, they had a bunch of. Elizabeth Montgomery was on it as Samantha Stevens, or
I love that.
Stephen Rock or whatever. You know,
and because that was an ABC show, as was the Flintstones.
Yeah,
and
go ahead.
They had Anne Margaret on one too. It's called Anne Margaret Anne Marrock or something like that.
James Darren was on it.
Yeah,
there too.
He just died.
Yeah,
sadly.
He did. So
the only time he's the first of the Time Tunnel cast to pass away because Robert Culbert is still alive. Lee Meriwether's still alive. Of the big stars of that show, of course, Whit Bissell's long gone. He was one of the stars, a minor character from Time Tunnel General.
Catwoman too. Yeah,
Catwoman in Batman the movie.
Yeah,
yes, she was. And Barnaby Jones. I love Barnaby Jones on Me TV. Fellas, I appreciate your time. Thank you, Keebs. Thank you, chat. Thank you, Jim Von Spiegel. Everyone that tuned in early on. Really appreciate it. It's been 5 hours and 5 minutes. Unbelievable. Emily Miller, I'm glad she stopped in, and Danny Staten and music and fun in England.
No wonder I'm so tired. It's been 5 hours.
5 freaking hours. And of course, Tracy of Tracy's Fractured History and More. Sarah, My Flock is Everywhere. Jerry Dobson watching on Facebook Live while he writes his book. He had the audio on, he said. Appreciate all you, and appreciate the replay crew as well. Take care, guys. Be safe. And Al, I want to taste that popcorn. I got a craving. When we going to get together?
I want to do it soon.
Okay. Bye for now.
Bye.
All right. That was fun. Always nice to see the fellas. I'm going to sign off now. I didn't have a whole lot of clips this week. Again, I'll be back most likely this Friday. I'm going to get back to every issue ever made, my comic book stream, live stream, where I show every issue. I think I'll go with Marvel Premiere because there's some monster books in there. Marvel Premiere will be the next series I have every issue of that we will discuss. Maybe I should do Werewolf by Night another time too before Halloween and show those books, including the sexy key books like the first appearance of Moon Knight in Werewolf by Night. And then we'll have JT back to do a movie review. This is my friend.
Movie reviews by JT, and I got another review for you. Speak No Evil. This is the remake to the 2022 film of the same name, and it stars James McAvoy and Mackenzie Davis. This film was good, crazy, over the top. It has some of the stuff like the original film, but they changed some stuff, especially the ending. The ending works better here than it was in the original film. And then, like the ending in the original film, it was about this couple who invited this couple to spend a night with them, and then the couple find out the other couple not see who they are and everything. James McAvoy does a great job here. And so he knocked it out of the park. Mackenzie Davis is directed by James Watkins. He does a perfect job directing this film and everything. Yeah, I really enjoyed this film, this remake, more than in the original film I had watched a couple of days ago. I just like the ending better here than the original film. I didn't like the ending in the original film and everything. And yeah, just this film just worked better right here and everything. And so some of the other performances in the movie too, like James McAvoy's character's wife and Mackenzie Davis' character's husband, were great as well in the film and everything. And yeah, I can't wait to watch this film again when it comes to streaming and everything. And yeah, this film, I really like this film a lot and everything. I give Speak No Evil a 9 out of 7. Definitely go check this movie out in theaters this weekend and everything. So that's my review for Speak No Evil. All right, bye.
Thank you, JT. I want to see that I have not seen it yet. I don't think it's in theaters anymore, but I'm going to go stream it somewhere. All right, that's all for the night. See you next time on the Nostalgic Podblast. Check out my friends at Superman homepage. Every Wednesday night now, they move from Monday to Wednesday to talk about the newest episode of Superman and Lois. And hope you all have a great week. Good night.